Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Well, welcome to the very sunny South Wales, and of course the return of Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey Circuit. We're very, very happy to welcome you down here to a convoy event, the British Truck Racing Championships, of course, first time down in South Wales. Let's have a look now what we've got going on for you this weekend. We've got everything from show trucks, we've even got show vans, we've got a fairground, we've got live music, we've got eating competitions, motocross, monster truck rides, you name it, we've got it, and we're going to be trying to catch as much of it on camera as possible. So, welcome to the show. Let's have a look what's going on this weekend at Convoy Cymru. So, qualifying said and done here at Pembury, South Wales as we get ready for the first race of the weekend. We saw Division 2 John Powell getting his fastest lap in there, and of course returning champion Ryan Smith for Division 1. Let's go and have a chat with those two drivers just before we go out there for the first time this weekend. Well, as promised, here we are down in the lower paddock with Division 2 fastest and qualifying in first place, John Powell. John, welcome to the weekend here at Pembury. How have you found the truck? Obviously it's working for you with qualifying.
Yeah, we did some authorisation on the exhaust manifold. Richard does some excellent engineering, seems to have cured the problems that we've had at Brands Hatch. And the truck just feels really planted, so you know, it's good really. So I was following Adam, and there's not a lot to choose between either of us, to be fair, but I just got point on turning around the back there and the gears right, and it all come together, so it's good.
So I know on some circuits through the season it's a clever idea sometimes to not qualify fastest because you want to be in a certain line. I take it Pembury isn't one of those, and you do want to be first place inside corner, right?
Absolutely. The hairpin, you've got to be in there first and out first, you know. So
or out there at all, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but there is a downside to that as well, as obviously because we're going off the back of Division 1 as well. So if there's a moment for them, it'll be arising with us pretty sharply. So you just got to have your wits about you really. So it's a tight corner.
Yeah, indeed, and of course, even though different divisions, essentially the top speed of the trucks is the same. So when you see those lights go out, you're hitting the limiter, getting to that corner as quickly as possible. So it really isn't as much room for error as people think.
No, there's no room for error at all. And in actual fact, I think we've got the same time as Ricky Collett.
I mean, the fact we're seeing Ricky Collett here at all this weekend's pretty special.
Well,
isn't it?
it is actually. I mean, they had a disastrous Brands Hatch, and a testament to the team to be able to put that back together. So ask him if you do an interview with him. Ask him about the conrod.
Yeah, he showed me what's left of the conrod. Anyway.
No, but what was wrong with the conrod? I think John Powell found that actually.
Oh, did he? Oh, wow! You heard it here first, folks. Right, well, John, fantastic to talk to you. We will definitely be catching up with John and teammates later on with regards to one of John's sponsors, GB Plus Fuel, who actually sponsor the championship as well as John Powell, and of course all the trucks running on biofuel now, John.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good thing. It's a move in the right direction, really, to be honest with you.
Certainly is, and that's why we've got lots more sponsorships coming in. So thanks for that, mate. Appreciate it. Right, we'll catch up with John and team later on. Now let's go and find that Division 1 top qualifier, Ryan Smith. Right then, and here we are now in the upper paddock, which is the posh bit, I believe Ryan will have you believe, with returning champion Division 1 Ryan Smith qualifying first today. Now, I heard in testing yesterday we had a few niggles. Tell us a bit more about that and how we've ended up finishing pole.
It's very, very strange because Brands Hatch, we released the truck, it wasn't ready, it performed amazing. We brought it here, it's just like a different animal. We've got no brakes. We're locking brakes up everywhere, but we got pole. So, we're doing something right. We're delighted with the pole position, but we're just trying to get the truck right. But you know what? Let's same as I say to the guys in the debrief, it's the same for everyone. Stuart Oliver will have issues. Dave Jenkins will have issues. Other people will have issues. But just from the truck that I drove at Brands Hatch to the truck that I'm driving here today, we're a bit bemused because we can't understand why. But look, that's part and parcel of development. Every day's a school day in racing. We got pole. That's the most important thing for now.
It certainly is. And on that subject of development, of course, it's not the first time in Ryan Smith's history that we've had to develop a truck during a season, is it? So it shouldn't really be anything new to you, sir.
No, sir. No, sir. Certainly not. But, that's the beauty of this. If you stop developing, you stop learning. If you stop learning, you stop progressing. If you stop progressing, you become stagnant. We are a team that like to keep looking to develop, but I don't think that this problem's a development problem. I think it's terminal.
Terminal. Let's just call it Gremlins for now.
Well, put it this way. Stuart Oliver did a great job in qualifying, so did Dave Jenkins. If we hadn't to put that lap time in when we put that lap time in, we would have not got close therefore after. So the confidence is not there in the brakes. We're flat spotting new tyres on the out lap, which, as people can imagine, aren't cheap.
Not ideal, though.
Not ideal, but like I just said, look, we're on pole. People would give the left arm to be on pole.
Too right, yeah.
Everybody's got their own problems. We'll find the problem, we'll fix the problem, and we'll learn from the problem. That's all we can do.
Wise words from 7-time champion, is it now?
7 times, yeah.
7-time champion Ryan Smith. Thank you very much, Ryan, for talking to us, and good luck in your first race of the weekend here at Pembury. Now, let's go racing, shall we?
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Well, thanks very much, Pointy. Good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to the home of motorsport in South Wales here at Pembrey Circuit. Very sunny South Wales. Great to see some perfect conditions here today. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action here on BARC TV. 2 days of action, a total of 15 races coming this weekend. Let's have a look. Schedule for our first day of racing then, the first of 5 races for the British Truck Racing Championship. The headline act here at Convoy Cymru this weekend. Convoy Wales is back, celebrating everything to do with trucks on the racetrack, on the road, and everything in between. Support action from car racing as well. We have the first of two races from the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. Oh yes, the 2CVs are back for the second year running. They are always great fun, the 2CVs. They have an endurance race over 1 hour 40 minutes tomorrow as well. We also have three races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The 14 to 17 year olds in their Citroën Saxos. They've just been out for qualifying. Then later this afternoon we have a truck drifting competition as well. Yes, really. That's going to be something spectacular we'll see on the Pembrey Circuit today. And then we've got the Track Attack Race Club, something a little bit different. Track Attack Race Club is a bit of a run what you brung saloon car racing series. It's mainly French cars. I think we've got Clios and Peugeot 206s that will be racing in that division this weekend. Then a second race for the trucks. They have three more races coming up tomorrow as well. And then a second race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. We'll be joined tomorrow as well by the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. The local racers based here at Pembrey. A real mixture of different cars racing with them as well. We're just waiting to get underway with our first race of the day. Then just a short pause at the moment, because we are running a little bit ahead of schedule here in the sunshine of South Wales. The first race of the day is going to be the first of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. And it is Ryan Smith who has qualified on the pole, as we just heard from our man Pointy down in the paddock, who's going to be keeping us abreast of everything happening off track this weekend. I think he's gone for a ride on the Red Dragon monster truck at the moment. Who knows what Pointy's up to down in the paddock. If you've not seen truck racing before, then you have a real treat coming up this weekend. A race truck weighs around 5 tonnes and has a power output of almost 1,000 horsepower. The top names in Division 1 for the more powerful, more modified trucks. There are 19 race trucks in total here this weekend. It's the second round of the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith looking for an incredible consecutive Division 1 title. He's made no secrets of the fact that he is trying to match Stuart Oliver's record of 10 titles in the British Truck Racing Championship, and they are sharing the front row, those two here today. Division 2, meanwhile, for the slightly less powerful machines, it's been a battle between John Powell and Adam Bint. They shared the wins on Easter weekend at Brands Hatch. It was Smith and Oliver who shared the wins in Division 1. I must say a big thank you and full credit to all our volunteer marshalling and rescue crews here at Pembrey. We could not go racing without them, keeping everyone safe here this weekend, as they do at every motorsport event around the world and across all of the UK circuits. So we'll have the grid for you hopefully fairly shortly for our first race of the day. Just a short pause at the moment, because we say qualifying finished a little early. Junior Saloon Cars have just finished their qualifying session with Cameron Pratt-Thompson taking pole position, I can tell you that. Do leave us a comment if you're watching on our YouTube stream today. You see the flag of Wales flying high in the crowd there. Quick hello to George Gillespie, Holly Couch, Ethan Dance, who have already got in touch so far today. Hi to Mike Kingston as well, who says, looking forward to listening to some trucks on my way to Mildenhall Stadium to go banger racing tonight. Bit small for trucks to race at Mildenhall. This is the second meeting, as we say, for the British Truck Racing Association Championship. Their season opener was at Brands Hatch. They'll head on to Snitterton, to Donington as well for Convoy in the Park in August. There's a second meeting at Pembrey in the autumn, and of course the season finale takes place on Bonfire Weekend at Brands Hatch. Waiting to see if Ryan Smith is going to take an 8th consecutive title in the worldwide truck racing Daimler Freightliner. It's recently been on display in the showroom of his sponsors, Northside Truck and Van. Certainly something a little bit different, walking into their very smart showroom, seeing a Daimler Freightliner race truck on display. Hi to T4 Toby, who says, did I hear a 1 hour 40 minute 2CV race tomorrow? You certainly did, yes. The Classic 2CV Racing Club do have a 24-hour race, of course, which takes place at Snetterton on August Bank Holiday weekend. So their mini enduro race is a bit of a warm-up for that. That's taking place at the end of tomorrow's programme. 100 minutes is the race there. We're mentioning a mini endurance race. There are a couple of, I think there's a couple of minis joining in as guests on the grid for that one as well. There will be driver changes. We'll do our best to keep you up to date with who's in which car at which time. And the race trucks we can see are now making their way through the paddock and out towards the circuit. We're on board with Adam Bint in his Volvo White Aerodyne, the fan favourite from Oxfordshire. One of the favourites to take the Division 2 title this season, lining up in the paddock behind John Powell there, the number 6, the man from Kent in his DAF. They're going to be the two main players in Division 2. It's a little bit smaller field, little bit of a smaller field this year in Division 2 because a number of their leading names have moved up into the more powerful Division 1 trucks for this season. Hi to David Marsden, who says bon chance to 2CV number 48. He's supporting today. That's the SL Racing team based in Cannock, driven by the Broadhurst family. Lawrence and George will drive in one race each today, the 2 sprint races. They'll share the car in the endurance race tomorrow. So it looks like we are almost ready to get the trucks on track then for what will be a 15-minute race. There was just a short break there, so I think to allow our marshals to grab a quick drink, cool down in what's a beautiful weekend. A little bit windy, as you can see from the Welsh flag there. Nice sunny weather here at Pembrey. There'll be rolling starts for all 5 of our truck races. There'll be reverse grids being used. The qualifying session this morning setting the grid for races 1 and 2, with the fastest 2 times for each truck in qualifying setting the grid. Division 1 starts ahead of the less powerful Division 2 trucks. And then there'll be partially reverse grids for the rest of the weekend, with the result of race 1 setting the grid for race 3, but with the top 8 in each division reversed. Then race 2 sets the grid for the 4th race, and race 3 sets the grid for the 5th race. That's how it works over the course of this weekend, with 5 races as we have it every truck racing weekend. The European Truck Racing Championship is in action this weekend as well. They're competing over at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli in Italy. A couple of drivers from the UK competing in the European Championship this year. John Newell, who we saw in his MAN in this championship last year, has gone to race on the continent. Mark Taylor, I believe, as well in his MAN. And of course, Misano in the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy, which has been subjected to some severe weather recently. There's been quite a lot of flooding in the area. Of course, we saw the Grand Prix at Imola cancelled this weekend, and all the very best to everyone in that region of Italy affected by the floods recently. But the show goes on at Misano. Waiting to get underway then with our British Truck Racing Championship first race of the day. So we mentioned all the trucks running on biodiesel this year. HVO fuel was pioneered in this championship by the man we sit in with now, Adam Bint. And now all the trucks running on that biofuel. Well, thanks to GT tyres, you can see there in the background, big supporters of this championship. Martin Gibson does a lot of the work off track for them. We've seen him race his MAN in past years, but not competing in the championship this year. Stuart and Michael Oliver, supported heavily by GT tyres. Just awaiting the trucks to be brought out onto track. Then there'll be a 1:15-minute race. Then we will have our official lunch break, and then it's into car racing in the afternoon with the 2 CVs up first. Their second meeting of the season as well. They've had a meeting at Cadwell Park, where it was Chris Tovey who won both races there. The junior saloons open their season at the same Cadwell Park meeting, with Irishman Dara Flock and Oscar Dix won a race each in the Citroen Saxos. Drivers as young as 14 on the junior saloon car grid. And we've got the Track Attack Race Club out there as well, with their mixture of different saloon cars. Hello to Damage Inc. Gaming, who says stay safe to all the marshals and drivers. Well said. And Andy Abrams, long-time saloon car racer, says nice to see Pembrey getting the weather and the spectator support. Yes, plenty for all the family, as Pointy has already mentioned here at Pembrey this weekend. We've got a truck show on the infield in the paddock. If we're lucky, we might see them come out and do a lap of the circuit as well, some of the show trucks. There's monster truck rides, fairground rides, and lots more besides. Even, I think Pointy said there's an eating contest taking place at some point as well. I wonder if that's a pork pie eating contest, because there is a team in the 2CVs called Pork Pie Racing. That's Jenny and Chris Hall in the Pork Pie Cup. A Jelly Snake Racing competing this year. I can't see them on the entry list, unfortunately. Oh, the Muffins team are. Blueberry Muffins, as they used to be known. They've got 2 cars here this weekend in the 2CVs. Track Attack Race Club, you can see slightly longer races at 20 minutes, everything else 15-minute races here today on the Pembrey Circuits. We look at the pit straight, the Cowell Straights. The cars or trucks head from here up into the famous Hatchett's hairpin. Tightest corner on the course, very easy to be caught out through there. They then head through the right-hander at Spitfires, the left at Debenny, then over the crossing into the truck paddock. And then up to the Senna S's. Ayrton Senna has driven here at Pembrey. The Formula 1 teams back in the early 90s did some straight line testing here, and Ayrton Senna did lap Pembrey in a Formula 1 McLaren on one occasion. They head out to the back of the circuit to the Brooklands hairpin, down Speedway Straights, the right flick of Carter's Curve, and you can see in the background there the final corner, that's Honda Curve, towards the end of the lap. We're just awaiting at the moment the trucks to be signalled onto track for our first race of the day. Thanks to all of you for joining us on our streams this weekend. We'll give you the grid as soon as the trucks make their way out. For our first race of the day, a total of 14 in Division 1 and 5 in Division 2. I reckon one driver to watch in Division 2 could well be Paul Rivette in his MAN, the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. Looking back there from Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British and 1 time European champion, will be riding with in our first race of the day. The MAN's behind us. Number 3 is Stephen Powell, lives just down the road from Brands Hatch, former Division 2 champion. Alongside him, the very experienced David Jenkins. Back in 2011, he was British champion in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN, the man from Stafford, big rival of Ryan Smith. And the revs rising from Stuart Oliver. He's going to make his way forward. There is that awesome looking Daimler Freightliner of the 7 times champion Ryan Smith. And Stuart Oliver is first man out of the paddock, onto the circuit at the crossing. Let's take on a lap up to the start line here at the Pembrey Circuit. They go out of the crossing, it's round to the left. You can see the race control building in the background above the Cowell Straights. Then they go up the short straight towards the Senna S's. Ryan Smith following, he'll line up on the inside in pole position. Towards the Senna S's, David Jenkins already getting up to speed. Sliding the MAN there, that's what we like to see, a nice bit of power sliding. Well, there is a truck drifting competition as well. Unfortunately, we don't have a starting list for them, so we'll have to wait to see what appears on track. There's Bradley Smith with his MAN. There's our 2 Scottish competitors, Jock Borthwick and Tom O'Rourke. Jock Borthwick raising money for the My Name's Doddy campaign, raising money for motor neurone disease research, of course in memory of Scottish rugby legend Doddy Weir, who had sadly passed away recently from motor neurone disease. And more on that in a moment, because the grid reads as follows. The front row for race 1, Ryan Smith in number 1 and number 7, Stuart Oliver. 2 men with 17 British titles between them. Second row, the 2 MANs of number 69, David Jenkins, and 3 of Stephen Powell. The third row, the youngest man on the grid, Bradley Smith in the 46, alongside Simon Reed in his Iveco. Row 4, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12 MAN, and number 68, Craig Reed, the second of the brothers in the Iveco Stralis. Row 5, the two Scotsmen, Jock Borthwick, number 32, and 86 of Tom O'Rourke. With his MAN, his young supporter Holly is going to be here doing another of her cycle rides this weekend to raise money for the My Name's Doddy campaign. We spoke to Holly on the grid at Brands Hatch, and she managed to complete a lap of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Not an easy accomplishment on a bicycle. Given the hilly nature of Brands Hatch, she might have things a bit easier here with the more flat nature of Pembrey. On the 6th row of the grid, we have number 95, Ricky Collett, the man from Yorkshire. Great to see Ricky Collett back out after his engine blow up in the first round at Brands Hatch. He lines up alongside number 92, Simon Faulkner, with his Iveco. The final row of Division 1, 41, Simon Cole. He's raced the Mercedes-Benz, or the Mercedes Beast as he called it, in Division 2. Lines up alongside number 14, John Bowler, another Division 2 graduate, with his MAN. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed up by John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, alongside Adam Bint, our camera truck, with the Volvo White Aerodyne. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, still looking for his first win, Division 2, in his MAN, alongside Paul Rivette, the former British touring car racer and Renault Clio multiple champion, with his MAN. That's the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. And at the back of the grid, number 28, Gentleman Jim Bennett, in his venerable Seddon Atkinson. Great to have Jim back after a few years away this year. So 19 trucks on the grid then. The Freyhouf Engineering Volvo 3-axle pace truck in position. And what a front row. 17 titles between these two. Ryan Smith looking for 8 in a row. Stuart Oliver, a 10-time champion, the man from Northumberland, in the GT Tyres Volvo VNL. Ryan Smith backed by Northside Truck and Van Limited. As we said, the Daimler Freightliner has been on display in their showroom recently. David Jenkins, his father Tony was a truck racer before him. He used to race an American-built Mack truck in the British Championship, Tony. Stephen Powell alongside, scored his first Division 1 win at Thruxton in Hampshire last season. Bradley Smith on row 3. His father Tony has had some success in the championship in the past. He used to run in Division 2 with a Finnish-built Sisu. Bradley was racing trucks before he was old enough to hold an HGV licence, would you believe? You don't need an HGV licence to race trucks, you just need an ARDS circuit racing licence, the Association of Racing Driver Schools. The 1 minute board is held aloft by our marshal on the starters rostrum, so that means we're about to get the rolling lap underway. On board there with Adam Bint on the front row of Division 2. Once the green flag waves, the trucks will be rolling. The 30-second board is now held out, so that means that everybody has to clear the grid. The marshals will have moved back off their posts as well to a position of safety. These trucks are electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. The road, of course, they're limited to 56. Race trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour for safety reasons. And if your truck exceeds that 100 mile an hour limit, you will get a penalty. So here we go then. Trucks are rolling. Looks like we got ourselves a convoy here at Pembrey. I'm not going to sing the song, don't worry. We may be missing somebody at the back there. I can't see John Bowler, number 14, unfortunately, so he may have had a problem in qualifying. There's the Division 2 quintet. There's Gentleman Jim Bennett at the back, now in his 70s and still going strong. As the trucks head down into Hatchett's hairpin, you can see how tight this right-hander is. Going to be very dicey on the opening lap there, certainly not for the faint of heart. They then head up to the right-hander of Spitfires. Spitfires did fly from Pembrey during the Second World War. It's through Spitfires, then the left-hander at Debeny. I think I pronounced that correctly anyway. On board with Stuart Oliver, looking back. Fearsome sight, isn't it, these 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower beasts. Ready for the first of 5 truck races this weekend on the Pembrey Circuit. Over the crossing, through this left-hander. We call that crossing because the corner doesn't officially have a name. And then up to Senna. That's into the back of the circuit. 2 Ivecos, the Reed brothers. Craig Reed scored his maiden Division 1 win in the final race of last year. He's a former Division 2 champion. There's Craig Evans, number 10 on the left. Desperate for his first Division 2 win. He came within half a lap of a victory at Brands Hatch and then went wide into the gravel coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. Through Senna, and then up to the right-hander of Brooklands, named after Great Britain's first ever purpose-built race circuit in Surrey. There is the Sedn Atkinson, the Ayrsham Gravels truck of Jim Bennett. Certainly the oldest machine on the grid. Form up 2 by 2, then down Speedway straights, up to the flick of Carter's curve. Then onto Honda curve. About to start our first truck race of the weekend here at Convoy Cymru. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver lead them round. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship of 2023. The revs beginning to rise then. Can Ryan Smith start as he means to go on? Is it going to be Stuart Oliver, or will we see a new winner? Powell and Bint divided the Division 2 wins at Brands Hatch. The pace truck is into pit lane. Here we go, they're almost ready to go racing on the Pembrey Circuit. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Here we go, the power comes on and we're underway. Convoy Cymru is go, side by side between Smith and Oliver. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. It's going to be Ryan Smith who takes the early lead. Stephen Powell comes barrelling down the outside in the MAN. One of the Reeds is up there as well in the Iveco. They fling their way through the hairpin. There's contact already. Bradley Smith made a bad start. He's been clipped by Jock Borthwick. 3-1 didn't go through the hairpin for the first time. Everybody else looks to be round okay. I think Adam Bint is leading in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell with a good start up into third place in the HGV Direct MAN as they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. David Jenkins is in fourth place. They've broken away as a result of that schmozzle further back at the hairpin. Bradley Smith has been able to hold fifth position in the number 46. Then Jock Borthwick. Seventh is Michael Oliver. We've got a tangle at the back. That's Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke. They've gone onto the rallycross course on the infield. We'll try and pick up what happened there in a moment. There's John Powell. Didn't get the best of starts in Division 2. It's Adam Bint who leads the Division 2 field ahead of Paul Rivette in the 22, I think. Pick that up as they come through. Simon Faulkner having a go at the number 41 of Simon Cole. Yes, Adam Bint's up among the Division 2 trucks. Michael Oliver's had some contacts and damage to the front of his truck. Now we'll see if we can see what happened further back, and Tom O'Rourke goes straight into the side of Michael Oliver, so that's what happened. He went spinning out, Oliver saved it, and Ricky Collett had nowhere to go, went off rally crossing. Great cloud of tyre smoke as Tom O'Rourke spun round. It's not been a happy season for Tom O'Rourke so far. He ended up in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch as well. So Ryan Smith's already leading by 1.8 seconds. He's going to be away and gone ahead of these two, Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell. David Jenkins is in fourth place, then Bradley Smith rounding out the top five. Leading Division 2, it is Adam Bint. He's up to 9th overall as a result of that bit of chaos towards the back of Division 1. Paul Rivette second, then John Powell, Evans and Bennett. Wait to see if Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke get going again. I think they have. They're down at the back of the field. So Ryan Smith leads, coming through towards Honda curve, and Jock Borthwick running wide onto the grass there, coming out of Brooklands. Stephen Powell running well up there in third position. They're already starting to get a little spaced out at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Ryan Smith completes his second lap. He's 2.2 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. The first four have broken away. The battle is joined for fifth because Jock Borthwick pushing on, trying to catch Bradley Smith. Seventh place is Simon Reed, the man from Stoke, in his Iveco. Simon and Craig, the bosses of Reed Freight. Borthwick closes up into the hairpin to the back of the similar MAN. The MAN, the numerically dominant mark, but it's the Daimler and the Volvo out in front at the moment. The first MAN is Stephen Powell in third. Two Ivecos in there as well. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint. He's going well up there in, well, he's in 8th overall now. He's picked up another place. I think we've lost Michael Oliver, that's why. He's not come through on that lap. So Michael Oliver in problems. We're on board with Adam Bint. He's won here in Division 2 several times in the past, and the lead gap has come down a little there, a little. It's come down a lot because Stuart Oliver now right on the tail of Ryan Smith. Whether he's had a moment out on the back of the circuit there, I'm not sure, but Stuart Oliver's caught him. They come through to complete lap number 3. It wouldn't surprise me if Stuart Oliver gets the fastest lap this time through. He's going for the lead. Over the line they go. Yes, Ryan Smith lost 2 seconds on that last lap, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for the Daimler Freightliner, but Stuart Oliver's ready to attack for the lead. Down into the right-hander hairpin as Hatchets, and the 2 MANs closing up as well of Powell and Jenkins. It's only less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 now. It was 2 seconds covering the top 2 last time through. Ryan Smith getting back up to speed then. I thought he had a problem towards the end of that lap. He backed up dramatically, but now he's pulling away again. 2 trucks into the pits on that lap. Michael Oliver's pulled in, so has Ricky Collins after that tangle on the opening lap, so it looks like they're out of it. Tom O'Rourke is still going, I think, but a long way back. Riding with Stuart Oliver. See David Jenkins chasing Stephen Powell behind us, coming out of Brooklands along Speedway straights. Speed really does mount down here through the right of Carter's. There's our Division 2 leader, Adam Bint. He's keeping up with Simon Faulkner in the Division 1 Iveco. Simon, his 2nd season of truck racing in an ex-Reed family truck. And yes, you can see Adam Bint there has got ahead of, I think that's Craig Reed in the, no, it's Simon Reed in the 89. So he's dropped back as well. Plenty going on in the lower reaches of the Division 1 field. You can see some damage on Simon Reed's truck there, the number 89. Simon Cole's dropped behind this pairing as well. There he is. Then Paul Rivett, John Powell and Craig Evans. Jim Bennett will be somewhere back behind the oldest truck in the field. And the oldest driver as well. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that's Gentleman Jim. Still Ryan Smith who leads by 3/4 of a second at the end of that lap. He was half a second quicker than Stuart Oliver that time through. Powell still 3rd ahead of Jenkins. So much going on further down the pack though. Simon Faulkner's back ahead of Adam Bint, as we saw. Simon Reed fighting back as well after he dropped down the order. And Simon Cole in there as well. Through towards Senna and Brooklands. There's Paul Rivett. He's got ahead of John Powell. This is the battle for 2nd in Division 2. They're closing on Simon Cole in the white and pink MAN. Used to run the Mercedes, supported by Team Hard of touring car fame. Of course, Napa Racing are now big names in touring cars as well. The BTCC with the Ford Focuses. Seen them in Formula 1 stock cars as well. Jack France sponsored by them. John Powell in the DAF closing up. Still 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Race 1 at Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey. Craig Evans dropping away a little bit in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, I believe, is still going, yeah, but he's quite a way behind. He's closing up on Jim Bennett now slowly, after he was delayed that tangle on the opening lap. Well, Ryan Smith has got his lead back to over a second now. He's pulled away again from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell just ahead of David Jenkins in 3rd place. The main battle is in Division 2, but it's all for 2nd place. There's a bit of rally crossing there for Simon Faulkner, fighting it out with Simon Reed, the 2 Ivecos. So yes, Simon Reed has certainly had some contact side panel missing off his truck. We didn't see where that happened, unfortunately, so that's why he's dropped down the order. It's been a collision somewhere. The wheel arch hanging off as well. There's Adam Bint in the background, still dominating Division 2. Simon Reed has a look as they come through Carter's. It's a lightweight Iveco Stralis now, with that large section of bodywork missing. Coming up to complete their 6th lap. Here are the leaders, and Stuart Oliver's closed in again a little. Yep, he's going to have another go at Ryan Smith for the lead. They're clear to the tune of nearly 3 seconds of Stephen Powell in that 3rd place. Simon Reed at the inside, up the hairpin, he goes through. Nicely done there. Tricky to get 2 trucks side by side through Hatchet's hairpin. Well, in such a tight corner, it's tricky to get 1 truck through there. Smith pulls away a little once again. He seems to have the advantage in a straight line, but Stuart Oliver able to close up a bit more in the twisty bits. So whether Ryan's having handling or braking problems, I'm not sure. They're coming up to lap Jim Bennett in the 28. Now Paul Rivett having a go at Simon Cole in the more powerful Division 1 MAN. Paul Rivette, a lot of experience in saloon car racing. He's a multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He won't get around the outside at Senna, though, I don't think. And this could allow John Powell to attack in the 6. He's up alongside as they come through towards Brooklands. Paul Rivette is going to have to give him room there, and John Powell goes through up into 2nd place in Division 2. Good move there by John Powell. That's for 12th overall. Paul Rivette's fighting back, though. Here they come, down towards Carter's. He gets squeezed there, almost onto the grass on the inside. John Powell holds the place. Behind them is Craig Evans. He's been able to close back up again, the silver and blue, number 10, MAN. It's a great fight. This is for 11th place overall, these four. The lead gap is down to 0.6 of a second in the overall classification now between Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver. Still Stephen Powell holding off David Jenkins for 3rd. Bradley Smith going well up there in 5th place. Simon Reed is back up to 8th, and that's significant for race 3 tomorrow because, of course, the grid will be set by the result of this race with the top 8 reversed. So it's currently a Reed brothers front row. Here are your leaders, Smith and Oliver. They've lapped Jim Bennett. They're going to lap Tom O'Rourke as well. There's the 86, the Scotsman, boss of MV Commercials. Initially came into truck racing as a sponsor when he brought some vehicles to Convoy in the Park at Donington for the truck show. Sponsored the British Championship and then decided to have a go at racing. Had a bit of a fraught career so far, Tom O'Rourke. He had a massive accident at Thruxton in 2020. Suffered a back injury, sadly, but he's now fully recovered and back racing once again. He ended up in the barriers at Brands Hatch as well at the start of this season. See how the gap is fluctuating slightly here. Now Ryan Smith pulling away slightly from Stuart Oliver, the 2 bonneted trucks. 2 of the all-time greats of British truck racing out in front. They do look impressive, don't they? The almost American-style bonneted trucks. Stuart Oliver's machine reminds me of the Volvo that Richard Walker used to run in the 1990s, the blue and green Lucas-sponsored machine. With the Phoenix MANs as well, run by the likes of Gerd Korber. Smith pulling away again there from Stuart Oliver. Here's the battle between John Powell and now Craig Evans on his tail. So pulling away from them slightly is Paul Rivette into 2nd in Division 2. So he's got back ahead of John Powell, having a go at Simon Cole in the 41. Through Senna, up towards Brooklands. It's over 3.5 minutes of this race still to go. Here comes Paul Rivette. He's going to have a go at Simon Cole. Paul Rivette has shaken off his Division 2 rivals. He's having a go at the Division 1 truck and he goes through into Carter's curve. Meanwhile, Simon Reed slapping Jim Bennett there. Stuart Oliver about to lap the MV Commercial MAN of Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to get out the way for him at Brooklands, or is he going to wait till the straight, I think? But Stuart Oliver will be getting frustrated here because he's losing time to Ryan Smith trying to get through the back markers. He'll get him on the straight, I'm sure. Right on board with the Volvo. You can see they've dropped Stephen Powell and David Jenkins, and Oliver still hasn't got past Tom O'Rourke. Now he has. He's getting through there towards the end of the lap into Honda Curve they go. Stephen Powell still clinging on to 3rd place, but only just. And they're clear in turn by 5 seconds of Bradley Smith in the 46. Not to be confused with Brad Smith, who raced in Division 2 last season in number 16 with his DAF. But we haven't seen Brad Smith in the championship this year. John Powell under fire from Craig Evans. Adam Bint still leads Division 2. He's 11 seconds ahead of Paul Rivette now. So the divisions have been mixing quite nicely as Craig Evans nearly loses it, getting a wheel onto the grass coming out of Brooklands there. I thought he was going to spin onto the infield. That's dropped him back from John Powell. You can see the rallycross course there on the infield here at Pembrey, but it's not designed for use by trucks. David Jenkins still stuck behind Stephen Powell, and Powell's actually pulled away a little bit there. The Dines Recovery and HGV Direct MAN. Stuart Oliver. These two have now got to lap Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to move out of the way? Well, move out of the way. I think he's pulling off Tom O'Rourke onto the grass, so his race could be over. Unless that was an extreme bit of moving out of the way, he decided to move onto the grass to let everybody through. But I think that could be a retirement. There's a black and white flag being shown, I noticed there behind the timing tower. That's the driving standards flag for somebody. Let's see who it was for. Yes, Tom O'Rourke into retirement in the 86. That will put him to the back of the Division 1 grid, along with Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett, who are already out of the race for race number 2. Race number 3, I should say, because race 2, the grid is set by the second fastest time in the qualifying session. Ryan Smith has now pulled away. With 1 minute of the race to go, he's nearly 4 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. Stuart, of course, losing time, lapping the back markers. There he is in second place. I don't think he's going to catch back up to Ryan Smith now. They'll be coming round to start their final lap. There is Adam Bintz, our runaway leader in Division 2. See what the gap is to Paul Rivett. 10.6 seconds at the line that time. He's just lapped Jim Bennett. Great to have Jim back out there, one of the great characters of truck racing. And that's almost classic Seddon Atkinson. Seddon Atkinson ceased trading back in around 2006. They were taken over by Iveco, so the brand doesn't exist anymore. Wouldn't it be great to have a classic truck racing series as well for the older models? When truck racing was in its boom period in the 1990s. The European Championship came to Donington every year. The likes of Kurt Goranson, Gerd Korver, Richard Walker, Heinz Denhardt in his 3-axle Mercedes, Steve Parrish, of course, the ex-bike racer. Even Barry Sheen had a go at truck racing. Anyway, never mind the nostalgia, because we're coming towards the end of our first truck race of the day here. Our only race before the lunch break here at Pembrey. And it's going to be a win for flying Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver tried his hardest, but the back marker traffic making something of a difference, and Ryan Smith is heading for his 4th win of the season in 2 weekends. Stuart Oliver further back behind him now. It's going to be a win for the number 1 of Ryan Smith. The Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner comes through towards Honda Curve for the final time. He will see the checkered flag as he comes into the Cowell Straight, picking up exactly where he left off at Brands Hatch. The 7-time champion, flying Ryan Smith, comes in to take the victory. Second place will go to Stuart Oliver. They are well ahead of the rest, separated by 3.7 seconds at the line. Stephen Powell holding on for 3rd ahead of David Jenkins. He held off his fellow MAN pilot all the way. Bradley Smith a good 5th, and Jock Borthwick will just hold off Craig Reed for 6th place. They had a good fight in the closing stages, 0.3 of a second apart. Next through should be Simon Reed. There he is, sliding his way home. That will put him on pole for race 3 tomorrow. It'll be a Reed Brothers front row, subject to any change to the results of this one. And now we await Simon Faulkner, who should be in 9th place. Here he comes with his Iveco. Oh, we've had a bit of an off there for Craig Evans on the last lap. He's making a bit of a habit of that, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a power sliding Kurt Goranson style finish for Adam Bintz. He takes the win in Division 2 in our first race of the weekend. That's his 4th win of the season. Who's going to be home in 2nd? It should be Paul Rivett. Yes, there he is, just lapping Jim Bennett. Paul Rivett 2nd in Division 2. John Powell is 3rd. Craig Evans 4th. The final finisher in Division 2 will be Jim Bennett. It looks like we've lost Simon Cole, unfortunately. We know we lost Tom O'Rourke, and after that first lap tangle, Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett pulled into the pits. Well, there's Tom O'Rourke, the 86. We saw him pull off onto the grass at Honda Curve. We don't know what's happened to Simon Cole. Here's what happened to Craig Evans in the closing stages there, was attacking John Powell. He nearly attacked him well and truly. Big lock up there into Brooklands, ran out wide. And as we said, Craig Evans making a bit of a habit of doing that on the last lap of races, so he should just curb his enthusiasm a little bit. Well, that means Jim Bennett's going to be on pole for race 3 in Division 2 alongside Craig Evans. Let's confirm the results of that one then. Ryan Smith the winner by 3.7 seconds over Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell in 3rd place, and David Jenkins just behind him. Bradley Smith completing the top 5 ahead of Jock Borthwick, then the Reed brothers, and Simon Faulkner completing the top 9 overall. Then we had the Division 2 runners with Adam Bintz beating Paul Rivett by over 12 seconds. John Powell taking 3rd place, then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completing the 5 finishers in Division 2. Fastest lap of the race going to Ryan Smith, 1 minute 10.91. And there were only those 14 finishers. Simon Cole was a late retirement. Tom O'Rourke we lost, as we saw, and Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett victims of the early pile-up. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers.
Right then, welcome down to the pit lane for the finish of the first race here at Pembury, the British Truck Racing Championship. Thanks to Dave, of course, for doing a fantastic job, as always, for commentating on that event. Quite an interesting start, but if we look to your left now, we see reigning champion Ryan Smith and his number 1 Daimler Freightliner, sponsored by Northside Truck and Van. We'll get straight into the doorway for him. Looked like a very simple race for him. Here we go. And we're in. Get his ropes, Billy, come on. And of course, second place, we've got Stuart Oliver, and an absolutely fantastic effort for Steve Powell. We'll definitely get a chance to speak to him. But of course, we're just waiting for the unstrapping of Ryan Smith now. Of course, having some issues with his truck in practice yesterday and even qualifying today. It's brilliant to see him start the weekend on a high. A couple of trucks didn't make it out, of course. Poor Michael Oliver having an issue at the beginning of that race. Slipping clutch for John Powell, and I believe Ricky Collett didn't make it out either. Blimey, come on guys, how many men does it take to get a man out of a truck? Right, excuse me, here we go.
Oh, sorry.
There we go, yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Hello, right, how are you doing, bud? You alright, you well? So, Ryan Smith, you're looking a bit warm there. I take it it's hot in that cab?
Oh, it was plain sailing up until I hit somebody's diesel, and it fired me off, and I just got back on in front of Stuart. That was pivotal, really important. We just had enough gap. So when you're leading, the only downside to leading is you're the first to hit anything on the track, and we hit the diesel. But wanted to say thank you to my team. They worked so hard. Still not found the problem, but I'm not letting it kill the buzz.
I've noticed it's not affected you too much, still putting some great lap times in there.
Yeah, and it was just about management and keeping an eye where Stuart was. But when I hit the diesel, got back on, I had to change my strategy for the line for 3 or 4 laps.
Of course.
Stuart could risk it. So he held on to me for a little bit, but no, honestly delighted with that.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, Ryan, congratulations. We'll get you chatting very quickly then. We need to speak to Ryan. We need to speak to 2 of the 3 amigos. First of all, and more importantly, Mr. Powell. Look at this hat, sir. 3rd place.
It's a typo.
It's a typo.
Yeah, at least it's typo something. You know what I mean? I would like to say before we go any further, I've got to say a big congratulations to my man Dory. He's on our team. Can't be here this weekend because he was due a baby, and he's literally had it as we was going around the track.
Whoa!
So he's just had a baby boy today.
Is
so
he going to call it
congratulations,
Steve
Dory.
then, right?
I think he's going to call it Leo after the other one.
So you've caught a 3rd place, first race of the weekend. Well done. And also, we've had a baby born during the race as well.
Not here, he's in a hospital.
Not here, obviously, at a hospital. Yeah, that'd be weird.
Caravan's not that thingy yet.
I mean, you never know. It hasn't happened yet. And Stuart, 2nd place in the championship, not by much, but 2nd place nonetheless, and 2nd place in the race today as well. You guys, you know, you've got to be happy with how this is going.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, that's right. It was, you know, a good start, but like I just said to John there, you've got to be careful on the first corner. You've got to get round it. You know, all the qualifying, all the best what you're doing just goes out the window on that first corner. So, you know, I knew Steve and David would be battling, wouldn't give each other room. So I dropped in behind Ryan. A couple of laps in, Ryan ran completely out of talent around the back, went on the grass.
Of course.
So I thought I had him, and then he come charging on in front of us. I had to give him room, so that was it. I just had to follow him, but that was good.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. Well, 2 great faces to have on the podium. Let's have a quick chat to Division 2 now. Thank you very much, gents. Very quickly then, over here with Adam Bent and Paul Rivette from Division 2. How was that race from behind? You all looked quite well, clogged together in that race. There wasn't as obvious a gap as you'd think.
I think we were in the Division 1 race, weren't we? I spent most of the race trying to get past Simon Cole. So,
Don't know what you're talking about.
But no race. I mean, Binty was gone at the start. He got through. John was a bit slow off the line, so on the left line we managed to go through into 1 and 2 and managed to stay there. John did pass me when I was trying to get past Simon at one point, but managed to get him back again and yeah, truck feels much better now. Well, we're really getting there with this Napa truck. So
yeah, we've got to come and talk to you a little bit later on about what on earth happened at Brands Hatch. But of course, it's fantastic to see you back on the circuit and doing very well because of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely mega to be here. I do love my truck racing, that's for sure. Ever since I did the season in 2019.
I remember giving you a trophy there.
Yeah, I can't wait to get back. Well, I had my first winning trucks here, so I've got to have a win at some point this weekend. That's the goal.
Yeah, well, that's it. We'll keep head. I mean, you're only one behind, so you've got this. You've got this. You just got to wait for Adam to slip up, but he is a veteran. He's been doing this a while. Do you think you can look at Adam's driving style and maybe take any tips from him and maybe utilise them in your own ways?
No, I'm going to do it all my own way.
Did it my way. And Adam, now we've got you back. Thank you very much, Paul Rivette. We'll swap over if you want to have a chat with John, the circuit commentator. We have to share. So we've got a bottle of Bark Race winner champagne.
Yeah, it was a very good race, action-packed. We seemed to get into the middle of Division 1 and put up a good race against Simon Faulkner, Simon Reed. I let him pass, so it didn't affect my race too much, but I was enjoying just racing with different people. Obviously, they got a higher calibre of machine, but we've still been able to keep up with them, and they didn't go walking away once I let them past.
Indeed. I mean, you've probably been able to see some of what's been going on. I mean, poor Tom O'Rourke's had a bad start to the weekend again. He's getting towed home by a tractor as we speak.
Tractor Tom, eh?
Tractor Tom. Not changing that. Right, yeah, we'll leave that there, I think, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to head over to Parc Fermé. We'll come and chat to you in a bit, and don't forget to come and get your trophies. I'm going to head back across the circuit now, which means we've got to jump over barriers and things. So why don't you join us shortly when we hand out some trophies to the lucky winners of the first race here at Pembrey Circuit, South Wales.
Well, we'll leave Pointy to go and jump over barriers and try out for the next Olympics in the high jump. And we'll head into our lunch break here at Pembrey. A few of your comments first of all. Thanks to Mark Waller, who updated us there on John Bowler, number 14. Clutch issues in qualifying, as we heard. So hopefully he'll be out for race 2 later on. So we know now why Ryan Smith lost it. Hit a patch of diesel over on the back of the circuit and went sliding off. And correction, thanks to Sean Kamalo for this. We said Jim Bennett had the oldest truck out there. He tells us the chassis on John Powell's DAF is actually older. It's over 30 years old. So thanks, Sean, for the update there. Matthew Jones says, I remember last year when some buses made their way onto the track at the end of the formation lap. That was for the 2 CVs. Those buses are here, so keep an eye out for them this year. We've just spotted them on the infield. Hi to Stuart Evans. Steve Tarrant as well, a former marshal at Pembrey. First marshalled the trucks in 1998, so thanks for being in touch, Steve. And a quick hello to Alison Sharratt as well, who's a regular marshal at Pembrey these days. Not present this weekend, but she is watching on, so hello to a member of the Orange family. Thanks to all our marshals, as always, here this weekend for their sterling service. Alison and her parents have all marshalled here at Pembrey over the years. So we're into our lunch break now, and while we are away from live pictures, we will have some highlights from our previous truck racing event this year. But this is the schedule for this afternoon. We're going to resume hopefully at around 2 p.m. So in an hour's time with the first of our 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV races. Then we've got the young guns in the Citroen Saxos, the junior saloon cars, drivers as young as 14 out in that race. Then we have a truck drifting contest. I've no idea what's going to happen there. Then we've got the Track Attack Race Club for a mixture of different saloons and hatchbacks. We'll see as that. Well, mainly French cars here this weekend. Another truck race and then another 2CV race to complete today's programme here at Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey. But it's now time for a lunch break. We're going to show you some highlights from round 1 at Brands Hatch for the British Truck Racing Championship.
There and welcome back to the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship season. My name's Pointy and you're about to see some fantastic racing action as we go through the year. Just looking behind me, we've got drivers briefing going on as we speak as they're all gearing up for the first race of the weekend.
Let's have a look at the grid for race number 1 then. Division 1 starts off from the front. It's the reigning 7 times consecutive champion Ryan Smith who will start on pole for the first race of the year alongside David Jenkins, Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver on row 2, the 10 times champion in the number 7 Volvo. Jock Borthwick, new to Division 1 this year, starts alongside Bradley Smith on row 3, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on the 4th row. John Bowler making the step up to Division 1 this year. He's on row 5 alongside Simon Faulkner. Then Craig Reed, the former Division 2 champion, alongside Simon Cole, back in the championship full-time this year, on the 6th row. And then Ricky Collett rounds out the Division 1 grid in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, who was fastest in qualifying, will start from the pit lane. Division 2 will start behind Division 1 as always. It's Adam Bint in his Volvo alongside John Powell at the front of the grid. Then Craig Evans and welcome returnee Jim Bennett on row.
There and welcome back to the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship season. My name's Pointy and you're about to see some fantastic racing action as we go through the year. Just looking behind me, we've got drivers briefing going on as we speak as they're all gearing up for the first race of the weekend.
Let's have a look at the grid for race number 1 then. Division 1 starts off from the front. It's the reigning 7 times consecutive champion Ryan Smith who will start on pole for the first race of the year alongside David Jenkins, Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver on row 2, the 10 times champion in the number 7 Volvo. Jock Borthwick, new to Division 1 this year, starts alongside Bradley Smith on row 3, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on the 4th row. John Bowler making the step up to Division 1 this year. He's on row 5 alongside Simon Faulkner. Then Craig Reed, the former Division 2 champion, alongside Simon Cole, back in the championship full-time this year, on the 6th row. And then Ricky Collett rounds out the Division 1 grid in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, who was fastest in qualifying, will start from the pit lane. Division 2 will start behind Division 1 as always. It's Adam Bint in his Volvo alongside John Powell at the front of the grid. Then Craig Evans and welcome returnee Jim Bennett on row 2. No Paul Rivette, he's a non-starter for race 1. Tom O'Rourke starts from the pit lane. The biggest machines in British motorsports. Ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch, a brand new season for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Jim Bennett in the classic Seddon Atkinson Strata at the back. Great to have the truck racing veteran back after a couple of years away. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, the arch rivals, lead them up towards the red lights. It's time to go truck racing in 2023. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the inside line ahead of David Jenkins. Now are they all going to get round Paddock Bend okay for the first time? John Bowler running up wide on the outside line. Looks like they've all made it round the Division 1 trucks. It's flying Ryan Smith who leads up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. We go on board with Jock Borthwick in the 32. They swing right through and he's been hit. Jock Borthwick's tangled up with Stephen Powell. They go off. Oh, Michael Oliver's caught up as well. Bradley Smith's gone off too. Well, 4 trucks involved there. Borthwick's getting going again. And well, it's certainly first day back at school, isn't it? 4 trucks off at Druids. Let's hope they can continue. Ryan Smith leads from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. There's a hole been created in the field there already. The first 4 left clear as a result of that tangle. The Reed brothers in 4th and 5th. There's mayhem at Druids, and not surprisingly, the red flag is coming out. Let's take another look and see what happened there. They charged their way up to Druids for the first time. Watch the 32 and the 3. Stephen Powell just charged kamikaze up the inside there and sent everyone else skittling, I think is what happened. Dear oh dear. 4 of them off. And luckily everybody else was able to get through on the inside. Bradley Smith there, looks like his steering was broken. He went into the gravel. Well, that was just an over-optimistic move, I would say, there from Stephen Powell. Just charged up the inside, clipped Jock Borthwick first of all, sent him spinning around. He went into Bradley Smith, and then they charged into Michael Oliver and sent him into the gravel. Here we go then, let's try again. Ready for a restart. The pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead them off once again. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And we're back underway. Super start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins moves across to protect second place, but Ryan Smith's away and gone already. He's about 3 truck lengths clear as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side between Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver for 3rd. Bradley Smith round the outside into 5th position as they thunder their way up towards Druids. Let's hope they all get round this time. Stephen Powell positioning himself on the inside once again, but he's got it slowed up this time, just ahead of John Bowler on his Division 1 debut. They're all round Druids okay for the first time. Adam Bint leads Division 2, down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Division 2 staying with Division 1 for the moment. Simon Cole just ahead of Adam Bint there. Bint leads Division 2 in the Volvo White, the older Volvo than Stuart Oliver's example, as they come round towards Clearways for the first time. And Stephen Powell's off again. There is something wrong with that truck. Whether it's steering or brakes, I'm not sure, but again, it just didn't turn there going into Surtees. Luckily, he didn't collect anybody that time. I think that's going to be end of race for Stephen Powell. At least he hasn't got far to go to get spares, based on the same road as Brands Hatch outside the circuit. Over the line they go. Simon Cole might be in trouble here as well. He's dropped back behind some of the Division 2 runners there. There's Tom O'Rourke as well. He's up to speed once again. So it is Ryan Smith who leads from Jenkins, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, John Bowler. Then it's Craig Reed in 7th place. Simon Faulkner going well, learning all the time. His 2nd full season of truck racing. Tom O'Rourke's got past Simon Cole in the number 41. No Michael Oliver out there, or Jock Borthwick, damage from the incident at the start of the race. There is O'Rourke coming through. He's eager to make up for lost time after losing his pole position. There's a battle developing between Faulkner and the very experienced Ricky Collett. O'Rourke's got ahead of John Powell now, trying to catch his fellow Division 1 runners. Ryan Smith continues to extend his lead. 2 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. Simon Reed in 3rd. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, is 4th. Bradley Smith, none the worse for that tangle on the first start, is rounding out the top 5. Craig Reed, John Bowler, sorry, in 6th place ahead of Craig Reed. Ricky Collett has a look there at Paddock Hill Bend on that newly liveried number 92 truck, and it's very dark grey livery. Brilliant looking truck that is. Collett has another look at Druids. I don't think he'll get through there. Simon Faulkner bounces over the curb in the Iveco Stralis, one of 3 Ivecos on the grid. Over the line they go. The lead gap is now up to 3 seconds. Ryan Smith pulled away by nearly a full second that time around. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of our Division 2 leader. There is the Oxfordshire driver, number 5, Adam Bint, in the Volvo White Aerodyne. Should be a Volvo Black, really, in that livery, shouldn't it? That was the first truck to use the new HVO fuel, as Ricky Collett finally gets past Simon Faulkner. Been trying that for about 5 laps. And moves up into 8th position. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed ahead of them. They're a couple of seconds back on the Iveco. There it is, chasing John Bowler. Good smooth run on his Division 1 debut. He's looking to get some points on the board. It's 15 points for a win, 14 for second, down to 1 point for 15th place. Bonus point for pole position and for the fastest lap. Fastest lap of Division 1 currently with Ryan Smith. There he is, starting his title defence perfectly, as he always does here at Brands Hatch. Adam Bint continues to lead Division 2. He's the favourite for the title this year, along with Paul Rivette, if he gets his truck up and running. And 4 wins, Adam Bint, last year. Here's the battle for second. John Powell in the number 6, the DAF LF. 6 wins last season, was only 4th in the points in Division 2. Craig Evans behind is yet to win a race. He's had a few podiums though, a consistent driver more than rapid. Made his debut in 2019. There's a battle further back. Ricky Collett has got ahead of John Bowler. Chasing now Craig Reed. It's the fight for 6th position. So Ricky Collett has closed up. Bowler's dropped a couple of spots there. The number 14, he's sideways coming off Graham Hill Bend. I thought he was going to spin it there. Just getting used to the power of his new number 14 MAN. Simon Faulkner in behind him. 3 minutes to go. Ryan Smith leads by over 4.5 seconds now. Looking set to take his now traditional opening race victory here at Brands Hatch. It's been pretty much a stroll in the park here at Brands Hatch. In the first race of this new Daimler Freightliner. It has worked absolutely perfectly for Ryan, the man from Nottinghamshire, in the worldwide truck racing Daimler. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Simon Faulkner, I can tell you, may have got ahead of John Bowler further back, but John Bowler having issues with his transponder. No, he is still 8th. But here comes Flying Ryan into clear ways for the final time. A perfect start to the defence of his British truck racing title. Is it going to be 8 in a row? Well, if his luck keeps up like this and his speed keeps up, it's certainly very likely. Ryan Smith opens the season with a victory. Second place will go to David Jenkins. The gap 6.233 seconds at the line. Third place for Simon Reed. And Stuart Oliver a lonely 4th. An equally lonely 5th is going to go to Bradley Smith, none the worse for that spill on the opening lap. And then 6th place across the line will be Craig Reed, but we'll wait to see where that penalty places him. Over the line goes Craig Reed. I don't think he's got 5 seconds clear of those behind him, so 6th will go to Ricky Collett. John Bowler on his Division 1 debut 7th. Craig Reed ends up 8th. Simon Faulkner is 9th, and Tom O'Rourke will round out the top 10, having started from the pit lane. In Division 2, meanwhile, the win goes to Adam Bint in the Volvo White Aerodyne in 11th overall. John Powell holds off Craig Evans for 2nd, and a lap down, Simon Cole will finish 14th, and Jim Bennett, the final finisher, in 15th. Bad luck to those who suffered damage in that race, but the result confirmed Ryan Smith the winner by 6.23 seconds over David Jenkins, with Simon Reed over 3 seconds back in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith racing pretty much on their own towards the end of that one in 4th and 5th, and then a long gap back to Ricky Collett in 6th position. John Bowler a good 7th, Craig Reed a 5-second penalty dropping him to 8th, and Simon Faulkner and Tom O'Rourke rounding out the top 10. Adam Bint wins Division 2 in 11th overall. He finished some 3 seconds ahead of John Powell. Craig Evans 3rd in that division, ahead of the Division 1 truck of Simon Cole in 14th. Jim Bennett, the final finisher, in 15th in the Seddon Atkinson. Stephen Powell pulled into the pits with problems after that shunt. And, of course, Michael Oliver and Jock Borthwick didn't take the restart.
Congratulations on your first place.
I don't want to. I want to go over again because it's so important to me. This we built a brand new truck, first new truck we've ever had. As I've just said, Arnie Aaron Parkin is not seeing his family in 8 days solid. He stayed in the garage. Billy the same. Libby had time off from work. Adam just they've worked tirelessly, and we've built it all ourselves. And I want to say a big thank you to Tim and Melanie Frost at Unit 8 because they supplied us some parts that without them with timing that we just never got. So, and of course all my sponsors. I don't want to take any credit for that win. The truck deserves it, the team deserves it, and the partners deserve it. But
must have been the autopilot that won the race then. Fantastic, well done Ryan, congratulations, great start to the season. quick repairs all round after the incident in race 1, but race 2 is now upon us. Let's see if they can make up for some lost time.
Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. This is based on the second fastest times in qualifying. Ryan Smith, number 1, will start on pole alongside number 69 David Jenkins in the MAN. Second row, number 7 Stuart Oliver and 89 Simon Reed. Row 3, 32 Jock Borthwick. A lot of damage from race 1. Good to see he's repaired the truck. Start alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Row 4, number 3 Stephen Powell. He's repaired as well. Start alongside 14 John Bowler. On the 5th row, 92 Simon Faulkner, although I can see in the background there his truck moving forward. Has he had a problem, I wonder? Start alongside number 12 Michael Oliver. Hopefully he'll get to start this race. Row 6, 68 Craig Reed and 41 Simon Cole. I didn't see him as the trucks came up to the grid, so we'll wait to see if Simon's there. And completing the Division 1 field, number 95 Ricky Collitz. Then we move back to Division 2. Craig Evans, number 10 on pole, alongside number 6 of John Powell. Then number 5 Adam Bint, the winner of race 1, and 28 Gentleman Jim Bennett. 86 Tom O'Rourke, as explained, will start from the pit lane after his qualifying times were disallowed due to that infringement where he exceeded the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. The speed recording device was not activated in his truck during qualifying. Ryan Smith looking for 2 wins out of 2. Scored 14 wins on his way to the title last year. David Jenkins alongside him. Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed on row 2. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on the 3rd row. And Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Michael Oliver alone on row 5. We ride with Jock Borthwick as they come through clearways. The pace truck is in pit lane. Looking back from Simon Reed's truck as the revs begin to rise. Here we go. Up towards the red lights when they go out. Get ready to feel the thunder as the power comes on from these 1,000 horsepower engines. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith will take the lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Stuart Oliver trying to get through on the inside there. He can't quite get alongside David Jenkins. We ride with Jock Borthwick alongside Bradley Smith. Looking back now from Simon Reed as they head up towards Druids for the first time. Will they all make it round Druids Hill Bend this time? Smith leads from Jenkins. Oliver side by side for 4th between Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Reed moves through on the inside. We look back from Simon Reed. There's Bradley Smith behind us. Then it is Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Then Michael Oliver. He's got away well. Stephen Powell just behind him as they file their way down to Cooper Straight for the first time. It's called Cooper Straight. It isn't quite straight. Up towards the left at Surtees, the right at McLaren. Ryan Smith has the early lead from Jenkins, Oliver, Reed, Smith, Borthwick. Oliver Jr. is next in the order. Division 2 is being led by the look of it by John Powell. There's Paul Rivett. He's waiting for the right time to make his move from the back of the field. They complete the first lap then with Ryan Smith already over a second clear of David Jenkins at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Let's see where Tom O'Rourke can get up to around this opening lap. It's at the tail of the field at the moment, I think. Make sure he comes through on this lap. Yes, he has. On board with Jock Borthwick, chasing Bradley Smith on the run up towards Druids. You can see the heavy roll caging in the cab of these trucks. 5th place is Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick, then it's Michael Oliver in his rather battered MAN after the contact earlier on. Seemed to be a bit of a damage magnet over the last couple of seasons, unfortunately. And hang on, the red flag is coming out. What has happened? Oh, that's what's happened. It's Tom O'Rourke. He's in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's quite a long way up Paddock Hill Bend towards Halewood Rise. So what has happened there? See if we can see what's happened. Back of the field, coming down Paddock Hill Bend. He runs wide. Yeah, the truck just straightened up in the middle of the bend. I don't know whether something broke in the steering perhaps there. Great shame for the Scotsman. Here we go, ready for 12 minutes of truck racing. Well done to the recovery teams there. Heading Tom O'Rourke back to the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. Smith and Jenkins lead them up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Quick start by Stuart Oliver. Watch the number 7. He could get past David Jenkins here in the second place. He won't get ahead of Ryan Smith. But I think Oliver's got the inside line. Yes, he's up into second place as they head down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. 1 or 2 trucks running wide. We've got one into the gravel. That's Michael Oliver. John Bowler's run wide as well. Oliver keeps his foot in. He keeps it going at the back of the Division 1 group. Will they all get round Druids? Okay, Bradley Smith running wide in the 46 truck. It's Smith who leads from Oliver, Jenkins. Jock Borthwick is in 4th place, and it's Simon Reed, Stephen Powell, Bradley Smith. Next through is Craig Reed, then Bowler, Collett, Michael Oliver recovering from that off, missing the side panel you can see on the number 12 truck. As they start to sort themselves out around this Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. We'll look back quickly to see who's leading Division 2. It's John Powell who's got away best in the DAF, number 6, ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bintz. Michael Oliver's incident pack weekend continuing. I had a bad feeling he was going to get bogged down in the gravel there, but he kept it going. Ryan Smith will lead as they complete the first lap. Then he's already over a second clear of Stuart Oliver in 2nd place. Now into Paddock Hill Bend we ride with Jock Borthwick chasing now David Jenkins. Good start from Borthwick, up into 4th place ahead of Simon Reed. Craig Reed in behind Bradley Smith. Looking back to see the leader of Division 2 is still John Powell ahead of Craig Evans, Adam Bintz and Paul Rivett. Jim Bennett in the older Seddon Atkinson has already dropped away. It's good to have Gentleman Jim back in the championship this year. Certainly one of the friendliest teams in the paddock, the Team Bennett's squad. Up the hill towards Druids, and Jock Borthwick a little bit wide there over the curve. He almost dropped onto the gravel, holds it together, swings it in. Up on the inside there's Simon Reed, and he goes through, forces Jock Borthwick to go wide. It's a good move by Simon Reed. Good aggression from the Iveco pilot, up into 4th position. Down to 5th goes Borthwick in the white and tartan liveried MAN, the colours of My Name's Doddy. Ricky Collett staying ahead of Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett with a down on power engine this weekend. He's had a few engine problems, that truck, over the last couple of seasons. Had a nasty crash with it at Thruxton back in 2020. Oh, and say engine problems, a great flash of flame. Goodness me. Ricky Collett needs to get out of there. He slides it to a halt against the barrier. Well stopped, Ricky Collett. I hope that's truck is not going to burst into flames. Something blew up there. I hope that was just the turbo and not the engine going for a Burton. Ricky Collett very much out of the race. Let's have a look again there as they came down the straight. Watch the back of Ricky Collett's truck here. Bang! Something went up in a big way there. Hopefully that's not the engine detonating, hoping it's just the turbo. Yes, the red flag has come out, presumably to deal with Ricky Collett's truck. So we'll see if things are okay down there on the entry to Paddock, and we'll wait to see what will happen with this race. Such a shame for Ricky, he doesn't have much luck, unfortunately. Well, with the large amount of oil that has gone down from Ricky Collett's truck, the race has been declared at this point. Ryan Smith given the win ahead of Stuart Oliver, with David Jenkins completing the podium. Simon Reed in 4th place ahead of Jock Borthwick and Stephen Powell. Bradley Smith in 7th place, then Craig Reed, John Bowler and Michael Oliver complete the top 10. John Powell wins Division 2 ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bintz. Paul Rivett in 4th place, and it is Jim Bennett who completes the 15 finishers in our second race of the weekend, curtailed early due to that engine failure for Ricky Collett, and that will be, I think, the end of his weekend.
Well, it seems to be a plethora of red flags this weekend so far, with Ricky Collett exploding his engine into more pieces than it's meant to be in. But of course, Ryan Smith and John Powell taking 1st place for their consecutive championships. We're now going over to race 3, the first one of Sunday here at Brands Hatch.
So the grid lines up as follows. It's Division 1 newcomer John Bowler who will start on pole in number 14, his MAN, alongside the Iveco of number 68, Craig Reed. Second row, number 46, Bradley Smith in his MAN, alongside the 10 times champion, number 7, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 3, the Iveco of Simon Reed, number 89, alongside 69 of David Jenkins with his MAN. On row 4, it is the reigning 7-time champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner number 1, alongside 92 Simon Faulkner with his Iveco. Row 5, 86 Tom O'Rourke had a tough day yesterday, ended up in the gravel in race 2 and broke the steering on his MAN. Lines up alongside Simon Cole, number 41, with his MAN, graduating to Division 1 this year. Row 6, number 32 Jock Borthwick picked up a fair amount of damage in a collision with Stephen Powell in yesterday's first race, but managed to repair his MAN. Stephen Powell does line up alongside him. And number 12, Michael Oliver, with his MAN, son of Stuart, completes the Division 1 grid. Then there's a gap, and we move to Division 2. The grid reversed from the results of race 1. So it's Jim Bennett, number 28, in his venerable Seddon Atkinson, who lines up on pole alongside number 10 Craig Evans with his MAN. The number 6 of John Powell in the DAF, he had a win yesterday, as did the man alongside him, number 5 Adam Bint with the Volvo White. And completing the grid, number 22 Paul Rivette. Here we go, the big rigs ready to rumble on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Jim Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo. John Powell alongside him, they had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivette behind them, the ex-saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away, down towards Paddock then for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the two front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men, that was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through, as I expected, into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from 4th on the grid. It's side by side for 2nd, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Borthwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go at John Bowler for 2nd place. Then it's the first of the Reeds. Which one is that? That's Simon Reed in 4th place. Craig, of course, ran wide on the first corner. Impossible to tell the two Ivecos apart from a distance. David Jenkins trying to go through into 2nd place past John Bowler. They head up towards Druids. Ryan Smith is in traffic at the moment. He was down in 6th at the end of the first lap. Side by side for 3rd, Simon Reed trying to move past John Bowler. David Jenkins has already gone through up into 2nd place. There's Flying Ryan, that's a stunning looking Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted number 1, just ahead of Jock Borthwick in the 32. But look at the lead Stuart Oliver has built up already. He needs to build a good lead, because in case Ryan Smith does get through this traffic, he's having a go at Bradley Smith and John Bowler now. John Bowler holding him off. New to Division 1 this year, 10 times champion, still leads, and John Bowler's still holding off Ryan Smith, who now gets to run on the inside up towards Druids Hill Bend. Here he comes, on board with Ryan as they go round the right-hander, steering the truck one-handed, keeping his other hand on the gear lever through there. He's got through past the number 14. I think Bowler's lost another place. I think Jock Borthwick may have come through as well. We look back from David Jenkins in 2nd place, at Simon Reed's Iveco in 3rd. A spin at the back of the field, that's Jim Bennett, the veteran in the Seddon Atkinson, sliding off at Surtees. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Jim Bennett's got going again, just being lapped there by David Jenkins and Simon Reed. Gentleman Jim trying to stay out of the way of the Division 1 trucks there. Bradley Smith's had to go wide around him there. That could let Ryan Smith in for an attack into Druids. Yes, he's got the inside line. Ryan up the inside, squeezes through and up into 4th place. Now, next target, a little way up the road, is Simon Reed. Here's the battle further back for 9th place between John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Stephen went straight on into Druids for the first time in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Never mind that, because look at the way Simon Reed is going. He's right up alongside David Jenkins, but that's left the route through for Ryan Smith. He left the gap there, and Ryan says thank you very much, I'll go through for 3rd place. Now, it won't take him long to have a go at David Jenkins. They are arch rivals, these two. Here's the battle in Division 2. It's close between Evans and Powell. Powell only half a second behind now. Can the DAF, the Dutch machine, get ahead of the MAN? Look at this, the leader's weaving between the back markers. That looked pretty spectacular. Hasn't helped Ryan Smith's lap time, though. He's lost a couple of seconds there. Well, in fact, they're all slower because of getting through the traffic. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Craig Evans still hanging on in the lead, looking for his first Division 2 win. Cloud of dust there, someone's been off. Here they come. Is it going to be checkered flag this time for Stuart Oliver, the man from the northeast, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion. Here he comes then in the GT tyres Volvo. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? It certainly is. There's the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver wins our first truck race of the day. David Jenkins second. Ryan Smith has to settle for third. Fourth, it is Simon Reed. Bradley Smith takes a good fifth position. Well done, Jock Borthwick, a fine sixth. His fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke, in seventh. Eighth, it is Michael Oliver. Ninth, over the line, is going to be John Bowler, just ahead of Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner. What about Division 2? Where are the Division 2 trucks? They'll be coming round the final corner now. Is it going to be Craig Evans or John Powell who takes the victory in Division 2? They're coming towards us now. It looks like John Powell's got ahead of Craig Evans. In fact, they come over the line. Yes, it's John Powell. Powell has won it. Craig Evans, a slower lap there on the last lap. Ah, was it Evans who ran wide? We saw that cloud of dust at Paddock. It was. Oh, what a shame for Craig Evans. Losing the class win with just a couple of laps to go. What a disappointment for Craig Evans. Let's check out the result of that one then. Stuart Oliver taking the win, while Ryan Smith was given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. He drops down to 6th place behind David Jenkins and Simon Reed, Bradley Smith and Jock Borthwick now rounding up the top 5. Tom O'Rourke turns his weekend around somewhat in 7th, ahead of Michael Oliver, then John Bowler, Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner completing the Division 1 finishers. John Powell snatching the win late on in Division 2 from the unlucky Craig Evans. Adam Bint completing the podium among the Division 2 trucks. Disappointment there for Craig Evans. Paul Rivett in 16th place, Simon Cole a lap down in 17th, and Jim Bennett completing the finishers, all 18 trucks going the distance.
Incredible result. I completely, it's almost like I blinked and all of a sudden you were seconds ahead of the pack.
Yeah, had a great start, you know. The start at Brands is always a little bit touch and go, and all credit to the boys in front. You know, they maybe haven't got the experience as this old lad, but I managed to get a good start, get through and kept in tight, because the outside on Paddock Hill is not the place to be, you know, so over the moon with that.
Fantastic, Everett. So it's a good start to Sunday. Not your first trophy of the weekend though, so that's good news as well.
Absolutely, yeah, you know, that's right. We've got a big trailer to take them all home in, so we'll just keep piling them up.
I'll say you got a few from last year as well, I think, so plenty of room left, yeah. Stuart, thanks very much for talking to us. Congratulations. Well, what an action-packed race that was, with Stuart Oliver back on top. That's the 10-time British champion, of course, taking his first place for the season. We're heading to race 4 now. Let's see if he can do it again.
So it is Craig Reed, who finished 8th yesterday, who will take pole in truck number 68. 46 Bradley Smith alongside. Second row, number 3 Stephen Powell, the local man, and 32 Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Row 3, 89 Simon Reed, and alongside him David Jenkins in the 69 truck. Row 4, number 7 Stuart Oliver, winner this morning, and number 1 Ryan Smith, double winner yesterday. He's got to come through from 8th this time. On row 5, it's number 14 John Bowler, number 12 Michael Oliver. Row 6, 86 of Tom O'Rourke. He failed to finish yesterday's race, went off into the gravel and suffered broken steering, unfortunately. Simon Cole missed race 2 yesterday. He starts alongside, as did number 92 Simon Faulkner. He failed to take the restart, so he starts at the back in the 92. Then there's a gap and we've got the Division 2 trucks. They'll start in reverse order as well. Jim Bennett's number 28 in the set, and Atkinson will be at the front of them. Alongside him, number 22 of Paul Rivett. Then it's Adam Bint, number 5. Number 10, Craig Evans. And number 6, John Powell, going for his 3rd win of the weekend from the back of the grid. Craig Reed minus his front bumper after a bit of contact in, the front valance after a bit of contact in the race earlier on. Race 4 of the weekend then for the British Truck Racing Championship. Bit of steam coming from the water-cooled brakes on Adam Bint's truck. There is the DAF of John Powell at the back. The pace truck is into pit lane. Craig Reed and Bradley Smith on the front of this partially reversed grid. Can one of them hang on to take their first win of the season? 15 minutes of truck racing coming your way here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine on this Easter Sunday. The power comes on and away they rumble down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good start by Craig Reed, the man from Stoke in the Iveco Stralis. will lead into Paddock for the first time. Good start by Stephen Powell there, just getting a bit of dust kicked up on the inside. They've all made it round Paddock for the first time. Let's hope they make it around Druids. Craig Reed has the lead. Stephen Powell making a move up the inside, side by side with his old adversary from yesterday, Jock Borthwick. Simon Reed behind them. They've all made it round, I think. Great stuff. David Jenkins running a bit wide there. We're on board with Craig Evans, giving chase to Simon Cole in the number 41. We're having a few teething troubles with his MAN, known as Eleanor, this weekend. He certainly hasn't gone in 60 seconds just yet, though. Craig Reed has the lead, though. Over the curve, and straight off goes Simon Reed. Goodness me. Straight on he goes, misses the tyre wall. And it's a good job he stopped. They got the truck stopped there and didn't cannon back into the pack on the other side there as they came out of Clark Curve. That would have been disastrous. Somebody else running wide there, Jock Borthwick, kicking up the dust out of Clark Curve there. He's lost some ground. Now, was there contact between Jock Borthwick and Simon Reed? We'll wait and see if we can get a replay of that. Bradley Smith is in third place behind Stephen Powell. Stuart Oliver's up to fourth, and Ryan Smith is fifth. Now, something broke there. There was no contact. That was either a steering or brake failure. The truck just charged straight on. That was a scary moment indeed for Simon. Just went straight off there. No way he could slow the truck down. And he was very lucky. There was a lot of open space for that truck to come to a halt in. That could have been very nasty. On board with Craig Evans, back in the Division 2 pack. He's currently showing us fourth in Division 2 with John Powell ahead of him. Coming up on Simon Cole in the Division 1 machine. Yeah, Simon's still just getting used to his new MAN as Craig Evans goes through. There comes David Jenkins up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Up into fourth place. Now Stuart Oliver looking ready to attack, but he's got to be mindful that Ryan Smith is there. Smith dodges to the outside. Stuart Oliver moves to cover. Here comes David Jenkins. Oh, Craig Reed's run wide, coming out of Druids. This is Oliver's opportunity. If he can get up alongside, he'll never go round the outside of Graham Hill Bend, surely. Still side by side. If Oliver keeps his foot in, he could take the lead down the straight. Yes, he's done it. Stuart Oliver leads. Craig Reed moving to cover there, but I don't think he'll stop Ryan Smith getting through at Surtees. No, Smith's going to go through into second place, and Jenkins could get third as well. No, Reed able to defend from Jenkins. He's down to third, and it's Oliver versus Smith for the lead now. Still plenty of time to go in this fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch. See how much time there is to go as they come up over the line. Just over 7.5 minutes, so we're coming up towards half distance. And here comes Ryan Smith. Here comes David Jenkins up on the outside as well. Ryan Smith is not holding back. He's going for the lead. Round the outside of Stuart Oliver, back to the inside. He's driving that truck like a touring car. David Jenkins to the inside on Craig Reed. He's surely going to go through here for third place at Druids. Yes, he's done it. Achievement to get two cars side by side successfully through Druids, never mind two trucks. Here's the Division 2 leader, Adam Bint, looking for win number 2 this weekend. On board with Craig Evans. He's fourth in the division, behind John Powell ahead there in the DAF. Second ahead of them, Paul Rivette, a better run for his MAN, this time the Napa Racing truck. The other Division 2 runner, of course, is Jim Bennett. He's been lapped. I believe Simon Reed is still running as well in truck number 89. He did get going, but he's a lap or two down as Ryan Smith. Oh, he tried a move there by the look of it. He's gone wide at Graham Hill Bend. What happened there? David Jenkins up alongside him. I saw something fly up into the air. Was there contact there between Oliver and Smith? Yes, Smith's still on the wide line. Throws the truck back across in front of David Jenkins. You know these two are deadly rivals. He does not want to let Jenkins by, but he's going to have to through Clark Curve there. Yeah, Jenkins up alongside. He's going to go through. Is there damage to Ryan Smith's truck? It suddenly seems not to be handling as well. Was there contact there with Stuart Oliver? We didn't see going into Graham Hill Bend. Ryan Smith was up behind Stuart Oliver coming down to Graham Hill Bend. I think he almost clipped the back of him, but he didn't expect Oliver to go so wide into the corner. It's enough to drop him back. He's back up the inside though on David Jenkins into Druids. He goes through. He'll be fired up now, Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver, you can see him moving to defend as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Is it going to be win number 2 for Stuart Oliver? This would tie the score at 2 wins apiece for the weekend. The decider will be race 5. With Craig Evans over the line and challenging John Powell for a podium place in Division 2. Here they come into the final Couple of corners. I don't think Ryan Smith's going to do it. I think he's going to have to settle for second place. Stuart Oliver gets his foot down. Ryan Smith will try and get up alongside. He'll try the outside run, but he's not going to do it. Stuart Oliver takes win number 2 of the weekend. Ryan Smith second. David Jenkins third, covered by less than 1.5 seconds at the line. And well done, Craig Reed, a fine 4th place. Further back, Michael Oliver, his best finish of the season so far in 5th. Stephen Powell in 6th, then Tom O'Rourke, Jock Borthwick and John Bowler. And here comes Adam Bint, the Oxfordshire driver in the older Volvo. Is going to come in to take the win in Division 2. 3.5 seconds clear of Paul Rivette. He's led Division 2 all the way. We're on board with Craig Evans. He chases them home. Bint takes a clear win in Division 2. Paul Rivette gets his best results of the season in 2nd, and John Powell just holds off Craig Evans to take 3rd. They were the last trucks on the lead lap. Behind them, Simon Cole a lap down, then Jim Bennett. Simon Reed should come in as well. Trademark sideways celebration from Adam Bint. Shades of Kurt Goranson, who took so many wins in a Volvo similar to that in the late 80s and early 90s. And it was Stuart Oliver who went on to victory ahead of Smith and Jenkins, covered by 1.4 seconds at the line. Craig Reed in 4th ahead of Michael Oliver. Good result for him. Good battle with Stephen Powell. Tom O'Rourke 7th, battling fellow Scotsman Jock Borthwick. John Bowler taking 9th, and well done Adam Bint, 2nd win of the weekend in Division 2. Paul Rivette behind him ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans, then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the top 15. Simon Reed did get going again after a visit to the pits. He was the only other finisher because Bradley Smith sadly dropped out. Let's head down to Pointy in pit lane.
Once more this weekend, Mr. Stuart Oliver. Let me give you a pat on the back, sir. I can't believe I'm talking to you again with Ryan Smith snipping at your heels that entire race pretty much. The pressure you must have been under to keep Ryan back the second half of that race. It was so close.
Yeah, I knew he was there, but I knew Dave was behind him, and Dave wouldn't be giving him any grace, so I was sort of playing it a little bit. But no, he was there without a doubt, you know, but I enjoyed it. That's what we come for, you know what I mean? That's proper good.
Well, you join us down here right at the far end of Parc Fermé, of course. That means because we're with the first place Division 2 driver, Adam Bint. Adam, congratulations on that win. Well deserved.
Yeah, it was a nice drive, and I managed to keep up the Division 1 as well, and it's nice to be mixing it up with other people as well.
It is interesting because obviously Division 1 on paper is just one group and then Division 2 separately, but out on the circuit we're seeing quite a combination of position changes, aren't we, where we've got Division 1s dropping back, Division 1s that are close to the front, and like you said yourself, the Division 2s getting mixed up in the action.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, new trucks and new bits of kit, and they're having teething problems, and obviously we're capitalising on them issues they're having, and it's just making for a good viewing.
Adam, thank you very much for talking to us. Let's get you over to that podium and give you some silverware. Adam Bint, first place, race 4 in Division 2 here at Brands Hatch. Well, would you, Adam and Evie? Stuart Oliver, in fact, making it 2 first-place podiums for the start of the season here at Brands Hatch, and Paul Rivette taking his first podium of the season. Let's head over now to the last race of the weekend and see if we can get through this one relatively unscathed.
This grid is based on the race this morning, race 3 with the top 8 in Division 1 reverse. So it's Michael Oliver, number 12, on pole position alongside 86 Tom O'Rourke. Finally gets a decent start on the grid this weekend. Jock Borthwick on row 2, number 32 alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Hopefully he's ironed out his gremlins from the last race. Simon Reed, 89 on row 3. Ryan Smith on the outside of the third row in the number 1. Then David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, 2 wins apiece so far this weekend. Row 5, number 14, John Bowler, alongside 3 of Stephen Powell. And Craig Reed in the 68, 92 of Simon Faulkner. Simon Cole, we're told, won't be starting. Unfortunately, the 41 truck, he's had some teething problems with that. And yes, he's not there at the back of the field. Division 2, Jim Bennett, number 28, heads up the grid alongside the 22 of Paul Rivette. Then Adam Bint, number 5, and Craig Evans in the number 10. John Powell, number 6, at the back of the field. 2 wins apiece for Adam Bint and John Powell. Will we see one of those two take a hat-trick, or will we see a new winner? Revs beginning to rise from these 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines. Ryan Smith guides the number 1 Daimler Freightliner around. They're in line 2 by 2. Here we go. Tension mounts. The revs start to rise. Race truck is in pit lane. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke lead them up towards the red lights. The power is unleashed and away we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Good start by Tom O'Rourke from the outside in number 86. Looks like he's going to take up the lead. Oh, they've tangled, the two front row men go off and wallop straight in we go. Oh dear. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke into the barriers. That's surely going to be a red flag instantly. Yeah, the red flag is out straight away. Let's hope both the drivers are okay. O'Rourke tried to go around the outside, but he wasn't quite clear of Michael Oliver as he turned in. He comes across, there's the contact. They can't get away from each other and then walloped. There's the contact as O'Rourke turned across Oliver. Big impact into the end of the tyre wall. O'Rourke's truck lucky not to tip over onto its side there. The DAF pace truck makes its way into pit lane. Well done to everyone once again involved in the clean-up. Thankfully the drivers involved are okay. And here we go with our final. In third. Now Craig Evans has dropped quite a long way behind. He's still there. And here comes Adam Bint. He's never going to get round the outside at Graham Hill Bend. You can't do that in a car, barely, never mind a truck. He might have him here, though. On the run up Cooper Straights. Can he get the nose down the inside into Surtees? This is going to be interesting. He's going through, surely. He's got the inside for the left-hander. No, you don't, says John Powell. Bit of wheel banging. Would you want to be wheel banging in two 5-ton trucks at that speed? And John Powell's held the lead. Here's the battle for second, and Simon Reed could be about to make a move here into Druids for second place in the Iveco. There he goes, up the inside, and he's through. Simon Reed into second place, but look at the lead that Ryan Smith has got. He's in a different league. Once he's clear of the traffic, he just clears off. Bradley Smith going well in the 46. Could he get on the podium here? He can get ahead of Borthwick. Still these two side by side. Nothing to choose between John Powell and Adam Bint. And despite a couple less entries this season, it is going to be an interesting battle in Division 2, I think, this year for the title. Down the hill, into Graham Hill Bend once again. Bint cuts back to the inside. Now he's got a run on John Powell. He's got the inside line. Is he going to go through this time? He's got to get it done before they go into Surtees. Yes, he's done it. Nice move. Adam Bint's been trying to do that for about 3 laps. Ryan Smith's just going quicker and quicker. He's done a 58.143 this time. And here's the battle further back. Jock Borthwick is getting more and more sideways in that MAN as he tries to hold onto a podium place. And bash! Oh dear. Tried to turn across there. Bradley Smith, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell all take avoiding action. Great cloud of tyre smoke. And that just about sums up Jock Borthwick's weekend. Unfortunately, been a trying debut in Division 1. He got sideways there, tried to turn it back. Bradley Smith couldn't avoid him. Here comes Ryan Smith, the Northside Truck and Van Limited Daimler freight lineup, run by Worldwide Truck Racing and driven by Ryan Smith from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, the undisputed king of British truck racing. 2 wins earlier today for Stuart Oliver, but Ryan Smith will set the record straight. It's going to be 3-2 between the two rivals. Ryan Smith crosses the line, takes the victory. No celebration at all from Ryan and the cab there. Second place goes to Simon Reed, and well done Bradley Smith, a fine 3rd place. Stuart Oliver 4th ahead of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell is 6th, and these two still battling in Division 2. Craig Reed 7th, John Bowler 8th. The unfortunate Jock Borthwick will take 9th. For 10th overall, it's going to be Adam Bint. He's going to hold off John Powell. Here they come. What a great fight these two have had. It's 3-2 in favour of Adam Bint over John Powell. Paul Rivette comes over in 3rd. 4th will be Craig Evans. And Jim Bennett completes the finishes. Provisional results of that one then. Ryan Smith taking the victory ahead of Simon Reed by 6.5 seconds, and he got the fastest lap as well. Bradley Smith, a good 3rd, his first podium of the season, ahead of Stuart Oliver, David Jenkins, with Stephen Powell in 6th position. 7th goes to Craig Reed ahead of John Bowler, then Jock Borthwick in 9th after spinning away a podium position after contact with Brad Smith. Adam Bint just taking the win in Division 2 by less than a second from John Powell, Paul Rivette, Craig Evans and Jim Bennett. A couple of trucks missing for that one, of course. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke didn't take the restarts.
Dudley, how the devil are we? First trophy of the season, that's got to feel great.
Yeah, no, it's a good way to finish a good weekend really. We tried to finish every race, but unfortunately last race we had a first handbrake pipe, so put the handbrake on, which put the brakes on fire. But yeah, to finish on the podium, sorry for Jock, have a little love nudge down the bottom there, but yeah, it's good. Trucks were brilliant all weekend. Big thank you to Tim, Tom and Melanie at Unit 8 Motorsport for all the help, all the shots. It's brilliant people, brilliant advice.
Tim and Melanie, believe it or not, were actually at my wedding. They're great friends of mine, yeah. Really nice people. Unit 8 Motorsports, big in Europe as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, brilliant. Yeah, we've got Albacetti, brilliant driver, and great team. Brilliant at what they do, and yeah, it's brilliant.
Looks like they put some magic into your first truck then.
Oh yeah.
Well, as you can see and hear behind me, drivers are back in trucks making their way back to their tents to pack up and go home. It's certainly been a fantastic and, let's say, eventful start to the 2023 season here at Brands Hatch for the British Truck Racing Championships. That's all we've got time for now though, so please do have a great month and we'll see you back at Pembury, South Wales.
Just so you all know, of course, we are recording this for posterity, so try and keep your swearing to a minimum, and everybody keep your clothes up, unless you pass it down me first, obviously. Right, so, that's what we do then. Fantastic effort for everybody that showed up this weekend. Thank you very much for coming out, including, of course, all of the amazing spectators. I do believe this is probably one of the busiest Saturdays that we have seen down here at Pembrey, South Wales for the British Truck Racing. So a massive thanks to everybody that's come along to have a watch. Now, of course, you are all here to see the trophy presentations, and my main man Keys is up here on camera as well. Everybody wave to Keys. Say hi, Keys, everybody. Not a great interaction kind of thing, no. Right then, so for all the people watching at home, let's make a bit of noise, make it look like we're enjoying ourselves, okay? So when I say trophies, you're all going to cheer, okay? We did it at Brands Hatch, it went very well. Let's show Brands Hatch that Wales can do it better, okay? So when I say trophies, you all cheer, okay? Okay, we'll try. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hand out some trophies. I went quite well. I'll give them that. Yeah, 6 points. We can work on that for the effort. 6 out of 10. Okay then. On to then Division 2 for race 1 here of the weekend. And of course, in third place, I'd like to welcome to the stage John Powell. Very snug on the stage, I've noticed. You get to climb up on as well. We're working on the big screens though, okay? So hopefully we'll have the flags and things on the monitors and stuff. Right then, now in second place, a round of applause for the Blue Lagoon team, Napa Racing's Paul Roulette. Take your sunglasses off. Oh, congratulations, well done. Which of course means it's just one more trophy to hand out for Division 2. And that of course goes to round of applause for Adam Bint. Be careful you don't knock any fenders off the stage. Well done, Adam. I'll stand to one side. I'll have another round of applause for your Division 2 top 3 for the first race here on Saturday. And before we go, we need, of course, the one-word wonder. So, one word to describe how that race went for you. Quite well. That's 2 words, deducting points. Adam? Fast. Fast, like that one. And John? Unsighted. What? Unsighted, not excited. Well, we get back to excited. It was his favourite word at Brands Hatch. Round of applause for Division 2 drivers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And now, of course, into the Division 1 results. And in third place, it is my great pleasure to hand a trophy to the man, the legend, a true friend of mine, Steve Powell. It's alright, man. So I didn't call you short this time or anything. Right then, there we go. And in second place, second in the championship at the moment as well, put your hands together for Stuart Oliver. I don't know, he's going like a rocket, man. Oh, you hear the tiny dancer? Not you, no, him, not you. Oh, that's very good job. And of course, that leaves the first place trophy going to the reigning champion. It's Ryan Smith. Oh, he's looking very cool. I'd just like you all to know as well, these are my hats that he's wearing. Yeah, my special hats. Is this fashion now? Is it just one shoulder off number?
This is the new style.
It's a new style. They don't fit anymore. Get one arm in. Right then, let's get your photo ops with the trophies. Another round of applause for your Division 1 top 3. And we'll make our way along the line for the one-word wonders from Stuart Oliver.
Special request to do 5 words.
5 words? Shall we give it in, ladies and gentlemen? 5 words? Okay, can I have your 5?
Not too bad for a granddad.
Hey! Off you go, sing you up, right?
Ecstatic.
Ecstatic.
Needed.
Needed. There we go. Round of applause for Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith, and Steve Powell. Right then, just before we let you get back, don't forget, of course, we'll be having the very special truck drifting going out on circuit at 3 o'clock this afternoon, along with another race later on from the British Truck Racing Championship. We've got more music from our amazing band coming straight after this, so do please feel free to hang out, and not to forget the all-important BTRC merchandise you'll see dotted around the paddock this weekend. It is available just to the right hand side behind the TRP truck, so please do go grab yourself a hat and some free goodies as well. So that's the merchandise to your right. But after me, thank you very much. We'll see you straight after the next race, and I'll hand you back to the band. Thank you.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Right then, as you can hear, the band is warming up just as the trucks are cooling down here at Parc Fermé in Pembury. Let's have a little walk through who's just finished the first race of the weekend to see who's hanging about. This is actually one of my more popular parts of the race weekend, when the drivers and the teams get to mix together, have a chat, see how that race went. As well, you can see around a lot of spectators. It's Wales' version of a grid walk, I suppose you could say, and everyone likes to get up close and personal with the drivers themselves. Let's head a bit further down now and speak to one of the Reid brothers. Reid Truck Sport, how are we doing, Simon? Welcome to Wales.
I know, yeah. Sunny.
I know, it's lovely, and we've got what a fantastic backing track as well. I don't know whether people can hear that.
Yeah.
First race of the weekend, we got a bit close on the first corner. How did you come out of that?
Well, I got a good start off and in front of Brad, and hug the inside line and then give everybody the outside line to get round on. But then I think Michael's tried to come up the middle of me and my brother, and the problem is it's right on the back tail, so I'm a full truck length ahead of him when I've spun. Right. So it's never gonna, you know what I mean? It's only one way. It's not gonna go well. Sometimes you do have to yield, you know what I mean? It's not harder than trying to keep your boot in. But you know, it's how your head is. If you can keep it yielded, you're in business. And then you just carry on the race. Yeah, but instead, obviously, we've all give each other clatter, because obviously I've ended up coming across the front of them. So that's life, unfortunately. So the people say. That's it. So just crack on. So no major damage though. Back out for the second race of the day. Yeah. No, I cracked on again, but obviously starting from last then, it's just in there for the ride, really. Yes, indeed. And of course, we're all looking forward to a sunny barbecue later on tonight, because it's certainly the weather for it. And that leads me to my question of the weekend, brought to us by our cameraman Keys. If you were going to a barbecue, what side order would you take with you? Oh, got him now, you see. No one cares about the racing. We want to know what size bringing round to the house party. Yeah. Don't say coleslaw. No. And I thought about it as well. I thought you might. See in his eyes. Believe it or not, I do like potato salad. Coleslaw. Well, potato salad's good if you make it yourself. Yeah, we'll go for that. A bit of hummus as well. Oh, there we go. Right, so we got that official on tape. Simon Reid, potato salad. We'll tick that off the list. Someone else will have to bring something else. Radio, spot on. Cheers, mate. See you at the bar, mate. Thanks very much. Let's go and have a little look who else we can find. Although we can hear now that all the trucks are firing up. They're heading back to the tents now for a bit of lunch. And I think the next thing you'll probably be seeing everyone doing is having some trophies. Yes, I think we'll have to call that a day, because they're all going home now. So join us shortly when we'll be back over on the podium handing out some trophies in about 15-20 minutes. Is that all right with everybody? Good. And we'll find out on the podium what they like to bring to a barbecue, because, well, why not? You've got to know these things, right? Found a bit of time, we would say quiet time, we'll hope it stays quiet, down here in the paddock at Pembury, 2023 season of the British Truck Racing Championships, to speak to David Jenkins. Now Dave, how many years will this be for you in the British Truck Racing Championship?
A long time, 26 years. I started my first races at Pembury in '97.
Oh, so quite a bit of a milestone here then.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And is this one of your favourite tracks? I know a lot of the drivers in the championship really do like Pembury, but which one would you say is your favourite?
I think Donington's got to be my all-out favourite circuit, but Pembury's a great part of the championship. It's a good atmosphere here when the sun's shining and the fans are here and the people are on the bank, and it's not a bad place to go for the weekend. So no, I really enjoy it. Yeah, certainly the first one round in the year is quite enjoyable usually. Still gets a bit chilly at night though, so make sure you bring a coat if you are coming down. And then of course we come back in the winter and it's not as nice. Moving on to back to your 26 years in the championship. I bet it's changed a lot in the years that you've seen it. Yeah, it seems to have got harder work now. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, I think it's the 26 years of working two jobs, and it seems to take its toll on me by now.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is it. Not a lot of people, of course, at home might know this, but a lot of the drivers in the championship actually run haulage firms, garages, businesses outside of the championship. So this really is a labour of love for you.
It is, yeah. It's exactly what we do. You know, we run garages, manage people and fix people's problems. That's what we do all week, and that's what we need to do on a night time and a weekend as well.
What originally got you involved in truck racing? Did you just see it and go, I'll take a wagon there next week and see how I get on, or?
My dad raced at Donington in 1984 at the very first ever UK truck race meeting. I was an 8-year-old boy way back then, and it's been in the blood ever since.
You get hooked, don't you? A lot of people do say that. They come along, have a go, see it happening out on circuit, and then that's it. They're just hooked instantly.
Yeah, that seems to be how it's got for a lot of people, but with me, I was not quite born into it, but nearly born into it.
Certainly a baptism of fire then.
Definitely, yeah.
And this perhaps answers why you've stuck around so long. Obviously, all teams have annual challenges with regards to running teams, running trucks. Some, of course, that you've dealt with yourself as well. But what do you think it is that keeps bringing you back each year?
I don't know.
I think we'd get the same answer, actually, if we asked a lot of the drivers.
Really question it sometimes. No, it's... I'm obviously getting nearer to the end of my career than the start of my career, and every winter we ask the question, you know, is the reward there versus the effort that we need to put in, the family sacrifices, the financial sacrifices, the pressure it puts on your business, the support that the boys that are all volunteers need to give to the team. So without the absolutely united team effort from the family, the boys, their families, it can't happen. So this winter was interesting, and of course the commercial partners as well, which is the other intricate bit of the jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, actually affording it.
And this winter we were really questioning whether, you know, we'd had another great year last year, we'd really finished on a high, and what I'm really scared of doing is doing 1 year too many. That's the honest truth.
No one wants to finish on a low, do they?
No, I want to finish when I've had a good season, when I'm ready to finish, and you know, that wants to be my lasting memory of it. So each year when you finish the year on a high, it's not a bad time to actually give up doing what you do. However, I don't ever want to feel as though I don't really want to miss it. I'm sure I will miss it for a while, but I don't want to be forced into missing it.
No, definitely. You don't want to jump before you push, but then at the same time, you don't really want to get pushed either.
No, but back. So this winter I was in the balance, and then, you know, we had a couple of months off, and then by Christmas there was a bit of rumbling then from the sponsors and from the boys, and it's like, we've got to go, it's what we do, and it's like, I get that.
It's part of us.
But obviously the competition's red hot here now, so you can't turn up half-hearted. You've got to be absolutely completely committed to it.
You have, and you know, you see that with the calibre of the trucks we've got in the paddock now compared to 10 years ago when I started getting involved with it. It is night and day, isn't it? There is so much more effort and found a bit of time.
Partners as well, which is the other intricate bit of the jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, actually affording it.
And this winter we were really questioning whether, you know, we'd had a you know, that wants to be my lasting memory of it. So each year when you finish the year on a high, it's not a bad time to actually give up doing what you do. However, I don't ever want to feel as though I don't really want to miss it. I'm sure I will miss it for a while, but I don't want to be forced into missing it.
No, definitely. You don't want to jump before you push, but then at the same time, you don't really want to get pushed either.
No, but back. So this winter I was in the balance, and then, you know, we had a couple of months off, and then by Christmas there was a bit of rumbling then from the sponsors and from the boys, and it's like, we've got to go, it's what we do, and it's like, I get that.
It's part of us.
But obviously the competition's red hot here now, so you can't turn up half-hearted. You've got to be absolutely completely committed to it.
You have, and you know, you see that with the calibre of the trucks we've got in the paddock now compared to 10 years ago when I started getting involved with it. It is night and day, isn't it? There is so much more effort and energy that goes into being here for the 3 or 4 days that it actually takes to do the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, every team here is credible, and there's probably, you know, on a good weekend there's 10 potential winners in Division 1, and, you know, 10 years ago there was probably only 3 people that were realistically going to be winning races, but now there's 1 of 10 people, which is a huge increase percentage wise, and the quality of the field now is just a different league.
Well, certainly something to enjoy perhaps as an experience near the end of your career, as you may say yourself. Well, Dave, look, thank you very much. Thank you to your sponsors as well for supporting you. Just quickly on them before we do go, I suppose, we've always seen Morris and Digraph liveries across your truck. they've surely got to be still behind you, of course, to carry on putting you out there every year.
Amazing support from them. You know, I'm part of the fixtures and fittings in both of their businesses now, and you know, I'm a good, you know, if I do say so myself, I'm a good ambassador for those businesses, and that's what, you know, that's what they enjoy with us, and they bring guests most weekends, and what they like is the you know, the professional but informal atmosphere that there is around the place. So the guests love coming, chatting with us, chatting with the team, looking round the truck, and you know, that's one thing that's kept us in there. And I've enjoyed, you know, being an ambassador for those two businesses. They're both great businesses, great quality products, and it's easy to, you know, it's easy to represent those kind of people.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the season. Thank you very much to Dave Jenkins, the 69 Digraph MAN, of course, sponsored by Morris Lubricants as well. 26 years, 26 years. Keep it up, Dave. Thank you very much. Shake your hand again.
Cheers,
and let's go now to a word from us. Well, as if perfect timing couldn't be any better. You see Red Dragon behind me. The passenger ride monster truck experience that has been welcomed for the first time, even though it's called Red Dragon, down to Pembrey, Wales for Convoy Cymru. This monster truck does, of course, visit us at several circuits around the season and the country. And as you can see behind you, oh, it's coming up, Keys. We are going to have the fantastic opportunity to go off-roading in this absolute beast. I tell you what, I wouldn't have liked to have to sign off the health and safety risk assessment for this. So join us in a moment as we'll be on board the Red Dragon, trying our best to show you what it's like to be on that thing. So as promised, here we are on board of the Red Dragon monster truck passenger ride experience, and we're about to go off-road. I like to think I kept my composure during that entire thing, and I'm sure Keys did a great job of holding the camera steady. Just like to say thank you to Red Dragon and the team, and of course everybody that was on the ride behind us. Great crowd, great crowd. So we've got our next list of victims for the Red Dragon. Are you guys ready to go on the Red Dragon? Yeah! I think they're going to have a great time. They're going to have a great time. You had a great time, didn't you, Keys? We all had a great time. Time for some more Convoy Cymru action now. We're down here with the Clive Shaw Trucking Group, and they're here with the Big Rig Experience. Kev, I believe is your name. We're here with Pete the Peterbilt.
That's it, that's what we call him.
And what kind of engine size for those guys out there we're looking at?
Hang on.
I can hear you.
It's got a 14 litre straight in it, 500 horsepower.
500 horsepower, my God. And how many gears has this thing got?
15.
15 gears, with lots of knobs and switches. And we've also got a driver today doing a driving experience. Come on in, driver. What's your name? Where'd you come from?
Phil, and I'm from Sneshy.
FB. Ah, right, just up the road then.
I am, yeah.
Have you been to Pembury before?
Yeah, we come every year. We get some free tickets from work, so we like to bring the kids down.
And it's a great experience.
It is, it's brilliant, it's fantastic.
Right then, and you're going to drive this now, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go.
Right, well, let's zoom into inside then, and we'll see you behind the wheel. So here we are on board Pete the Peterbilt Big Rig truck, and we're about to go for a little drive round. Now, obviously, the driver's had his briefing, just getting his last run through the health and safety.
Brake and throttle's all in, obviously, the same place. Gear change is basically the same as your car. It's H-box, so you can go start off in third, up into fourth, then back to fifth, flick the button up, and then that puts it into high and go into sixth.
Third,
fourth, fifth. Yeah, third, fourth, fifth. Alright, so turn the key on, mate.
So all the switches are just superficial. They don't really need to do anything with them. It's just like a car, just a really, really, really big car. So all those people out there that always wondered how many gears these things have got, it's just a gear stick. Don't be scared. Jump in a big rig next time you get the opportunity. Come down to Convoy and have a go in one of the Clive Shaw Truck Experience big rigs.
When she starts coming, she'll start the ball any minute now.
And there we are. We're off. So if you are at one of the Convoy events, of course we've got more coming this year at Convoy on the Park in Donington and Convoy on the Plain at Thruxton. These guys will be there, so if you want a chance to drive a massive American big rig, then head down to one of those Convoy events. Or of course this weekend here at Convoy Cymru at Pembury, South Wales. Right, come on dude, let's do it. Well, as the band plays in the background, you join me over here with the eagerly awaited Drift Trucks and one of the drivers, ex-British Truck Racing Champion driver as well, Steve Thomas. Steve, thanks for joining us here, buddy.
Thank you. Lovely day for it.
It certainly is. Now, the track's going to be very dry. People that are out there that are new to drifting at all, let alone drifting lorries, what's it like having to get one of these sideways? Is it more difficult or...?
Well, obviously, when we race a race truck, they're not designed to drift. So, drifting a race truck is a lot harder than a standard truck, which is I've got behind us here. So, a standard truck is designed, to go on the road, and it hasn't got as much grip as a race truck. So, today we've got a standard truck and old race truck.
An old race truck, yeah, not to be sure, we're not ruining one of the peak performance, well, we say peak performance race trucks. I'm sure you could argue the toss for some of them in the paddock. But yeah, so let's look at the DAF then. Now, the DAF, of course, has become synonymous with the Convoy events. We saw its first outing at Donington about 4 years ago in the live action arena that, thousands of people on the banks watching this thing doing donuts. What's it like having that many people coming to see you send a truck sideways?
I mean, I absolutely love it because we have a lot of space at Donington. Yeah, there's lots of room. And that truck, believe it or not, for an old truck, it's almost 20 years old, that thing's got a lot of power and it's designed to drift. And then obviously we do the caravan smash as well, at Convoy in the Park. But the feeling is absolutely fantastic to have something what you've driven for 30 years
in a straight line,
and then you can just go mad and do whatever you want. It's just absolutely fantastic. So no, it's good fun.
And then, of course, over to the right then, we'll move slowly over here. This, of course, a Scania, once upon a time driven by Michael Oliver in the championship.
Yeah, obviously Michael Oliver had it last, and then his dad had it before that. So, and then it was, it was Terry Gibbons's before that. So it's an old, well-proven, well-battered race truck, but it's still got an MAN engine in it, even though it's a Scania cab. But it's a good old tub and it's a good old truck. It could still race today and still do very well.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. Once you've got the bare bones of a racing truck, really, although you can make it look snazzier and spend a bit more on the paint job, it's really still the engine, the suspension and how well you've looked after it underneath, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's two chassis rails. It's what goes round that chassis rails with axles, suspension, springs, shock absorbers, all that sort of thing. And the main thing, obviously, a good fast engine. But yeah, you put a good engine in that, it won't be far behind a lot of the others. It's still a good truck. But to drift it, I've never driven it before, so I'm not taking my truck out today because the powers that be have said that we need a roll cage because we're on the circuit, we're not off circuit. So because we're on circuit, we need to use the Scania because it's got belts and it's got a roll cage, just in case anything was to happen. So I haven't driven it before, so don't know what's going to happen because it's not the easiest thing to drift. It's got the power, but they're not the easiest thing to drift.
So yeah, it's a completely different clutch setup, isn't it? And obviously the tyres are going to be different. The suspension's a lot harder, which actually makes a difference with it spinning at the back end. And of course the diff won't be welded in a position, will it? Whereas the DAF, of course, has got a modified diff to make it drift.
No, they're both the same.
Oh,
so
okay.
we've got a lock diff in every race truck. So every race truck's got a lock diff.
and that's got a lock diffing as well to make it spin. But because I run different size tyres on the back, I've only got one tyre on each side. Even though there's 2 tyres on each side, there's only one touching the ground. This has got 4 tyres touching the ground, and they're quite sticky race tyres. So we've got to get them hot enough and spinning up. Once they get hot, then you get a bit like ice. But it's a hot day, and so we don't know. I'll either do okay, I'll make a fool of myself.
Or you'll blow it up trying.
I'll blow it up.
Well, look, Steve, thank you very much for talking us through it. Fantastic trucks nonetheless. And of course, if you want to see them, if you're not down in Pembury, South Wales this weekend, because there will be another show tomorrow, which is the Sunday, of course, we will be out later on in the year for Convoy on the Park, which is, of course, Donington in August, which is an absolutely huge event. Caravan smashes, drift trucks, we've got racing, we've
Yeah, the Convoy in the Park at Donington this year will be the biggest and best I think we've done. And by looking at what we've done today at Pembury for this weekend on a Saturday, as everyone has said, it's the busiest Saturday I've seen, and I've been coming here for 14 years. So we must be doing something right. We've got good followers, and we've got the content, what people want to see.
That's it, exactly. And of course, if you can't make it, make sure you keep your eyes peeled on the British Truck Racing Championship live stream. And if you miss that, you can, of course, watch it back anytime on the YouTube channel as well. Right, Steve, thank you very much. We'll let you go and grab some lunch and get in your race suit. Steve Thomas, ladies and gentlemen, with the BTRC Drift Trucks. Right then, so down here now in the show truck area, something that we've only recently seen down here at Pembrey, South Wales, of course, with the growing popularity of Convoy Cymru, we now get some visits from these lovely vehicles. In fact, Stuart, come here a minute. Hold on, let's just accost him. Come over here, have a word with us. Stuart now heads up the team with Truck Sport that actually organise the show trucks. Now, you've obviously been with us for quite a while now, and you've seen the growth of these kind of show truck events. What do you think brings people down here to Wales after so long of no one being that interested?
I think it's just basically word of mouth. The ones that have been coming for the previous years have actually passed the word on to say how good an event it is. And obviously with the Convoy brand now, it's actually making it a bigger and bigger event.
It certainly is, and something to be part of as well. Now, we wouldn't exactly take ourselves as seriously as a real truck show. Try that again. Truck show. It's not as hardcore as some of those larger truck shows. It's more about hanging out with your friends. You've all got trucks. Yes, you've come to show them. Yes, a huge amount of effort still goes in to cleaning them, preparing them, and of course there's trophies to be had. But they're not as serious. It's a more relaxed situation, isn't it? Yeah.
Because we want them to, obviously, yes, they clean their trucks, they show their trucks, but we also want them to come and watch the racing as well and enjoy everything else that's going on around the circuit.
This is it, and so much to see and do. We've got motocross, we've got trade stands, we've got bus rides around the circuit at the lunch break as well. We've even got the truck drifting, which has only ever been seen at Donington Park, and now we've brought it down south to Wales.
That's right, and I think, if I remember rightly, it's going to Thruxton as well.
Oh my goodness, well obviously the word has spread about the truck drifting. We'll definitely have time later on to speak to some of the truck drift drivers and see what that is about, because it's actually going out on circuit here, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think here is the only place really where they can put the truck drifting.
Well, watch this space. We'll definitely get some footage of that for you up later on. Other than that, Stu, thanks very much for talking to us, buddy. We'll let you get back to your show truck drivers. See, I said that all in one go that time. I don't know what happened. You know, when your brain can hear it, but your mouth can't say it. I think we've all been there. So let's just have a little walk down now, just quickly look at how well these trucks are parked up. This is your standard kind of parking at a truck show, where everybody likes to get a good side angle. Some absolutely incredible vehicles here from different ages as well. We've got the new Scanias, older Scanias, we've got ERFs, we've even got some massively vintage trucks. Owen's one of the sponsors of this event as well, a local firm just up the road Road in Clanethley have brought one of their vintage trucks as well. I actually followed it down through Pembury yesterday on the back of a transport trailer, and it does look absolutely immaculate. I'm sure we'll have time to look at a few more show trucks later on in the weekend and maybe even get to chat to some of the drivers as well. But until then, let's have a word from our sponsors.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Well, part of the Convoy event, of course, is show trucks. Now, we had a chance to speak to one of the guys from Trucksport earlier on, and now I'm joined with Doug Jeffries of Owens Transport, based down here in Llanelli. Doug, thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yeah, no, really good to come and see you and say hello.
Now, I was actually behind one of your wagons on the way through Pembury earlier on yesterday, and I was thinking, God, that's a lovely vintage truck, that is. But looking at what we've got on show today, there's a bit of a range.
Yeah, we've got a range starting sort of 52 years old, right up to a brand new truck, first out in today, literally on the road today for the show. So
it is a gorgeous truck, that DAF, and of course DAF being one of the sponsors of the event as well. Are they happy to see it done up so nicely?
Yeah, we've worked closely actually with our local DAF dealer, Watts Trucks, and Gareth Rees, the sales guy there. So we specify what we wanted with the truck, and it's come out really, really good. It's one of an order of 40, so we did the last one as a flagship truck, and there she is.
Wow, that is incredible. So for those guys out there that might be watching this thinking, but it's just a truck, like what's special about it? What is special about it?
Trucks are special, aren't they?
Well, they are, yeah. To us, to you and me.
I was brought up, my dad was a diesel fitter, so I've got diesel in the veins. Probably should be electricity going forward, yeah, to be politically correct.
There's always time for that, don't worry, yeah.
But I think it's once you've been in the industry, unfortunately, it's part of what you are, it's part of the makeup. And seeing the trucks here today, interacting with all the people, talking about them, absolutely fantastic. We're trying to encourage a new generation coming through. So, you know, going to schools, colleges, just trying to promote the industry, which, yeah, and when you've got trucks looking this good, that helps us a lot.
It does, and it's nice that, you know, throughout the country, there are still so many just road-going, day-to-day, grunt grafting trucks, you know, that are doing the do, getting there, dropping stuff, all week, you know, around the country, and yet they're still being looked after immaculately by their drivers.
Yeah, we run about 400 in total, and what we do about 4,000 deliveries a week. And the drivers, as you can see, the trucks are kept like this pretty much all of the time. If you open the cabs up, they've got all their different polishes in a row in the cab. So they've got polish for the cab, polish for the windscreen, polish for the interior. They just love what they do and they take pride in it. So yeah, it's great. That's the sort of drivers we want. People who keep their trucks looking well, and it helps promote the brand.
And I think it's well known within the haulage industry that if you do look after your truck like that, you will end up with a nicer truck than other people sometimes.
Absolutely. I think if you look at the truck behind us at the moment, the new flagship truck, circa £150,000. So you want
That's a lot of money.
You want somebody who's going to look after that. It's a huge asset. So yeah, the drivers that tend to look after them work them well as well. Obviously they have to work. We have to earn money with them.
Of course.
We tend to prioritise, but we try to be fair as well. So yeah, we look for good drivers that take care in what they do, look after the truck, and then we try and make sure they get a truck that's got microwaves in them, fridges in them, so when they're away from home, it's like home from home.
Yeah, interesting. I was actually having a conversation with one of the mechanics over in the paddock yesterday, looking at all these trucks and thinking, you know, you could tell a kid that, you know, one day you could literally just have a room with everything in it that you might ever possibly need, computer games, food, you know, just a window with a view, and just do whatever you like, go all over the country and actually get paid for it. You think, you know, that'd be a pretty cool job. Like, yeah, it is. It's called truck driving, mate. You're welcome.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I think, as I say, once you get in a new truck, the one behind us is mirrorless, so it's got like iPads as mirrors, so the tech is there for the youngsters, so when they get in and they see the tech, hopefully that'll introduce the next generation of drivers to come into the industry.
Yeah, I've actually sat next to one of these at traffic lights, and they are incredible. They're like little flat screen TVs on the quarter panels, and you're just thinking, what that's got to be strange to get used to. You look out the window at your mirror, but actually, no, you're just watching a TV now.
Yeah, I think it takes a bit of conversion, so we get our driver trainers, anybody that goes from a standard, you know, normal mirrored truck to a mirrorless, we do a day's sort of conversion just to make sure they're comfortable with it, and then it becomes natural as you the more and more you use it, muscle memory, it becomes fairly natural for them.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Right, let's have a little look what tack we've got here today. Just so you know, tack is like a slang word in the industry for like trucks, basically. You might want to pan this way because the sun's up there, Keys. You get sunburn on the camera lens. So, to me, this is a Volvo. It's a Volvo truck. But tell us what the crack is with these things, because we're not running cattle trains here in this country. More of an Australian thing, isn't it?
It is. So when we had a recent order of 60 Volvo trucks, so it was our 50th anniversary. So some of those trucks we wanted to do as special flagship trucks, and then they went to our experienced drivers. Craig, who actually drives this truck, we've given him a little bit of sort of poetic license to do a few things himself. Some people love the old bull bar, some people loathe it.
I actually really like them myself. What do you think, Keys? You like? He's nodding. He's nodding.
Yeah, the jury's out with me, and sometimes less is more. But see, Craig likes it. He's happy. We're happy.
Are they actually like structural, or are they just for show? Like if you hit something by accident, would it do more damage, or would it just be like, yeah, it just fell off?
It's more for show. It's and more for the show.
Don't hit cows by accident, then, people. That's not going to work.
It's easily removable. A couple of bolts and it sort of folds down. So if it needs to go in for any work, it's quite quick to take off. 10 minutes and it's off there.
And now this one, although in immaculate condition, there's bits of it telling me it's a little bit older than the Volvo part next to it.
It is. Funny story, yesterday I drove this one and the brand new one down to our head office, and when I arrived with this one, first of all, they all thought it was the brand new truck. It's actually 25 years old.
25 years, and you can tell because when you get really close, if you can just get really close to this writing, this is real pinstriping. Someone's painted this on by hand. Yeah. Nowadays, obviously, you'd be laser cut vinyl, but literally you can tell the amount of effort and detail that's gone into this.
That's a gentleman called Carl, 62 years of age. So Carl did all of the traditional sign writing on this truck and the brand new truck down there. And our paint shop have actually done the paint job and lacquered it on top afterwards.
So you've got a really one-stop shop really then with what you've got with your fleet working. You've got mechanics, obviously, paint shop, all that.
Yeah, we've got everything to run the trucks really, compliance team, insurance team, fleet team, mechanics, obviously they do the maintenance. the paint shop and repair shop. They get damaged, unfortunately, so
Of course.
we need to repair them. But the quality of what the guys have just put out with the ERF and the new DAF is blown me away.
So really as well, just quickly back onto the new generation of haulage employees, you don't actually have to be a driver to see a future in the haulage industry, do you?
No, I say last year because of the driver shortage, we put 9 apprentices on, 1 female. And if anybody's watched the recent TV programme on Owens, Laura, one of our female drivers, was one of our apprentices. She now drives daily up and down the motorway. We're encouraging to get more females into the industry. So we've got 14 driving for us at the moment, which is fantastic. And more ladies will want to come on board. We're happy to sort of train.
I mean, there's plenty of them on TikTok, isn't there? TikTok lorry drivers. It's like, yeah, there's girls everywhere. It's ridiculous. Like, aren't you supposed to be driving them, not just like polishing them? I'm sure I missed something there.
I was driving them as well. In fairness.
Yeah, like what? The computer says you've stopped. What are you doing? Oh yeah, sorry, I'm going now. Let's move quickly along then to what is obviously a much older truck, a very vintage truck to say the least. The Cummins. Now, a few trucks in the championship used to ride with Cummins engines. Tell us a bit more about the heritage of the Cummins brand.
Yeah, so obviously the old Atkinsons that we've got here, 50 years old and 52-year-old, both have Cummins in there. Cummins is a big name in diesel engines and has been around for years. My father was a diesel fitter, but you had to be a special fitter to set a Cummins up properly. Oh, right. The injectors need this special way of setting them up to make the engine run right. But yeah, really reliable bit of kit. And again, in both of our Atkinsons that you see on show today.
That's incredible, and again, absolutely mint condition. I've just noticed though, the exhaust comes out the front. Is that normal with this particular model?
Yeah, that's the design on that Aki. This one's a bit smoky as well. We took it through the local Christmas carnival back before Christmas, and I had to keep apologising for people. I was driving it, and it was smoking quite a bit. But
tell you, well, give it to me. I'd have just clouded people out on purpose. I was like,
50 years of age, we'll let it off.
Yeah, too right. As hopefully people will let us off one day as well. Yeah. When you get to 50, obviously. Right. Well, dude, thank you very much for talking to us, and of course being here with such a fantastic turnout of trucks. Quickly before we go, what do you think is your favourite thing about what we've tried to do down here in South Wales for the Convoy event?
I think it's a really good family event. Obviously, you've got the fantastic Welsh weather with us today as well. Yep. And I think there's a really good vibe from everybody. I've been chatting to people, families, old, young, in between, and everybody's really, really enjoying themselves. We look forward to this event every year now.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, we're glad to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will catch up with you probably next time we're here. I can see why not. You can teach me to drive a truck one day. I think I'll just pop down to
If you ever want to drive one, we'll give you a driver one.
Watch this space. Pointy for Prime Minister. 4, 3. Well, here we are back down in the British Truck Racing Championship Paddock. And of course, I'm joined with 10-time British champion and 1-time European champion. You always like me to remind people of that, don't you? It's Mr. Stuart Oliver, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing, bud? You all right?
Yeah, very good, yeah. Pleased to be in sunny Wales.
I know. I tell you, the amount of people when you say, where are you off to this week, going to South Wales, oh, no, it's going to be good down there, is it?
No, that's right, but yeah, it's come up trumps this time. It's really good. It's,
trumps.
Blue skies everywhere, and our British colleagues that aren't here, can I just mention they're in Massano in the Adriatic, on the Adriatic coast of Italy.
What's the weather like there, mate?
It's not good at all.
Oh!
It's not good. It's raining, it's miserable, it's cold.
Just in case they're sat in a caravan getting rained on, Keys, just pan out there for a minute. Just show European champions, delegates that are in the ETRC at the moment, what it's like here in Great Britain, in South Wales. That's right, yes. It's beautiful blue skies, sunshine, people walking about in their next to nothings. I really wish, Michael would stop doing that. But anyway.
That's right. That's right, yeah. You don't need to go to the Adriatic coast to see bikinis and bits of flesh.
You just put a couple of beers in me and I'll just... Anyway, let's move swiftly on, shall we? back to the racing then, if we could. Great start for you this weekend, you know, and
Thanks for reminding us why we're here. Yeah.
yeah, the racing,
Yeah.
these things, these things. Great start for the weekend. You've got to be happy with that second place. We obviously caught up with you in the pit lane. We do love a cheeky pit lane interview, don't we? But now obviously the adrenaline's calmed down. How's the championship looking for Stuart Oliver?
Looking quite good. There is one slight obstacle, which is what's it, somebody Smith.
Just the one obstacle.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's obviously another 18 or 19 as well, but one major obstacle. But I was pleased with that performance. I was pleased with qualifying because I do believe I pipped him in the second fastest lap.
You did indeed, yeah.
So that puts us on pole for the next race. So what's the word? He's not invincible, I think is the word. So
kinks in the armour are starting to show.
correct. I felt there was certain parts on certain corners of that last race where I was having the edge on him, which is not very often that has been the case for a number of years. So
well, number of years being the operative phrase. Do we think that this experience is starting to show through where Ryan Smith might be slipping slightly?
well, I think he's just peaked. Pointy, I think he's just peaked.
It's game over now, mate.
Yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? It's yeah, that's right. You know, sort of this. But no, he's a good driver. Don't get me wrong. But you know, yeah, going back to the championship and how I feel. Yeah, it's a long way to go yet. A lot of races. Reliability is key. You know, you can do is you can win 4 races,
Yeah.
but if you don't finish the 5th or do well in the 5th,
It's a big different outcome for the whole weekend,
the
isn't
whole
it?
weekend's a disaster. Yeah, well, not a disaster, but it's points wise.
Yeah.
It's the way the points structured it is. So no, look, you know, chin up and crack on and see what happens.
So, speaking about the championship, you've obviously been doing this a little while now. How long exactly is it that you've been racing in British truck racing trucks?
I came here in April 1988. Never been on a racetrack before, other than I went to do my arts test at Croft in a Peugeot 306. It might have been a 305 in them days. I don't think the 306 was even out then.
Like
But-
a 305.
Like a
Crashed a lot of them. I mean, sold a lot of them. Yeah.
So I basically did my odds test. I did come and follow it and watch the racing. And so yeah, 1998 April, I came here with an ERF, which was basically a converted road truck that Ricky Collett managed to somehow persuade us that it was a fantastic truck. And I did a deal with him, came here, and I did win some races, but then the engine blew up. So just like we said before,
Wait, a Ricky Collett's truck engine blew up.
there's a first, isn't it?
That's very rare.
That's obviously gone on for a year or two.
Very rare. An homage to the good old days.
That's right, yeah. So, no, yeah. So, yeah, 1998. So, 25, 26 years of.
Other than winning, obviously, quite a few championships and doing very well, you've obviously built massive bonds and fantastic relationships with manufacturers along those times. What's kept you coming back as a champion, as a racer?
It's the buzz of it. It's it's off the track, the camaraderie. It has its ups and down years. Don't get me wrong. There's been some challenging seasons, but
challenging.
it's the way the championship is now. It's going in a great direction. The sponsors are coming back into it as in the way of manufacturers, truck manufacturers, which they're very professional organisations. They don't come into things like this unless they see the potential. So
yeah. They don't sponsor banger racing, is what you're trying to say.
Basically, that's right. So yeah. So it keeps us coming back. It's great to be part of the organisation, the promotion side, the connection with BARC, which is a great organisation, and to be part of that and help steer the truck racing aspect with them to get events like this is really good.
It is an incredible amount of effort's gone in, and everybody we speak to around the paddock has the same thing to say about the BTRC and how the championship's changed over the last few years, and the convoy events especially bringing so many more spectators to these events. This Saturday on Pembury is busier than we've seen some Sundays in the not too distant past.
Absolutely, yeah. The gate, the management here, sort of must be delighted with the number on a Saturday in particular. I've seen Sundays nothing like as busy as what it is today. And so yeah, onwards and upwards.
Now, quickly touching on what you brought up earlier on, we've obviously got a couple of the British drivers over racing in the European Truck Racing Championship this season. Obviously, because of track limitations, we're not allowed to have a certain amount of trucks on the track, and that's down to Motorsport UK's regulations. All about safety, and we totally get it. And all the luck to them, of course, as well. You having raced in the European, been there, done that, of course, many drivers here have been in the Mittelline Cup once upon a time at the Nürburgring. What major differences would you say there are between how things are on circuit in Europe and how they are back home in Britain?
I think, you know, when we're on the podium and you ask for that one word, I think the one word is cost.
Yeah, true.
That's the answer to that question. But no, it's a big commitment to do the European Championship. It's an FIA-governed series and championship, so you know naturally the costs and everything associated with that type of racing is higher. But you know, like I've said to Mark Taylor and John Newall numerous times, and even to Ryan, you know, they should go out there. You've got to experience it. You don't want to be getting to, you know, towards 60-year-old and think, well, I wish I'd gone and done that 20 years ago. Do you know?
Like a rite of passage almost.
That's right, yeah, you know, so I've got the T-shirt from 20 years ago, and I can stand here and say, well, I've done that. You know, I was third twice in the FIA Championship, and then I won it in 2004, so, you know...
I was literally just about to ask, what year was it that you got that
which
one?
was a long time ago, but it's, you know, I did it, you know. There's 12 trucks in Misano in the championship this year in the FIA. We've got 19 here. The French have 20 odd. You know, so that's got to tell you something. When I did the FIA, there was 26 trucks I was battling against, and they were all, you know,
hardcore truck racing.
Yeah, it was. You know, so I'm quite proud of that achievement. So, you know, I do wish, you know, John and Mark all the best, and it's good to have British drivers that's come through this national championship and, you know, sort of learn the craft and go on and have a go there, you know, and it's you know, I'm quite pleased that they're doing it, really.
No, that's fantastic, and of course that is the true camaraderie and sportsmanship in the British Truck Racing Championship, that of course you still do well wish everybody that's part of the family, and that is the environment you get from the paddock and the sport as a whole. So we've obviously got a few more races left to do this weekend and quite a few left to do this season, but fingers crossed, touch wood, we are on a good one for this year, the 2023 season, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again a lot over the next few months.
Well, I hope so.
Stuart Oliver, thanks very much for joining us. Now let's head over to the junior saloon cars to see what's happening on track at Pembury.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Involved in the tangle, and we saw the 17 car of Will Crewsden sadly crash out as well. Well, the board has been held aloft by Daisy, our chief start line marshal, who we heard from a little while ago. There's the 32nd board, so the car's about to be sent on their way on their green flag lap. There's Joel Daniels' car being towed back in. The Chandler Motorsport team will try and repair that for the other 2 races taking place tomorrow. The Junior Saloons kick off race 2 tomorrow at 9:45 and then have another race at around 10 to 2. Jack Warboys says Harvey Kersley 88 he's cheering for. Yep, making his debut this season, moving up from karting. So I'll remind you of the lineup then for this first race of the weekend. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jonathan Moore on the front row. Second row, Jack James and Oscar Dix leading the championship by a point ahead of the man in 5th on the grid, Dara Flock, the Dubliner. Alongside him is CJ Morgan, number 59. 4th row, triple 3, which is Zach Palmer, and 78 in the citrus yellow car, that's Kieran Roberts. Row 5, Charlie Constable, number 6, and 10, Harry Smith. Row 6, number 7, Elliot Fuster, alongside 30, Will Fallon. Will Fallon won't be starting, was involved in that incident. Start delayed is the message now being displayed. We'll go through the rest of the grid then. Row 7, number 40, James Sherrington, and number 110, Josh Selvery. Row 8 is Oliver Law, number 77. Now, I believe he is the son of Justin Law of Jaguar racing fame. The car is run by Don Law Racing. And I think Oliver is the son of Justin Law, who has raced Group C Jaguars, among many other things. He, I think at one time, held the hill record at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in a Group C Jaguar. Oliver starts alongside Cole Lynch, number 353. Then we've got number 17, Will Crewsden, won't be starting with damage from the incident there. So Harvey Kersley, number 88, will start on row 9 alone. Row 10 will be number 50, Francisco Howitt. We don't have Joel Daniels, number 36, as we've seen. Row 11 is number 52, Noah Checkley, alongside 70 of Wilf Butler. We had one supporter of Noah Checkley, Christine Checkley, hello to you. Behind them, number 38, Caleb McDuff, and 33 of Jacob Baldry. The penultimate row, number 4, Jude Cooper, 317, Jack Harrison. The final row, treble 2, Oliver Kerr, and 888, Alexander Mostav. Big hello to Richard Barwick, one of our team down in the paddock, who is currently fitting onboard cameras. Thank you, Richard. Hi to Lauren Taylor as well, looking to follow in the footsteps in truck racing of her dad and granddad, Roy and Steve Taylor. Good to hear from you, Lauren. Plenty of you cheering for Cole Lynch. She's car 353, a bit further back on the grid. Not too sure of the reason for this latest delay. Maybe the clerk of the course not yet happy with the circuit conditions after the clear up there, but I'm sure the marshals are working on it. Drivers just trying to keep cool, as you can see down there in their cars. The grid has been cleared. So apologies for this slight delay here. Hello to Paul Dunn, uncle of Dara Flock, watching from Dublin. Dara looking for his second win of the season. The remainder of the schedule after this, we've got a truck drifting display after this. I'm looking forward to seeing that. That's followed by the Track Attack Race Club. They've got Clio's, 206s, Saxos, a grid of French cars from them. That's followed by our second truck race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. And then we've got our second race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. They were absolutely brilliant if you missed them earlier on, with Crispin taking the win. Ryan Smith looking for a second win in the British Truck Racing Championship. Adam Bint in Division 2. We've not seen the Track Attack Race Club on our BARC TV coverage before. Chilled Mackers says, truck drifting, where is Kurt Göransson? My sentiments exactly. I remember when I was very young seeing Kurt Göransson in action in European truck racing, the Swede. And he used to drive like he was in a drifting competition during races, would power slide his Volvo around in incredible fashion. That's a nostalgia trip right there. One of the great truck races of all was Kurt. Maybe it is Kurt who's going to be drifting round, who knows? This is why we should have a Stars of the Past race for the truck racers, classic truck racing. I know Richard Walker still competes with his son Jack Walker-Tully occasionally in historic cars. I saw them in a Lotus Cortina at Donington a couple of years ago. Yes, and pointing out the reason why Kurt Göransson drove like that. Used to work in the logging industry in Sweden, would drive his trucks laden with logs on icy roads and would have to slide them around. KP says, I remember the Bandag Bandit burnout truck. This Bandag were the company that did tyre remolds, weren't they? Who was it? It was sponsored by them in truck racing. Might have been George Allen and his brother Les Allen, the owners of Trucker Line, which are still going in London, or near London. I think Les Allen had the Uniroyal sponsored truck. Richard Walker had the black Mack, or was it a Kenworth, as one of our comments. That was the Kenworth, the Century Oils truck that got wrecked in that start line crash at Zolder in, I think it was the 89 season. So apologies for the continued delay here before we get this restart underway. We'll wait to see if time has reduced. The timing screen still saying 15 minutes at the moment. Not too sure of the reason for this extended delay, but making sure everything is as possible. Thanks to Chilled Maccas for sharing a few truck racing memories. Yes, I've got some truck racing VHS tapes as well. No, the incident where the rear axle came off the Kenworth was at Silverstone, I think, where he got spun into the wall. It was either Silverstone or Donington. The incident at Zolder was where the front row suddenly stopped on the grid and Richard couldn't see the flags and went through the back of them. Hi to Stuart Evans as well. Saying I have a good memory for stuff like this. It's because I don't know anything else, Stuart. I grew up around truck racing. Big thank you to my father John, who was a truck racing official for a number of years in the late 80s and early 90s. His job was helping calibrate the tachographs, recorded the truck's movements and checking the speed limiters as well. So I was around truck racing paddocks from an early age. Meanwhile, our junior saloon cars are about to get underway, so thank you for your patience, everyone, during that enforced delay, just while we got everybody back into position after dealing with that incident up there at Brooklands. We had a tangle between Joel Daniels, Will Fallon and the 17 car of Will Crewsden involved as well. But it's now time to go racing with our next race for the junior saloon cars. First of three this weekend. The green flag lap is underway. It will be a 15-minute race. It's Cameron Pratt-Thompson who leads them away. Full credit to the marshals, the medics and the recovery crews there for getting the circuit back into tip-top condition. We say hope everyone's okay after that incident at the far end of the circuit. Jensen Bell also cheering on CJ Morgan here. Yes, quite an experienced name in junior saloon cars. CJ used to race the pink Saxo, if I remember rightly. Karted since the age of 6, now racing for the Chandler Motorsport team. It's his third season in junior saloon cars. There is CJ, the white car with the yellow wheels. Behind him, treble 3, which is Zach Palmer. Another ex-short ovaler, Ninja Karts from the age of 6. Also raced junior hot rods. A few ex-short ovalers have come through this championship. We saw Ashley Gregory, the ex-Wharton Stock Car Club mini stocks racer. She's now in the Mini Challenge Trophy. There is Cameron Pratt-Thompson for the Vinner Sports team. I'll be a little nervous here. His first ever pole position. Top 3 times for each driver, setting the grid for each of the 3 races this weekend. Second quickest for race 2 tomorrow and the third quickest for race 3. So the concept of race 1 result setting the grid for race 2 not being used this year. Up to the grid they come. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the white and black 37 car. Alongside the black and Dayglow yellow car of Jonathan Moore. Row 2, the turquoise car, that's Jack James, number 53. In black and red, Oscar Dix, just narrowly leading the championship by a point ahead of the blue and red car, that's Dara Flock. And then the white car with the yellow wheels, that is CJ Morgan. Here we go. Into position, last few cars moving into line. We'll have more of your comments after this race. Five-second board is held aloft then. Here we go. Attempt 2 with the junior saloon cars. Race 1 of 3 this weekend here at the Pembrey Circuit. The revs are up and away they go. Good start by Cameron Pratt-Thompson from pole position. Slightly reduced grid, 1 or 2 cars not taking the restart with a bit of damage. Jonathan Moore trying to get it down the outside, slotting into third place Jack James with Dara Flock alongside him. Oscar Dix is down to 5th. Jonathan Moore all the way around the outside. He's done exactly the same as he did at the first attempt. Now can hold it as they come along towards Spitfires and DeBenny. 3 wide moment there in the pack with 317 car. That's Jack Harrison in the middle, side by side for the lead. Moore on the inside for the left at DeBenny alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Can he take the lead away? Dara Flock is in third place on the inside line. Jack James is in 4th position. There's a bit of a bump there with Oscar Dix, possibly, but Jonathan Moore has done it. He's taken up the lead, slides his way spectacularly through Senna up towards Brooklands. Oscar Dix, the black and red car, trying to take 4th place away from Jack James. Next in the order, CJ Morgan, as they start to sort themselves out around the first lap. Behind him is Zach Palmer, but it's Jonathan Moore who has got the lead in the number 12 car. Down towards the end of the opening lap then in this full 15-minute restart. They sort themselves out further behind. Side by side there, the number 7 of Elliot Fuster moves through on the inside past Cole Lynch in the 353. They cross the line to complete the opening lap. It's Moore that leads from Pratt-Thompson, Flock, James. 5th is Oscar Dix, 6th CJ Morgan, then it's Zach Palmer. Harry Smith is in 8th position, the number 10. Then Charlie Constable is 9th, and Kieran Roberts, the green, the sort of citrus green car, rounds out the top 10 as they bounce their way through the hairpin. Charlie Constable, the Oryx competition car, side by side with Harry Smith in the number 10, the Westbourne car. But it's number 12 of Jonathan Moore, also with Westbourne Motorsports, who leads the way in the early stages. Jack James moving up, trying to have a go at CJ Morgan, who's got through there on the hairpin. So Jack James losing a couple of places into the second lap. 4 cars, I think, not taking the restart in this one. We knew about Crewsden, Fallon and Daniels. I don't think Oliver Law is out there either, the number 77. Somebody kicking up a bit of dust there, coming out of Senna up towards Brooklands. Yes, there's 1 car in the pits, it's the 77, that's Oliver Law. I think he came in, actually, at the end of the opening lap there. Jonathan Moore leads, shadowed by Cameron Pratt-Thompson, both looking for their maiden victories in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Dara Flock has won already this season at Cadwell Park. And running wide there, Pratt-Thompson coming off Honda Curve. As they come down towards the hairpin, the pit board showing the drivers their positions. Down towards the hairpin, Moore leads the way from Pratt-Thompson. Dara Flock is closing fast. He wants the lead of the championship at the end of this one. Jack James up the inside, trying to take 4th place back from CJ Morgan. See in the background if he's done it. Indeed he has. Oscar Dix up alongside CJ Morgan now for 5th position. The rest sort themselves out behind. Jonathan Moore just escaping a little bit there as they head over the crossing into the left-hander. First 3 have broken away. James in 4th. Dix is back up into 5th place. CJ Morgan being shuffled back slightly. Then we've got the treble 3 of Zach Palmer. Up on the outside of him, Charlie Constable in the number 6 Oryx competition car. Then Harry Smith, and then the green machine of Kieran Roberts, number 78. 110 of Salvadori is next in the order, and a bit of pushing and shoving there, and off go the 10 of Harry Smith. The 6 of Charlie Constable go grass tracking. They've lost about 2 or 3 places as a result of that. So they've managed to rejoin. The 7 of Elliot Fuster goes through. Number 6 just behind them, Charlie Constable has got it going again. The change for the lead and for second place while that was going on. Pratt-Thompson has got through. You take your eyes off the lead battle for 1 second and it all changes. So Cameron Pratt-Thompson has taken it up ahead of Dara Flock. Third place is Jonathan Moore. Tries to fight back as they come out of the hairpin up towards the right at Spitfires. Then down towards the left at DeBenny. Looking on from 4th place, it is Jack James. So it's all change. I think only 1 car was in the same position as it was at the end of lap 2, and that's Zach Palmer in 7th place. Everybody else has changed places. That's how close it is in Junior Saloon cars. These Citroen Saxos so evenly matched. Cameron Pratt-Thompson looking for his maiden win. Oscar Dix coming under fire from the 59 of CJ Morgan. Looking at the colour scheme on Oscar Dix's car, I'm wondering if that's the old Lewis Saunders machine. He used to race in a black and red colour scheme. He even had red headlamps at one point. Zach Palmer next in the order behind those two. Then it's Kieran Roberts. Then the number 110, which is Josh Salvadori. He's got the number 40 car, the green and black there behind him. That's James Sherrington. Here's Harry Smith and Charlie Constable. We saw them go off at Brooklands a lap ago. Leaders over the line. Dara Flock, 0.4 of a second back on Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.509. We're still only at 1/3 distance in this race, one of three this weekend. Round three of the season, I should say, for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Oscar Dix holding off the Chandler Motorsport car of CJ Morgan. We've seen Chandler Motorsport successful in their classes in Brick Car Trophy with Volkswagen Golfs. They're in the Mini Challenge this year with Reese Hurd leading their challenge in 2023. Here come your leaders, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Sarah Flock, Jonathan Moore and Jack James, the first quartet. Then the pair battling for fifth, Oscar Dix leading the championship by a single point coming into this race, but if it stays like this, I think Dara Flock will move to the top of the points. Cameron Pratt-Thompson only sixth in the point standings, 14 points off the lead coming into this race. There's Zach Palmer holding off Roberts, then Sherrington's got ahead of Salvadori. Fuster is next, then Harry Smith and Charlie Constable. Next behind them, the number 33, that's Jacob Baldry. He's ahead of Noah Checkley, one of our newcomers in number 52, the young man from Birmingham. Then it's Cole Lynch, and there's Disco Francisco Howitt in the red and green, number 50, just ahead of Jack Harrison at number 317. Midfield battle heads down into the hairpin. The lead gap was just under a second. New fastest lap for Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the race leader, 1:11.174. Here's the fight for second place. You can see Pratt-Thompson's been able to pull away slightly. Dara Flock up there in the active welding car in second place. It's number 37, Vinnersport car that leads. Westbourne Motorsport of Dara Flock and Jonathan Moore second and third. Jack James is fourth. He's a Westbourne driver as well. They go towards Brooklands. Three cars fighting for second place now. Two cars fighting for fifth. Oscar Dix in yet another Westbourne Motorsports car. He's under fire from CJ Morgan for Chandler Motorsports. Next in the order, Zach Palmer. He's a second of the Vinnersport cars. He's got Kieran Roberts, number 78, on his tail in his self-run car. Most of them string out behind. Harry Smith having a good go there at Salvadori, the number 110 car. No relation to the former Grand Prix driver Roy Salvadori, different spelling there. Through goes Harry Smith up into 10th position. Lead gap is up to 1.5 seconds now. Cameron Pratt-Thompson beginning to pull away. The three squabbling behind, losing time to win the harder they fight each other. Charlie Constable up the outside of the number 110 of Josh Salvadori. A little bit of a rub there, and Charlie Constable on the grass. This isn't going to allow number 7 of Elliot Fuster in the Tockwith Motorsport car to try and go through. Great looking car, the red, white and green tricolore livery. Just behind them, Jacob Baldry. Plenty of experience in junior saloon cars over the last couple of years. He's in 14th position, just ahead of Noah Checkley, number 52, another of our karting graduates for the Oryx competition team. Going through to complete lap number 7 this time. Our race leaders have got 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Side by side for fifth between Dix and CJ Morgan. Oscar Dix holds the place at the moment. Zach Palmer closing up. Then it's Kieran Roberts in the 78. Leaders have already gone through. It's a frantic fight for fifth place at the moment. Almost going to go 4 abreast, as we saw in, maybe they've been watching the 2 CVs earlier on. The lead gap is increasing because Pratt-Thompson's pulling away. He's over 2 seconds clear now of Flock and Jack James, who's got through in the third ahead of Jonathan Moore. Oscar Dix just about holding on ahead of this group for 5th position. Thought I could hear a car slowing in the background there, so we'll wait and see if anybody's going to come into the pits. Zach Palmer holding off Roberts. These two still at it for 5th place. Here's the fight for second. Dara Flock side by side with Jack James, the 2022 JSCC scholarship winner, is forced to go wide there, puts a wheel onto the grass. Jonathan Moore back on the inside, could capitalise and retake 3rd place. Looks like he's going to. Yes, he's got it done at Brooklands. Jack James moves back to the inside and running wide in the background there. Oscar Dix, oh, they're all running wide through Brooklands. Don't tell me somebody's dropped some fluid there. Somebody has come into the pits. It's Harvey Kersley. I thought I heard the pit alarm go off there. Harvey Kersley unfortunately has pulled off. Third place is now side by side between James and Moore. Dara Flock still second. And it's a complete change in the order behind because everybody went wide onto the grass at Brooklands. This is all allowing Cameron Pratt-Thompson to escape into the lead. 3.8 seconds up now. Jack James up the inside, it's the hairpin. Jonathan Moore will cede him room, and James into third place. It's now CJ Morgan fifth, Oscar Dix down to seventh behind Zach Palmer, Kieran Roberts still eighth. The number 40 of James Sherrington and Harry Smith, number 10, completing the top 10. Swing their way towards the back of the circuit. Jonathan Moore still having a go at Jack James for third place. Of course, the harder everybody else battles, the further behind the race leader, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, they will fall. We just got a glimpse of the leader there in the background in the Vinner Sport Car. 4.5 minutes left, just under. Again, running wide there, that's Zach Palmer and Kieran Roberts. So Oscar Dix could fight back here. He's going to lose his championship lead to Dara Flock as things stand. Through goes Dix. Past the treble three of Zach Palmer, the second of the Vinner Sport Cars. Over the line goes the second place fights. Battle is now for sixth. Oscar Dix under fire. Palmer and Roberts. Further back, Sherrington and Smith. Harry Smith has got himself back up into ninth after he ran wide earlier on. Lead gap is now 4 seconds between Pratt-Thompson and Flock. Jack James in third. Things settling down slightly now after this frantic first half of the race. Oscar Dix, is that in the background coming under fire? No, it's Salvadori coming under fire from the number 7 of Elliot Fuster. That's for 12th place. Behind them, Jacob Baldry, Noah Checkley, Cole Lynch, Jack Harrison, Alex Mostow, who's come through from the back of the grid into 18th place. Kieran Roberts has got ahead of Zach Palmer, the treble three, which is for 6th, 7th and 8th. Kieran Roberts is sliding his Saxo around. Here's a battle further back, the number 4 of Jude Cooper. This is for 21st place. He's got number 38, Caleb McDuff, on his tail. And here's Elliot Fuster. Salvadori behind him. Then Jacob Baldry in the green and black, number 33. Elliot Fuster driving for the Tockwith Motorsport team. Salvadori for Chandler Motorsports. Just behind them is Noah Checkley, one of the newcomers for Oryx competition. Kieran Roberts certainly sliding a lot on the turns. A lot of front end bias on that car. Dara Flock still second. Again losing a couple of tenths to Cameron Pratt-Thompson that time around. A couple of laps to go, I estimate. We'll see what the time remaining is when Cameron crosses the line this time. In this 15-minute race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Here comes the leader. You can hear the pit alarm sounding again in the background. Oh, it's Jude Cooper, the car we just saw in a battle for 21st, has pulled into the pits, unfortunately. Still 3 cars line astern for second. And the gap was 4.2 seconds. These 3 were covered by 7/10 of a second. 1 minute 40 left on the clock, so it's 2 laps to go for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jonathan Moore pulls to the inside. I don't think he's going to be close enough. No, he's not, to have a run on Jack James here for third. So the lead battling seems to have settled down. Change for 10th place. Charlie Constable has got ahead of James Sherrington. The 110 of Josh Salvadori hasn't come on that lap, so where's the 110 car? He was involved in the midfield scrap and locking up there and running wide. That's the treble 2 car now. That may not have been a lock-up. We'll wait and see. Was that engine smoke? It's the treble 2 of Oliver Kerr, the Simpson Race Exhausts car. Yes, it was a lock-up. He has rejoined. So Ollie Kerr rejoins. Jack Harrison, meanwhile, coming under fire from another of the Chandler Motorsport cars. That's Alex Mostav in the 888s. They're fighting for 18th place. So Ollie Kerr in the GTL run car has kept it going. 4.4 seconds is now the lead gap, or it was last time through. Yep, Same this time across the line. So we're on to the last lap now of this junior saloon car opener. Jack James wants second place. He'll have seen the last lap signal. That's his signal to go for it and attack Dara Flock. They're not going to catch Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He's heading for his maiden victory. Through towards the crossing he comes. Got a second chance after being outpaced by Jonathan Moore when the race was red flagged after one lap. Dara Flock is going to try and push to catch him, but I don't think he'll make up a near 4.5 second deficit. CJ Morgan still fifth ahead of Oscar Dix, who's going to complete the podium places. Then Oscar Dix dropping back into the clutches of Kieran Roberts now, the 78. It's going to be the number 37 for Vinner Sports. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, 6th in the championship coming into this round. He's heading for his maiden win. Is Dara Flock going to hang on for second place? This will provisionally put him into the championship lead with Oscar Dix down in 6th place, but Cameron Pratt-Thompson is the hero of the hour here at Pembrey. He takes his first ever junior saloon car victory. Well done, Cameron. Second place, Dara Flock will just hang on ahead of Jack James. Jonathan Moore is 4th. 5th it will be CJ Morgan. Oscar Dix into 6th place. Kieran Roberts is 7th. And then a gap back to next through. It should be, no, Harry Smith coming through for 8th. 9th is Charlie Constable. What's happened to Zach Palmer? Fuster completes the top 10. We've lost Zach Palmer somewhere on the final lap. Pick up on that if we can. Cole Lynch comes across the line 14th. Oh, I've just seen on the timing screen, Cameron Pratt-Thompson has got a 5-second penalty. We don't know why. I assume, yep, that's just come up. We assume that is for exceeding track limits, but we'll await confirmation of that. We didn't get notification during the race, but that might be for track limits. But Cameron Pratt-Thompson, a 5-second penalty. That's going to give the win to Dara Flock. It drops him 0.14 of a second behind Dara Flock. If only he'd made up just another 0.14, he would have been okay. Well, Cameron Pratt-Thompson takes the checkered flag in first place, but he's going to be demoted to second by a 5-second penalty, and Dara Flock will inherit his second win of the season and move into the championship lead. Jonathan Moore's got a penalty as well. In fact, a few cars have. Yeah, Jonathan Moore's got a 5-second penalty, Charlie Constable and Elliot Fuster. So the provisional results is a win for Dara Flock after that penalty applied for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jack James takes third. It's CJ Morgan 4th ahead of Oscar Dix. Jonathan Moore is dropped to 6th place by a 5-second penalty. 7th goes to Kieran Roberts ahead of Harry Smith. And James Sherrington and Josh Salvadori completes the top 10. Salvadori, I thought had gone missing. It must have been his transponder stopped working. Jacob Bobby 11th ahead of Noah Checkley. Good result for him. Charlie Constable dropped to 13th by his penalty. Cole Lynch, that's one of her best results so far, in 14th. Elliot Fuster drops to 15th with a 5-second penalty. Then Jack Harrison, Alexander Mostav, Ollie Kerr, Francisco Howitt, Caleb McDuff, Wilf Butler. We lost Zach Palmer somewhere on the final lap. Jude Cooper and Harvey Kersley pulled into the pits, and we lost Oliver Law into the pits at the first lap of the restart. Oh, bit of luck then for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. And it's such a shame, he drove so well there, but a 5-second penalty drops into second place, and it is Dara Flock who takes his second victory of the season. Let's head down to Ewan in Park Fernley.
Cheers, Dave, here with Cameron. Crossed the line in first place, but a 5-second penalty for track limits. First of all, do you agree with that? Are you happy with second? I'm sure there's a little bit of gutting in there.
Well, I'm obviously gutted to not take the win, but, you know, it's my first year. Mistakes are going to be made, and I've just got to accept that that's what it is and got to take on the challenge. But I'm more than happy with second place. Like I said earlier, good points and fair play today. He didn't get the track limits, and he's done a good job.
You were smashing that. I mean, you were almost more than 5 seconds out in front. Was it the guys fighting behind you that let them sort of fall back a little bit, or were you that good?
I think that sort of helped, but I think also my pace on my own this weekend has been really good. I've not really needed a tow, so I think that's a big factor. But like you say, they were battling quite hard behind, and I saw that. I thought just time to maximise the opportunity and go.
Without giving clues away, what is the key to your success at Pembury? You're clearly absolutely loving it here.
Just a great team around me. You know, Vinna have got the car, got the car perfect, and obviously I've got a great team. Callum's the best coach I've ever met, and all my sponsors are really helping me out.
Love that, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Let's speak to Dare here as well. Congratulations, Dara. We've seen you on the podium a few times last year. First win this year. Congrats, massive, yeah?
Yeah. Coming off of Cadwell, it's good to get another win. I had one at Cadwell, so to get 2 wins in 3 races and I've got 3 podiums isn't too bad.
And that'll surely make you championship leader now. Sort of a target on your shoulders, on your back.
Yeah. Well, me and Oscar are battling up top in the championship. I don't know where he got in this race, but. Yeah, he's not in the top 3, so I should be in the lead.
Yeah, because he had a 1 point lead. I think he was 5th or 6th, so you will be championship leader now. 2 races tomorrow. I mean, this is already a good weekend. What can sort of tomorrow possibly bring?
Hopefully the same. 2 more wins, but yeah, got to look forward and do some things to the car just to make it handle a bit better. But yeah, still good.
Can you tell us what?
It's just not really turning a little bit, but yeah, it's still good, but just a little bit more.
You made it work, well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot. Let's go speak to Jack James here as well, 3rd place. Started from 3rd and finished in 3rd. First of all, congratulations, but how was the race for you?
It was a bit hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was all over the place in turn 1. I got done twice by Dara around the outside, which wasn't great, but it was really good racing. About halfway through, when we got into the pack of 3, it was a bit look over the shoulder and then trying to attack at the same time. But the 3rd is brilliant.
With the massive delay, as a young driver, you've probably not experienced that too many times. Were you just getting hot in the car? What you do over there?
Yeah, I was saying to my engineer actually, I was more like medium rare sitting on the grid. I mean, it was, I was sitting there, I was like, come on. The door, I was trying to waft some air in, and it was just like creaking. So all I could hear was like every time, and it was it was a bit tedious.
Qualified well, finished well. Clearly enjoying Pembrey, the sunshine and the crowds out, having a good time, yeah.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, we did have the pace for pole this morning, but we couldn't quite put the lap together. But I mean, championship point, what we need this early in the season. So I'm over the moon.
Mate, great start to your week. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Right, that's our first of 3 races. That's 1 done today. We've got 2 tomorrow for the junior saloons. Coming up next, it is truck drifting. Ever heard of that? Ever seen that? Let's go back to Dave first of all, then find out what it's all about.
Well, thanks, Ewan, and I'm not sure what we're going to see next, to be quite honest. If we see our truck drifting competition, basically what we're going to see is, as we said, I think, trucks trying to go as sideways and make as much tyre smoke as possible. We don't know who's involved with this. We've not been told how many trucks are going to be taking part or whether it's going to be more than one or any of the names of the drivers. So we're certainly going to see a spectacle if we see truck drifting out on track. That's for certain. Maybe Pointy knows more. We'll perhaps be able to hear from him down in the truck racing paddock. We've still got 3 races to go after this. We've got the Track Attack Race Club. The British Truck Racing Championship have their second race of the day, and we've got our second 2CV race as well, the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroen 2CV Racing Championship. Don't forget we've got the Enduro race coming up for them tomorrow. 1 hour 40 minutes for the 2CVs tomorrow, some of them with more than 1 driver. We've actually got 1 team of 3 drivers sharing 2 cars. That's going to be interesting at the pit stops. Minimum of 2 pit stops per car during that race. We're just waiting to see what is going to happen on track next then. I've got no idea what's going to happen next. Of course, the crowd will be checking out hopefully our show trucks in the paddock as well. We'll probably see a bit more from Pointy tomorrow on our truck show taking place this weekend. I reckon Pointy's gone for a ride in the monster trucks that are here this weekend. Okay, we are on board what I presume is the drift truck. Maybe it's Riek Stig from that Top Gear feature we saw all those years ago when he was drifting a truck around a skid pad. I think the drift truck on that occasion was one of Fabian Calve's old MANs from the European Championship, but I could be wrong. It was a few years ago now that Rig Stig hit the skid pan. That was at Millbrook in Bedfordshire, I think. It appears to be a volleyball game going on at trackside at the moment. They need to be careful with that ball. It doesn't end up on the circuit. Waiting to see if our drift truck is going to head out then. We are now a slight distance behind on the schedule because of the enforced delay with our junior saloon cars, but thankfully the circuit cleared up fully by the marshals and the recovery crews. Pretty sure Rig Stig was... Shh, it's a secret. Not reading that comment out. Not supposed to know who the Stig is. Just waiting to see if our drift truck is going to make an appearance on the circuit then. Hear a bit of live music in the background as well. Now we're just waiting to confirm if we are going to see the drift truck come out. It may be that because of the delay before our previous race, we may not see it out at this point because of the delay to the timetable. We are just awaiting confirmation of that, which would be disappointing if it doesn't happen. I'm sure we'll see it tomorrow though. There is another session scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Save a bit on tyres, I suppose, as well. We're hearing that it may possibly, it isn't official yet, the truck drifting may possibly have been postponed to the end of today's programme to allow us to get the full race programme in. So we may see the truck out later on. So apologies to those who were expecting our truck drifting display next, but that may be taking place at the end of the day after the 2CV race. Thanks again to everybody for your input on our YouTube feed. And next up, we are going to be seeing, if the truck drifting does not take place, it'll be the Track Attack Race Club for their mixture of saloon cars. And we can hear from their boss man, Dave Beecroft, their coordinator and racer in the Track Attack Race Club. Dave Beecroft caught up with Ewan earlier on.
Okay, next up we've got the Track Attack Racing, and what I've heard a lot of people say today is, what is Track Attack? Well, we're going to find out because I've got Dave Beecroft here, who heads up not only junior saloons but also Track Attack. Dave, what is Track Attack all about?
Track Attack, it is a series of races that are following the Junior Saloon Car Championship around, and it's quite basic in that if you've got a French car, like this, or a Peugeot here, you race in the French section. Yep. If you've got a British car, you race in the British section. You've got a German car, you race in the German section. And it's sort of a group of like-minded guys who are into French cars or into German cars, or whatever it may be.
That's really unique. Usually it's engine size. That's very unique to be sort of nationality.
It is. Nobody else is doing it. I didn't found it. Steve Vince founded it. Steve's retired. We've taken it on and we want to promote it and move it forward. We've got everything from the little Peugeot 206 production cars, which are absolutely virtually standard. You can pick one of these up for £3,000, ready to go. Motorsport is expensive. That's as cheap as it's going to get.
So we're talking about affordability here, aren't we?
Very much so. Affordability and keeping the rules simple, keeping the rules easy to apply, make it easy for the scrutineers and the clerks to do everything, and for these guys who are just club racing, have some fun.
Clearly a very busy guy, but you're actually racing today as well in the track attack.
I am, for my sins, yes. I've always wanted to race and sort of never been in a position. This allows me to race at on a budget. I'm racing a little Saxo here, which is basically the same as the junior cars.
Yeah.
This has got 50 horsepower more than the juniors, and I'm only as quick as the juniors.
Dave, thank you for your time. Best of luck racing.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Right, for the first time on BARC TV, let's go track attack racing. Over to you, Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ewan. Good to hear from Dave Beecroft there. Just confirmation that the truck drifting display has been postponed to the end of the day, so we'll see the Track Attack Race Club out next, and they're making their way to the grid now. Now, we mentioned it's different types of saloon cars, a bit of a run what you brung series, this one. This weekend, the entry is all French. The French category run by the Track Attack Race Club used to be known as the Tricolore Trophy. And in pole position for this one is number 73, that's Adam Croft, at the wheel of a Peugeot 205 GTI. He's got a Renault Clio alongside him, that's number 7, Lee Curry. Second row of the grid, number 52, Mike Bowman, he's also in a Clio. And then there's Dave Beecroft in his Citroen Saxo, that's one of Oryx Competition's Saxos that Dave is competing in today. After that, we've got the cars taking part in a subclass within the French division, which is the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. And the first of them is number 25, which is Matt Anderson. He won both their races at Cadwell Park in that subclass, starting alongside number 42, Paul Rice. Row 4 is number 303, which is Jake Richardson, and 31, which is Lewis Charlton. They're also in 206 GTIs. And the fifth row of the grid, number 12, Paul Evans, at the wheel of a Renault Clio. It's a Clio 182, and number 34, Steve Fuller, with his Peugeot 206 GTI. Double winner at the season opener at Cadwell Park was Andrew Neal with a Peugeot 106 GTI, but he's not made the long journey to South Wales. This will be a 20-minute race. We've never seen a Track Attack Race Club.
This isn't obviously the first time you've been racing, so tell us where Paul Rivette comes from. What did you start off? Well, we're down here in the paddock at Pembury, and I've had a great opportunity to talk to Richard Gunner and, of course, John Powell. John Powell being Division 2 driver in the championship this year. And Richard, you work alongside John in the paddock, but of course you've also had a bit of dealings with one of our championship sponsors, GBF.
Yeah, that's right. Previously, I was asked to help the championship in 2018 with regards to the directive that came down from the FIA about motorsport cleaning up its act environmentally.
Right.
So we were smoke testing the trucks and testing various fuels. So there was gas to liquid fuels, normal diesel and various additives, fuel-borne catalysts. And we found the best performer. I was doing some work with a generator company that were using the green biofuels, and we got a sample, 100 litres, and that was by far the best performing fuel emissions-wise. And then from that, the FIA have adopted it as a one-make fuel for the European Series, and British trucks have followed on.
So, of course, this year the championship's being sponsored by GBF, and of course we've got the GD Plus in all of the racing trucks. But John, it's not new to you, is it? You had this last year, no?
I believe we started it in 2018. We actually got the regulations changed to produce the EN number, which allowed us to use it with Terry Cox actually, and there was quite a lot of parties going on in between, a decision to use it. And then GBF come on board, and then we've started running it, but we run it for,
2019.
And then the continuation all the way through. And it's nice to see the fact that it's been taken up by the championship. It's good for the sponsors. It's environmentally sound as well. What's the process?
Yeah, I follow them on Instagram. You follow GBF on Instagram, of course, which is where I get most of my information. We're talking huge percentages of CO2 getting reduced in just this one sport alone.
Yeah, that's correct. The fuels derive from waste products, really, from recycled cooking oils, fats from the animal industry, so tallow fats, and they've got very sort of complicated process where they can break the hydrocarbon chains down, string it together to simulate diesel. So to get a litre of normal diesel in your tank, you're looking at about 2.7 kilos of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere just to get a litre of
That's
standard
insane. Because of course that's not just burning it, that's producing it, transporting it and getting it into your car.
Correct. With the green biofuels, because the raw material is offset from a previous industry, we're down to about 300 grams of carbon
That's
dioxide.
insane. That's like I don't even know the percentage. It's like 15%, 20% surely. It is future first,
Future
isn't it?
first.
Future now, more like.
And then, because they then grow more crops to supply the initial industry, that carbon's then absorbed in a cycle rather than releasing trapped carbon from within the earth.
Because the plants absorb the CO2.
Correct, to grow again, and it just cycles.
Photosynthesis.
It's a win-win situation.
It is a win-win situation.
And it makes us win as well. So
Exactly, yeah, well that's what I was going to ask. I mean, how is it, I've spoken to a few drivers and they've all actually got very similar opinions. How do you think it affects the performance of the engines, the trucks as a whole?
None at all, to be honest with you. At first we thought it was, but then it's down to set up an ECU and bits and bobs. So once you get that correct, there's no difference in any performance, in my opinion.
Well, it
fair.
might
And
be,
if anything, it's actually better, to be fair.
Well, that I was about to say, I think it might be Michael Jordan's magic drinking bottle then, because a lot of the drivers I've spoken to, they're like, you know what, I think the engines run a bit better on this stuff.
They do. They get a lot of mid-range torque coming out of them as well. So, you know, it's nice that the fact that everybody's on it, you know, because if you was racing up against a level playing field, otherwise you'd be, you know, it'd leave an opening that doesn't need to be there, really, to be honest with you. So.
And with regards to kind of cost, I mean, essentially, you know, regardless of motorsport and massive industry, this is something we should be looking at using on the roads as much as possible moving forward. What kind of cost would the average, you know, car user be looking at? Would it be more expensive to save the planet, about the same price, do you know?
I believe that is supplied into the truck industry, in the bunker industry. So it's
Well, right.
available at the moment, in my understanding.
Yeah.
So, but I know that.
You don't see it down your local Merco, that's for sure. Other fuels are available.
I should be mentioning names, but
other oil companies.
There's some major players within the transport industry that have taken it on board and are already running it.
Right.
You know, in excess of fleets of 300 vehicles. So, you know, and they've got that adaptation to say we want to reduce the carbon footprint. So in the grand scheme of things, if it was 2 pence dearer, it wouldn't really matter because you're doing the right thing for the environment.
And I also think as well, especially with this day and age, I think fluctuation in any prices really would make a couple of pence dearer probably more of a constant than the fluctuations of raw materials of crude oil and stuff.
Yeah, there's also an offset. The fuel is possibly slightly more expensive, but because of far less particulate matters produced, your DPF loads up less, you get less regen cycles. So effectively, you'd probably use less fuel and less maintenance cost.
So yeah, better for the engine, better for the planet, and as well, of course, with any new product, the more it gets bought, the more it gets produced, the lower that production cost starts to come down, right?
I would imagine so, but I think you might have to talk to the directors about that one.
We'll have a
So
chat with them.
don't
You
get
heard it here
involved.
first. I know a Maxus plumbing van that could do with about 100 litres a week. Just putting that out there. But so fantastic fuel efficiency, fantastic performance as well. Lots of crazy science, but as well, you know, a fantastic sponsor for the sport that really has shown the rest of the world, you know, that there are obviously loads of people that, you know, fuel burning sports need to be outlawed, they need to be changed, but this really gives us a future, doesn't it?
It does, but we actually sort of was working on this before the FIA initially put it into place.
I know you've been doing it a while, haven't
just
you?
been hijacked a little bit along
Been
the
done
way.
over, haven't you? That's what it is, yeah.
So, but you know, it's for the good of the sport at the end of the day, and recognition of the people that have put some work behind the scenes is brilliant. You know, that's where it needs to go. But these guys as a company as well, they're just dead straight, really nice, you know, and they're providing a service, and it's good. You know.
So they obviously just bring us a massive tanker of fuel down, and then the teams just fill up. That's it.
Mine's on. It's just gone past there.
Yours is just behind it. You've got a separate tanker. Okay. You're flogging it to everything in the car park. I mean. Right. Well, look, Richard, John, thank you very much for joining us, and of course another massive thank you to GBF Fuel with their GD Plus biofuel. For more information, of course, head over to Instagram, or of course Facebook and the internet, where of course you'll find more information, as well as btrc.co on our official sponsors page. That's all from us now. Thanks for joining us down here in Pembury South. Right then, as you can hear, spirits are high down here in the paddock, but of course I've had a moment to catch up with Paul Rivett. Now, Paul, you're driving for the very well advertised and liveried Napa racing team. Now, before we get into what you're all about, tell us a little bit about what Napa's all about, because we've been seeing this design all over British racing recently, haven't we?
Yeah, so Napa have had a massive impact on British racing. You know, last year, this year, with the British touring cars, they're racing at Snetterton this weekend, and so far all going really well for them. They're leading the teams championship, the drivers championship. They won the team championships last year. Wow. And it's just amazing to be part of that whole Napa family. So Napa, for anybody that don't know, do car and truck parts.
Right, that's the connection. I was just like, who are they? Who are they? Now you know.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say who are they, because
who are they? They do Napa, yeah, well, the Napa family, obviously.
So yeah, it's just amazing to be part of all this. You know, as well as myself in the truck, they've got the 4 touring cars, 2 JCW minis, 2 mini trophy cars, and a Porsche as well. So there's 10 of us in total, and then also you've got Jack in the stock car actually as well. So
crikey.
So that, yeah, Napa, I mean, for anyone that watches American racing, you'll have seen Napa all over IndyCar, all over NASCAR. Yeah. You know, it's absolutely massive.
That's a good point. Yeah, you certainly notice the colour scheme in NASCAR, don't you?
Yeah, it stands out really well. And you know, I went to media day for the British touring cars because it was just after the first round of the trucks, and I just went to go and pick up a motorhome that I borrowed from there. And the queue to get in was full of mostly people wearing Napa gear, and it was really nice to see.
I bet it was, the sea of blue and yellow. I mean, we saw that at Brands Hatch when I was handing out some trophies to you at the last weekend, and the amount of people that were wearing Napa stuff and the amount of team that we had there. Again, we had the mini challenge with us at Brands Hatch, didn't we? Along with the touring car on display next to your tent. Now, let's just quickly head back to you now and the issues you had at Brands Hatch. What exactly, you know, for those that might have missed it, what actually happened? Let's start Thursday, you get to Brands Hatch, and it all went wrong from there, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. You know, there was the truck was still being prepared, and it was going to be a bit sort of last minute to getting it to Brands for the test day on the Friday. But then there was unfortunately a big accident on the M20, and the truck stood still for hours and hours and hours, which caused us to miss the first test session. Second test session, we went out, we had an issue with the gearbox that was in the truck, and we couldn't achieve maximum speed. We could only achieve about, I think it was about 145 kilometres an hour at that point.
Which is it for miles per hour is about 70, 80?
It's probably getting closer to 90, but...
Oh, so I'm not good with maths, so don't quote me.
But yeah, for any of you that, you know, that I mean, obviously 10 mile an hour is a massive drop in speed in a straight line, so... and for any of you that don't know, you know, we're limited to 100 miles an hour top speed. So it was a big drop. So we knew that we needed to do something to change that to be in with a chance over the weekend. So we had another gearbox that came with the truck. The guys worked till about 3 in the morning putting that in the truck overnight. And we can't fire the truck up at night because of noise regulations. So
of course, yeah.
Couldn't fire it up and test it.
Well, not if you read the rules anyway. Yeah.
We do. Yeah,
you do, I know. Not everybody in the paddock at Brands Hatch read the rules, but Napa behaved, that's the main thing.
Yeah, and so anyway, we fired it up the next morning and it wouldn't select gears properly, and that was a gearbox that came with the truck that was meant to have been rebuilt. So we got a little bit unlucky really there. So anyway, we then put the third gearbox of the weekend in, missed qualifying in the first race. But we knew that we had an issue with that one from the word go, because that was the one we used at Donington last year when we raced the Napa truck there. So we were missing the high split. So we were limit to about 152k down the straight then. So we were on the back foot a little bit for the weekend. But you know, it was great to be back out, and we still brought home some silverware.
I was going to say, you still brought home some trophies, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a second and a third. So you know, that was really good with what we had. And you know, this weekend now we're moving forward. The gearbox in the truck has all been rebuilt. We've been working on some other bits with it and just generally progressing and making the truck better and better.
That's awesome. So the second race that will obviously be starting soon, where are we in position for the start of that one?
We're starting 4th in that one, so we didn't have the best of qualifying this morning. I think we qualified 4th for both the 2 races today, but from 4th early we raced through to 2nd and seemed to have the pace no problem for 2nd. I think we've got the pace race Binty for the wins as well. And
I was going to say, pace consistency is a lot to be spoken for in British truck racing. That consistency is important. Even if you start further back, you can soon start to climb those places back. I mean, we saw the Division 2 trucks racing alongside some Division 1s at the nearer the end of that race earlier on. How does that feel? Does that feel strange that you're among a different division? Are you going faster or are they going slow? You're allowed to be honest.
I don't know whether I don't think that we're going any faster than we've necessarily been before, but you know, it just shows that it's good that we are all in that same race together, and it's good that they start us all together on the grid. You know, we have a gap of 3 grid spaces back to us in Division 2, just to give us a little bit of the room to the Division 1 trucks, just so we've still got space to have our own start, if you like. But by the time we get to the first corner, we're always in the mix. And
yeah, or in the pile-up, as it might be called as well.
yeah, but then that's part of racing, and for us as drivers, you know, we've got to deal with that and find our way around it, and you know, be reserved when we need to, and then push when we need to at other times. So that's all part and parcel of racing. And you know, with only 5 of us in Division 2, I think it's really important that we stick with that Division 1 crowd for the start of the race, and because it just makes it that much more exciting. And as we've shown, we're more than capable of getting stuck in at the back end of that Division 1.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking about that kind of decision-making process and racing and knowing what to do and when to do it, this isn't obviously the first time you've been racing. So tell us where Paul Rivette comes from. What did you start off? What got you into that high-octane world of racing?
So I started racing myself. Well, the original thing that started, I was 9 years old. We were on holiday in Wales, and there was a little go-kart track at the holiday place we were staying, and
always dangerous.
yeah, and I was out in the kids' karts, but they were really slow, and my dad kept saying to the guy about letting me on the adults' karts, and the guy kept saying no. And anyway, one day it was soaking wet, no one else was on them, and the guy thought, it's a wet track, they're on slick tyres, you know, he'll be all right, he can't hurt himself too much.
Yeah.
And I don't really remember this, but apparently I was just power sliding the thing around and you know, doing well, and then so he let me out with the adults the next day, and then I was beating those. So my dad has always been into mechanics, you know, he used to be a mechanic himself. He was a great builder of Mazda RX-7 engines, and it just sort of led on from there. We hired a kart, got into racing, did my first race a day after I turned 10 years old, and never really looked back from there. So, you know, karting, cadets, we were racing against Jensen Button, Dan Weldon and Anthony Davidson. It was sort of the 3 of us going for the British Championship that first year of doing it. Week before the last round, unfortunately, rolled the kart, somebody spun on the inside of me. Over I went, broke my collarbone, so I couldn't do the last round. And we moved up to Junior Britons the next year, and we never really quite had the budget to be, you know, we'd sort of compete at the back end of the top 10 in the British Championships, but we weren't quite racing for the front in that, just mainly for budget restrictions.
Yeah,
but
yeah. There is a lot to do with budget in all motorsport, though, isn't there?
Yeah, so absolutely loved it. And then did a Formula Vauxhall Junior race at Brands Hatch a day or 2 after I turned 16. And then budget restrictions just meant that I couldn't do any more for it. It was about 4 years. Came back, did the Jim Russell Race School when that was around, for anyone that remembers that. Amazing race school. And then into the Fiestas on the Toka package in '99. So I've been on the Toka package for 20 years.
Crikey, that's a claim to fame, isn't it?
Yeah, more than 20 years. So, you know, racing in the Clio Cup there, which obviously I'm sort of known best for, it was raced against 3 generations of the Edwards family in that. So yeah, I was around for a while there, and my career, at the end of my Clio Cup career, I was racing against guys that weren't even born when I started my Clio Cup career. So,
wow. You were still beating them?
Yeah, still beating them. Yeah, we managed to still win the championship in the last year as well. So, but you know, I've always absolutely loved that. But when I first drove a truck, it was actually Steve Powell's truck was the first one I ever drove in a test session at Brands Hatch. Probably this actual truck.
Might well be, actually, yeah.
And I absolutely loved it. And then I got out and had a go racing Wayne Easton's truck in 2016, I think that was, at Snetterton.
I believe, just quickly, Wayne Easton's son is one of the mini drivers that race under the Napa family as well.
He is indeed, yeah. So, yeah. So yeah, raced Wayne's truck Snetterton and just loved it. And it was just a good natural progression, you know, from you know, moving on from the Clio. So just loved this so much, and it was just another way of going racing. You know, WDE recruitments and logistics have been fantastic in always supporting me, along with Tacosys as well, which has been one of my main sponsors for many years as well. And so with both of those, it just fitted well into the truck world. And now to be part of the Napa family on top of all that as well, it's just absolutely amazing. And unfortunately, when COVID hit, it meant we couldn't go racing for a couple of years. We wanted to come last year, but the grid was full up. But we're here, we're back this year, and I'm absolutely loving being here.
That's fantastic. Well, it sounds like an awesome progression for Paul Rivett through racing history, and of course, what a heritage. Napa now, Wales today, and of course, I believe we're getting waves from the distance that we're about to go out racing again. So, good luck for your next race of the weekend here at sunny South Wales, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you on the podium if you get another trophy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pointy. Fingers crossed for another podium. We just need the one with the number 1 on it if we can get it.
We do. We'll sort one out. You give me a 5 and we'll meet you around the back later. Paul Rivett, Napa Racing, back to you in the studio. Wow, the Mellow Yellow. HTV Direct sponsored Ricky Collett joins us down here in sunny South Wales. Now, people at home probably saw you going home, tail between legs and engine on floor from Brands Hatch's little explosion.
Yeah, we had a bit of a fireball, didn't we? So, yeah, we went home, regrouped and come down again. Fortunately, 1 or 2 more teething troubles, but I think we're there now.
Now, obviously, straight after the race earlier on last month, I described your issue as bits of inside metal turning into bits of outside metal. For the technicians among the viewers, what actually happened?
Well, as you say, it was a rapid deployment.
I'm not talking about curry night down the pub neither.
No. Some of the internals gave up the ghost, the little end of the piston, and then it escalated very quickly.
Very quick. Now you've actually got that knocking about, haven't you? Can we see it? Can we see?
Yeah.
Come on in, Keys. Let's just. I obviously had the pleasure of seeing this earlier on in the weekend, but they've actually made a beautiful little plinth for it. This is how all the garages look, by the way. I just want you to know. So here we have
my Brands Hatch trophy.
The Brands Hatch trophy on a beautiful little thumb. Huge amount of metal here, and this is of course a piston. Now there are many sizes of piston, and this one shouldn't look like this. So tell us what's this big round bit called at the end?
This is the piston.
That's the actual
and then
piston.
the gudgeon pin there,
Right.
and there should be a nice bronze bush in there. Unfortunately, that's disappeared.
That's gone. That's not there. Right.
So that caused all that.
Wow, and we're talking a serious weight of metal there.
Yeah.
Just bits missing. We've got huge gouges and teeth marks where it's shot through the side of the engine block at huge amounts of revolutions. I mean, you were on the pit straight at Brands, which means you were probably topping around 90, 100 mile an hour.
We were at 100 mile an hour. I just looked down and thought, oh, we're maxed out here. And then, oh, a bit of a tapping noise. What's that? Oh dear.
Oh, that's not supposed to be doing that.
And there we were.
So how many hours would you say went in to, let's just turn around now and have a look at the engine back in one piece. How many hours would you say probably gone into rebuilding this?
Oh, I don't know. I dread to think, actually.
You don't want to know?
I don't want to know. No, thanks to Joe Robinson, we got a new block, crank, conrods, pistons, pretty much everything.
Yeah, wibbly wobbly man, cuddly toy, just keep going on the generation game of engine rebuilds. Yeah. Well, I mean, but obviously, you've got a great team behind you. This isn't the first major incident we've seen from Ricky Collett, and it's certainly not the first time we've seen you bounce back as well.
No, that's right. I've got a great team of lads with me, so we've worked even now a full tank re-weld and the engine problems sorted out. So. Yeah, we should be good to go.
Good to go. Never finished, never satisfied, and as soon as you are, you'll probably do something else to it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, another niggle will turn up, yeah.
Well, Rick, thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck in the next race of the weekend, and of course, fantastic luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
Ricky Collett, ladies and gentlemen, down here at sunny South Wales, Pembury. Right. You join me now back over with the show trucks. Again, as we've spoken to a few guys earlier on today, Convoy is all about getting the show trucks, getting the off-track entertainment, getting the spectators to have a fantastic time. And of course, we're joined here now by Rob, who actually has a very nice MAN, and now I believe they call it light commercial, don't they?
Correct.
Yeah, which to you and me is the vans in the show truck competition. Now, of course, just because they're smaller doesn't mean they're any easier to clean. In fact, there's probably more surface area to keep shiny on a van than there is on a wagon, isn't there?
Oh yes.
Now, how many hours would you say you probably end up spending preparing this for the competitions?
It all comes down to work commitments and that, but 9 times out of 10 you try and get the Friday off, start early morning, get it done, and then obviously get to the show, and then it's all hands on deck again.
So this isn't just a hobby, this is a part of your life, isn't it?
To an extent, yeah. To an
And
extent,
during the week, obviously, you're running a haulage firm as well.
I'm a one-man band basically, and just go out.
What's the name of the company? Give them a shout.
RB Couriers.
And whereabouts are you based?
Central London.
Oh wow, okay, so you've come a bit of a way, but of course that might explain why we saw you at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago.
That's a lot more local than this, but again, I enjoy the truck racing, and it's a lot more family orientated here. It's really enjoyable.
It is nice. A lot of people say the same thing. You know, it's like as I was talking to Stuart earlier on. It's a truck show, but it's not a proper truck show. It's more like come along, hang out, enjoy yourself.
I've got the lorry painted on the back doors.
Shall we go and have a look at that? Let's go and have a look. Well, before we go anywhere, let's have a quick tour. Now, I don't know how many vans you guys out there have been, but Rob, we've got cushions on the floor.
It's a bit messy at the minute. I haven't.
We're mid-clean. We're not here to do the judging. Don't worry. And what van actually is this that we're looking at right now?
So this is a MAN TGE. It's the only MAN van that MAN Commercial do. And I just prefer this to the likes of a Sprinter. I was always a Sprinter man.
When these came out, I remember it looks very much like another van that we know. But the aftercare and that kind of dealing with the customer services that you get, it's better with
MAN. Yeah, because it's classed as a commercial. You know, again, when you get a Volkswagen Crafter, it comes down as just cars. You ain't got the 24-hour service or nothing like that. So it's a bit of a no-brainer, really. If you're going across the water and things like that, you've got a better aftercare, really.
So what kind of stuff do you end up transporting then?
Me, it's just mainly like coffee cups and food containers and stuff like that. That's all I do.
How strange is that? Everything needs moving at some point in its life, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
So looking through the MAN then, we've obviously got beautiful dashboard, standard there. We've got nice leather covers on the seats. They're obviously not standard.
No, they're just seat covers and that. Yeah, you just got to make it as comfortable as possible. I mean, at the end of the day, it's my office.
Exactly. You spend more time in this than you do your house, probably.
You know, it's got to be tidy.
And then we've got these very nice bar skirts around the side here. And we've got this. This probably is the pièce de résistance. We've got a full bed here, nice single bed here, curtains, massive sound system with LED lighting wall here. Very nice plush interior as well. This is a bottle opener, isn't it? I'm not mistaken this. He's nodding. And then it's not missing the door knocker. So if you've opened this bit, you're already in, really, aren't you? And then down here, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Does anybody for a drink? Anybody for a drink? Well, I mean, I'm struggling to see any mixers, though. That's the only downside. But they're just, stop and have a quick shot. We're going to arrange something, I bet. My goodness. So, yes, of course, there we go. Pink gin. Every truck driver's go-to liquor there. Of course, nice and difficult to get to whilst you're driving, so don't worry anybody out there thinking about that. The driver's seat is quite far away. Let's head round the back then and have a look at what this looks like. I mean, look at the artwork on these trucks. Of course, a lot of trucks in show trucking have got fantastic paint jobs on them, but the airbrushing on the back of this is absolutely insane. We've even got Michael Oliver's number 12 MAN down here in the bottom, looking in rather good condition for Michael Oliver's truck, I might add. But yeah, a history of MAN commercial. Look at that. And of course, these lights, of course, aren't standard. You've done all this. They're just covers. So tell us about the kind of cost that might have been involved with having to make your truck look like this.
About 75.
Wow. So that's including the truck, the van, though, right?
Oh yeah.
I was going to say that's some expensive spray job, man.
Oh no, the paint job wise though, it wasn't too bad. It's about $3,500.
That's awesome to get that kind of artwork for that kind of money. I mean, I paid best part of $1,000 just for stickers on my van. So yeah,
it's mad. And the thing is now, it's the in thing. Everyone does it. You know, it
draws attention, doesn't it? It's something to be proud of.
Yeah, it's something different. You know, and there's not another one the same. And that's,
very true.
That's what's nice about it. You know,
and when
it's
you
not
come
everyone's
to
cup of tea.
No, true.
But you know, it's different. You know, a lot of people. You know, you see a couple of lorries and that they have the films, stuff like that, and I just want it to be different. Again, like with the bonnet, they're my grandparents' lorries and my dad's lorry. So again, it was still going down the same thing of the vehicles. I've always been brought up around it, so.
And that's how you made it into this.
Basically, yeah.
What was the original draw of you coming to truck shows? If you can remember when you went to that first one and thought, oh, this would be something to do for every weekend for the rest of my life.
Well, it's kind of gone like that. It was just the atmosphere. The atmosphere for me is really good. As I say, meet up with your friends. You can have a laugh. Have a drink. And what happens here stays here.
Too right. Not that they can remember any of it, so secrets aren't an issue at all.
The main thing is to come, have a laugh, and catch up with friends that you don't always see.
Now, obviously, you've been to the Brands Hatch one. You've probably been to a couple more of our convoy events or just the race meetings. How different would you say Pembury is now to how it used to be? Because when I started coming here 12 years ago, there was barely any trucks or spectators, let alone 100 shows.
This is my first time here, and I would definitely come back.
That's awesome to hear.
Because it's so chilled, and that's what's nice. I mean, when you go to some of these bigger shows, what can I say? You can't relax.
Yeah.
You can't get round. You can't have a wander and this, that, and the other, because you just don't get round. It's a shame, really, but. Here, yes.
Will you be coming to, it is slightly larger, but will you be coming to Convoy in the park at Donington later this year?
Hopefully, all going to plan. There's something else that could be in the pipeline, still to do with Donington, but we'll see.
That's awesome. Well, I hope whatever that is.
Hoping the right straws can be pulled.
I see. Well, enough about that said then, I think. Well, good luck with whatever that is. Rob, thanks very much for talking to us. Another shot at the back of this incredible MAN TGE. And what an awesome registration as well. I just noticed that. Thanks for talking to us, Rob. Enjoy the rest of the show.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
So as promised, here we are on board of the Red Dragon Monster Truck Passenger Ride Experience, and we're about to go off-road. like to think I kept my composure during that entire thing, and I'm sure Keys did a great job of holding the camera steady. Just like to say thank you to Red Dragon and the team, and of course everybody that was on the ride behind us. Great crowd, great crowd. So we've got our next list of victims for the Red Dragon. Are you guys ready to go on the Red Dragon? Yeah! I think they're going to have a great time. They're going to have a great time. You had a great time, didn't you, Keys? We all had a great time.
Fourth row of the grid, Jock Borthwick in number 32, displaying the My Name's Doddy colours, alongside 68 Craig Reed in his Iveco. And on row 5, Tom O'Rourke failed to finish race 1, will start alongside the number 12 of Michael Oliver. Sixth row of the grid, 95 Ricky Collett and number 92 Simon Faulkner. Behind them, Simon Cole, number 14, and number 41, and John Bowler in the number 14. Just making sure they're all there. John Bowler is there, number 14. I didn't see Tom O'Rourke, so we'll wait and confirm that in a moment. Division 2, meanwhile, John Powell, number 6, is on pole, alongside the 5 of Adam Bint, our winner earlier on. Row 12 is number 10, Craig Evans, and 22, Paul Betts, and Jim Bennett, number 28, completing the grid. If Tom O'Rourke is there, we'll just check as they come through the hairpin. Should be on the 5th row. No, it looks as though Tom O'Rourke has withdrawn, unfortunately, mechanical problems from earlier race. Hopefully we'll see him back out and racing tomorrow. The Daft Pace truck leads them round then. Can Stuart Oliver even the score with Ryan Smith? Ryan Smith took 3 wins and Stuart Oliver 2 at the season opener at Brands Hatch. On board here, I think that's Jock Borthwick. We're riding on board with the number 32 truck. Lining up alongside Craig Reed. Seeing the driver at work at the wheel of the MAN. See the hefty steel roll cage to protect the driver, all the equipment as well. Driver very securely strapped down in these 100-mile-an-hour race trucks. Good to see John Bowler's made it out. Clutch problems prevented him from racing the number 14 MAN in the earlier race. Man from Stockport's ready to show what he can do. We're on board with Adam Bint once again in Division 2 as well. This will be another 15 race. Tension beginning to mount then ahead of race number 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith, David, Stephen Powell, Simon Reed, Bradley Smith, Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed, there's Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett's back out, Simon Faulkner's out there as well. I don't think Simon Cole is there either, the number 41. No, he's missing from the back of Division 1. So a couple of non-starters due to problems in the first race. We'll see them back out, I'm sure, tomorrow. Their crews will be working hard. 15 minutes about to get underway then from the rolling start. They thunder down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith tries to cut across, but Stuart Oliver's got the inside line. Stephen Powell gives it a banzai move down the outside. He tried that in race 1 as well. Division 1 make their way through already. Division 2 overlapping with them. Adam Bint's got a good start up the inside there, side by side with Ricky Collett in the Division 1 MAN number 95. It's Stuart Oliver who leads from Ryan Smith. Stephen Powell in 3rd place, trying to hold off David Jenkins. He's having to go at Ryan Smith for 2nd place. Adam Bint proving he can run with Division 1 once again. John Bowler's dropped back a little in the 14. They head up towards Senna for the first time. Stephen Powell gets the tighter line, trying to attack Ryan Smith. Jenkins in 4th, then Simon Reed rounds out the top 5. Jim Bennett at the back of the field in the 28s. Craig Evans under fire from Paul Rivette, who hasn't got the best of starts here in Division 2. He's dropped back a place or 2. There's John Bowler in there, the number 14, battling with his old Division 2 rivals. Up towards the completion of lap number 1 then. Adam Bint already up there with Division 1. Here comes Ricky Collett, barrelling down the inside, retakes the rather cheeky Division 2 leader, taking on the more powerful machines. Just ahead of him is Craig Reed. Simon Faulkner still behind Adam Bint as well as John Bowler. They complete the first lap then. The lead is with Stuart Oliver ahead of Ryan Smith. They're already a couple of seconds clear of Stephen Powell in that third place. There's Bint leading Division 2. Second in that group behind him is John Powell, as up the inside. John Powell, excuse me, he says to Simon Faulkner. They've already got ahead of John Bowler, so John Powell thinking I can take on the Division 1 trucks as well. This is great stuff in the early stages of this race too. Ricky Collett coming under fire again from Adam Bintz. And what he's thinking, I reckon, is if he can put a couple of Division 1 trucks between himself and John Powell, it will help him take another Division 2 win. He's having a go at Ricky Collett, who had that spectacular engine blow up in the first weekend of the year at Brands Hatch. Flames and smoke out of the back of his MAN. New engine in the truck for this round. The Collett's family run their heavy haulage business based up near Halifax. You often see their trucks being and pushing some of the biggest loads seen on Britain's roads. Simon Reed, also a freight company boss based in Stoke, having a go at David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport MAN. He wants to attack Stephen Powell for third place, but he's being kept busy at the moment. To the right-hander, Hatchett's hairpin. This is allowing Powell to escape in third place. Bradley Smith in 6th position, holding back Michael Oliver. Had a crash-filled season last year, the younger of the Oliver family. Enjoying better fortunes so far this season. Ryan Smith to the inside takes the lead. And not often we see moves made there at the crossing. That's a good move. The inside there, fly-in Ryan. He's already got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.351. And now watch that Daimler Freightliner start to escape. Once again, no stopping Ryan Smith here at Pembrey. Powell is in third place. Then we've got David Jenkins. He's coming under fire from Reed again. Simon Reed, that is, the older of the two brothers. Then it's Bradley Smith, Michael Oliver. Then a gap back to Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman ahead of Craig Reed. Jock Borthwick upholding Scottish honour in this race with Tom O'Rourke, a non-starter. No Simon Cole out in this race either. He broke down in race 1. Over the line they go. Still Adam Bint leading Division 2 further back. He was 2.3 seconds ahead of John Powell as we watch Michael Oliver attacking Bradley Smith. Then Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed. There's Ricky Collett up with them. There's Adam Bint being chased by the DAF of John Powell. Third in Division 2, a bit further back is Rivette. He's now got ahead of Craig Evans. John Bowler has dropped back into 16th place, so clearly his MAN still not quite running to its full potential as Simon Reed hits the back of David Jenkins. Excuse me, David, he says. Two Staffordshire-based racers fighting it out. And here's Craig Reed, first ever Division 1 win in the very last race of last season, attacking Jock Borthwick. Craig Reed, the Division 2 champion of 2 years ago. It was Luke Garrett who won the Division 2 title last year, but he's not appeared in the championship this year. We know Luke has wanted to run in the European Championship. I'm not certain if he's over in Italy this weekend. Over the line go the leaders. Stuart Oliver not letting Ryan Smith get away. They're separated by just over half a second that time through. That time's almost identical. Stephen Powell now rather on his own in third, the number 3, and it's Jenkins and Reed 4th and 5th. Bradley Smith under fire from Michael Oliver for 6th position. Jock Borthwick is in 8th ahead of Craig Reed, just ahead of Craig Reed. Collett rounds out the top 10. Then it's the Division 2 battlers. What's the gap between those two now? 2.3 seconds between Bint and John Powell. Simon Faulkner next, then it's Paul Rivette. Simon Faulkner showing much better pace this weekend. It's taken him a couple of years to learn his craft at the wheel of the Iveco Stralis, the ex-Reed machine. Speaking of Reed, here's Simon Reed again on the rear bumper of David Jenkins. There's Simon Faulkner chasing John Powell. I think it was here at Pembrey 2 years ago that Simon Faulkner made his truck racing debut. The number 92, the man from Waterloo, Hampshire. Here's Paul Rivette. Just behind Faulkner, the Napa Auto Parts MAN battling it out with Craig Evans. Final runners are Bowler and Bennett. That John Bowler, I can tell you, was pulled into the pits, so more problems with the 14, unfortunately. Simon Faulkner takes John Powell. Now that, he runs wide onto the grass on the exit, but that's exactly what Adam Bint wants to see. Because that's a Division 1 truck in between him and his main Division 2 rival, which is allowing Adam Bint to consolidate his lead. Stephen Powell trying to catch Stuart Oliver. Of course, with David Jenkins being kept busy by Simon Reed, Jenkins is losing time. As I mentioned, John Powell has pulled into the pits, so maybe more clutch problems for the Division 2 graduates. Down into the right-hander at Sen. They go towards Brooklands. First three breaking away because these two are fighting it out for fourth place and losing time. Bradley Smith being able to close in as well. The Scrapco Recycling sponsored number 46. I remember seeing his father Tony Smith have a bit of a shunt here in his Sisu in the wet at Pembury a few years ago. I was on the PA commentary on that occasion, along with Johnny Palmer. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin. The lead is up to 3 seconds now. Ryan Smith is pulling away once again. Stuart Oliver still second, and Stephen Powell in third. Powell trying to chase down Oliver. There is the man from Kent in the MAN. Lives literally down the road from Brands Hatch. Stuart Oliver from Northumberland, the other end of England. Britain's greatest ever truck race. We ride on board with Jock Borthwick. See the driving style here from Jock. One hand on the wheel, the other hand working the gear change. Make it into almost an art form, these truck racers. Incredibly skilled drivers. Jock Borthwick at the back of this group, chasing Michael Oliver. A bit of smoke there from David Jenkins. Looks like he's in trouble. Yeah, quite a lot of smoke there. David Jenkins with problems. Now, I think that's engine smoke. Is that tyre or engine smoke? There is damage to the tyre, look. He's been hit by Simon Reed. There's damage to the front of Simon's truck, so David Jenkins is going to have to pull in. They won't let him continue while he's emitting that amount of smoke. He's going to have to be pulled in, unfortunately, David Jenkins. There's problems there for the 69 MAN. He's laying a James Bond-style smoke screen, and Simon Reed spins out. Now, was that on oil from David Jenkins' truck, I wonder? Simon won't be too happy there. He spins out. That's fifth place gone. That's allowed Bradley Smith up to fifth. You can see it's the rear tyre is punctured on Jenkins' truck as well. That's causing some of the smoke, but I think there's engine smoke there as well. There must have been contact between the two of them. Simon Reed gets going again, or does he? He's on the grass. Now, was that spin because of damage to the truck? I'm not sure. David Jenkins is surely going to have to pull in here. They surely won't be able to continue with that amount of smoke coming off the back of the truck from that. Is it just tyre smoke? It's hard to tell whether there's tyre smoke or engine smoke there. So Bradley Smith is now up into fifth position. Michael Oliver sixth. Jock Borthwick in seventh. Craig Reed, Ricky Collett eighth and ninth now. Just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Jenkins continuing on, but surely that tyre is going to let go altogether and come off the rim. Craig Reed having a go at Jock Borthwick down towards the hairpin. Next to is Ricky Collett. We'll see what happened. This is the incident which saw Simon Reed spin out there. That was just truck got hooked up there. You can see the damage to the front of Simon Reed's truck. So he's hit the back of David Jenkins pretty hard somewhere in their battle. We didn't see it happen, but well, we haven't seen much of these two either. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver clear of Stephen Powell at the front of the field. All the action is in the pack behind them. Here's the 32. MV Commercials and a Freehouse-sponsored truck of Jock Borthwick being chased by Craig Reed. This is now for 7th place. Simon Reed is all the way down in 15th after that spin. He's dropped behind everyone with the exception of Jim Bennett. It's over 4 minutes to go for Ryan Smith out in front. Here comes Craig Reed. Now, David Jenkins is still running, and in fact, that punctured tyre has not really slowed him down. Of course, they are twin wheels on the rear axle, so it won't be affecting him too much. Just making a lot of smoke, although he is slowing a bit now because Bradley Smith has caught him. Bradley Smith, no relation to Ryan Smith, incidentally. Down into the hairpin. Bradley Smith, Michael Oliver. Jock Borthwick sliding about there, and Craig Reed very sideways too, so I think there is some fluid down at the hairpin there. We saw Simon Reed spin earlier on. This is the battle for what is now 7th place. See Lap times very similar between these two. There's David Jenkins, and he's dropping back now. I think it might be a hub or a half shaft seal that's leaking there from that damaged wheel. There is fluid leaking out, which is why the circuit's getting slippery. He's lost out to Bradley Smith, he's lost out to Michael Oliver. They're lapping Jim Bennett. Gentleman Jim moves aside, lets them through. There's Ricky Collett in the background as well behind this group. David Jenkins at least electing to try and keep going to pick up a few points. Meanwhile, we haven't forgotten Division 2. It's still Adam Bint leading Division 2. In the battle for second between John Powell and Paul Rivett. Here comes the Napa Auto Parts.eu MAN on the tail of the DAF. Meanwhile, Craig Reed's having a good go at Jock Borthwick here. He has a look on the inside at the hairpin. He's got the tighter line. But Borthwick will get the power down on that outside line as they come to the right of Spitfires. I think Craig Reed might have got the move done. Indeed he has. Good driving there by Craig Reed up into 7th position, and they're catching David Jenkins' damaged truck as well. See the smoke coming out there. I think it's fluid leaking from possibly the rear shaft or the wheel hub. After that contact with Simon Reed earlier on, there's a bit of smoke from the behind the cab as well, so there may be more damage than we can see there. Paul Rivett still under fire from Craig Evans. This is the fight for second in Division 2 because Adam Bint is quite a way clear of them. Just got a glimpse of Adam there in the foreground. Simon Faulkner, I think, has got ahead of him now in the more powerful Division 1 machine. Indeed he has. To the closing stages now. Is John Powell going to be able to catch Adam Bint? Paul Rivett up the inside, he takes John Powell. So the answer is no, John Powell is not going to be able to catch Adam Bint. Craig Evans having a go as well. Is John Powell in trouble here, possibly? So they've reeled him in, these two. Craig Evans is going to have a go here as well. Look at the lap times as they cross the line. Yeah, John Powell about a second slower on that last lap. Reed and Borthwick have got ahead of David Jenkins. Ricky Collett could get through as well. Now this race, race 2, sets the grid, of course, for race 4. David Jenkins is now down to 8th. If he can hold off Ricky Collett for 8th place, that'll give him pole position for race 4 tomorrow. I don't think he's going to, though. You can see the smoke still pouring off that rather hobbled 69 truck. Surely Collett's going to get through. Meanwhile, here comes Ryan Smith into the hairpin for what will be the last time. Still 2.5 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. We've almost forgotten about our leading trio. Stephen Powell up there in 3rd. Now keep an eye on whether Ricky Collett's going to get ahead. And as Jock Borthwick goes sideways there, is Collett going to get ahead of David Jenkins? Still laying his smoke screen. Rechristening him Dick Dastardly. Ryan Smith out towards Senna for the last time. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the 7 times champion. And Collins up the inside into the hairpin. He goes through and loses it. Jenkins back up the inside. He's hit whatever fluid there is down there. I think Ricky Collett will be cursing that, because if he stayed ahead for 8th place, that will give him pole position for tomorrow's second race. Here comes Ryan Smith. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the reigning 7-time champion. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.345, took the lead a couple of laps in at the crossing from Stuart Oliver, takes his 2nd win. Oliver will come over for 2nd place. Bits of rubber showering everywhere as they go towards the pit wall. Stephen Powell, 3rd place once again. And meanwhile in Division 2, it's going to be another win for that menacing black Volvo Aerodyne of Adam Bint. He's clear of Paul Rivett in 2nd in the division. Meanwhile, Bradley Smith, an excellent 4th in Division 1. 5th goes to Michael Oliver, good result for him as well. Craig Reed 6th, Jock Borthwick 7th. Now, is David Jenkins going to hang on for 8th? I think he is. Still a battle between Craig Evans and John Powell. John Powell with a problem there towards the end because he's dropped behind Evans as well now. Over the line goes Simon Faulkner, and here comes Adam Bint. He weaves his way over to the pit wall, takes another win in Division 2. That'll extend his championship lead. Paul Rivett 2nd in Division 2, then Craig Evans. John Powell slowing in the closing stages. Jim Bennett a lap down in Division 2. We lost John Bowler into the pits, and we lost Simon Reed as well, 3 laps from home. No stopping Flying Ryan here at Pembrey so far this weekend. Took the lead with a rather audacious move through the crossing early on. Won by 3.36 seconds. Adam Bint celebrates as well, 2 out of 2 in Division 2. There is Simon Reed's truck, that's where he came to rest, sadly. Spun out of the hairpin and then pulled off. So Smith ahead of Oliver and Powell once again. Stephen Powell, another 4.5 seconds back in that 3rd place in the end. 4th place going to Bradley Smith. Great result for him, just ahead of Michael Oliver. Craig Reed 6th after passing Jock Borthwick, and Ricky Collett did cross the line in 8th place. He did get ahead of David Jenkins, so provisionally Ricky Collett will be on the front row of the race with Jock Borthwick for race 4 tomorrow. David Jenkins, damage to his truck, he had to settle for 9th place, and Simon Faulkner completing the top 10. Then we've got the Division 2 runners. Adam Bint taking the win in that class by 3.78 seconds ahead of Paul Rivette. Craig Evans in 3rd ahead of John Powell, who was struggling in the closing stages, and Jim Bennett completing the finishes. Simon Reed pulled off, and John Bowler made the start this time, but pulled into the pits after a few laps. Well, hopefully Pointy is going to be there shortly to talk to our drivers. That concludes the truck racing for today. We've got the drift truck on track a little bit later on as well. And next up it is the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. 2nd sprint race for them this weekend. A few cars will have changed drivers for that one, with some drivers swapping over. We'll bring you news on that in a moment, but first of all, let's head down to Pointy.
Well, a very interesting race, but nothing too serious happening there. Unfortunate for Dave Jenkins, who we of course got to speak to earlier. However, it's another fantastic 1st place win for Ryan Smith, and another fantastic 1st place win for Adam Bint. Incredible. It's almost like a mirror of what we had earlier on. Let's head round now as we see the rest of the trucks coming in. Just get that long angle there, Keys, of everybody there. One of the surviving Reed brothers that didn't come across too much damage in that race. We've already had the, here he comes. The steering wheel comes out completely as we see Ryan Smith descending very hot and sweaty again from the cab. You did put your arm away for that last one, didn't you, Ryan? Such a man for the team, as you can see. Likes to thank everybody individually that made that race possible. Are you ready for me now? I'm ready. You ready for me now? I'm ready. That hat looks terrible on you, mate. No. The number looks good, but the hat looks terrible. There you go. That's it. Wear my hat. Wear one of my hats instead. Yeah. Warm. It is warm, isn't it? Did you think Stuart had you there, or it didn't take you long, did it?
You get one chance, don't you, with Stuart? He don't make mistakes, so... You know, Stuart's a seasoned pro. He's been there, done it, got the T-shirt. You know, Stuart's no easy feat in a race truck he can drive, and that's why he's got the record he's got. But I just knew I'd get one chance, whether I took it or not. Again, it got wet out there, oil or diesel, and you're the first to it a little bit. You know, let him close the gap a little bit, but. Delighted with that.
It was a clean undertake, I'll give you that. I mean, we watched it happen with a bit of a squeak of the tyre. All of a sudden, you were past him.
He just went a little bit hot into turn 2, and I knew I could line him up through 3 and 4. Like I say, we were like I say, you're gonna get one chance at Stuart, and you're not gonna get many chances.
You needed that a bit, didn't you?
Yeah. But I'm more delighted from our point, from the team's work, the problems we've had. You know. We never try and make excuses because everybody's got the same, but delighted, honestly.
Well done. Good job, Ryan. Well done, team. Well done, Ryan. Of course, 2nd place, Stuart Oliver. He's not in there, of course. He just tipped water all over Ryan Smith's head. Steve Powell in the number 3 truck, ironically getting another number 3. Back into the distance there, we've got the line-up for the top 3 of Division 2, which of course was the number 5, Adam Bint. Behind him, 22, Paul Rivette. And then a fantastic finish, 1st trophy of the weekend for number 10, Craig Evans. Lovely family, the Evans lot are. Chatting to them this morning over breakfast. They asked me to join them for an oat cake. Oat cake with cheese and a splash of sauce was delightful. Stuart, done it again.
Done it again.
I'll be honest with you, we had high hopes when we saw you get ahead of Ryan Smith in that first lap.
I did have high hopes as well. When I saw I was on pole, I thought this morning's qualifying paid off. But I just don't know where he gets the drive from coming around through the centre.
He said you came into that turn 2 a bit hot, and he knew he could line you up. Those were his exact words.
Yeah, he did. He took advantage, and I couldn't protect because I was too far out. But the speed he came past us, I did go a little bit wide, but I didn't go slow.
No,
you know what I mean?
We heard a slight tyre squeak, and all of a sudden he was up your inside. And it was all game over.
Once I saw he was there, that was it. It was all I was going to end up was in the clubhouse having a pint with Bill.
Yeah,
so
early.
Early. I didn't want to do that.
You didn't want to do that at all, no. Well, it's all gone very quiet here, hasn't it? My goodness. Obviously, that was the last race of the day. Much to do to set up for tomorrow. I mean, you've had 2 very good results so far, but obviously looking for that top spot.
Absolutely. We're coming here to win races. That's what it's all about. And there's 3 races tomorrow, so hopefully it's when the what is this word? So it's the boys from the
boys from the men. Yeah, the men from the boys. Something like that. Wait for the chaff.
Yeah, that's right. So reverse grid. I'm on 7. Ryan's on 8. Onwards and upwards. But credit to Mr. Powell there, and he wasn't dropping back.
Very well. Done very well this weekend.
Well,
yeah, he's obviously found that groove for Division 1 that I think he's been looking for a while now.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I had worried that he had sort of peaked and he was just over the hill. And I hope this is recording properly. And
it is definitely. Yeah.
But it looks like he's got a little bit of life left in him. So
I think he has.
We'll see what happens.
Talking about new life, I just thought I'd take a moment to mention, of course, that Stuart's daughter over in New Zealand is watching us live, most likely, with her very new member of the family, Morgan. So congratulations on being a granddad. Stuart did that one for them, obviously. Messages across the pond of love and good wishes, of course. And we've got another driver, Paul Rivette, here. Just quickly, we spoke to him a lot earlier on, so I'm only going to give you a short amount of time because you had your good 40-minute chat. Another second place, you got to be happy.
Yeah, but I'm going to see if I can drag this out for as long as I can for a bit more airtime for Napa, TAC Assist, WDE, everyone that's involved with it.
And that's all we've got time for. Thanks for joining us here in the paddock. We'll see you over at the podium when we hand out some trophies. Paul Rivette.
Good old Pointy, full of fun as ever. Motorsport should be fun. That's what they say. Fair play to Stuart Oliver for giving Ryan Smith a bit of a drenching there. In the warm weather today, that's probably quite welcome after a race in the hot cab of a truck. Simon Reed being recovered here. We've got the heavy artillery coming out to recover the number 89 truck. You can see it looks like it's had a chunk bit now to the front of it, doesn't it? That's where he hit David Jenkins. Not sure if that little flatbed is going to be able to tow the Iveco. You can just see to the right there the heavy recovery vehicle that's going to take the Reed freight truck back to the paddock. Thankfully they haven't got far to go, just being at Dibeny just before the paddock entrance. Next up it is the 2 CVs, so as soon as the track is clear we will give you the grid for that one. Now it is Sprint Race 2, and as we mentioned, some of the cars shared by 2 drivers swapping over between the sprints. A few drivers doing one race and some doing race 2, but the majority of cars being driven by the same driver. It's in the endurance race tomorrow where we'll see an increased number of cars making driver changes at the pit stop. Some drivers are racing solo though. That's all coming up tomorrow. Where is the Chryslin recovery vehicle based in Swansea, the big DAF? Very impressive looking machine. Race trucks, normally towed via the rear axle, which is I think what we're going to see here. Simon Reed climbs aboard. The beard to be feared, as some call him. Simon and Craig Reed run their freight business based in Stoke. Craig Evans, also a Stoke driver. We heard Pointy's mention of Staffordshire oat cakes there. Traditional breakfast food in Staffordshire. So Just a short pause while Simon Reed's truck is recovered here. Thanks again for all your chat on the stream as well. Haven't had a chance to get through many of your comments recently. It's been fairly rapid fire after the earlier delays. Most of you seem to have been chatting mini racing. Saw some minis last weekend at Snetterton, of course, classic and mod. They were in first class form. The Mini Challenge, sponsored by Virtue Motors, the trophy class for the BMW Minis, and the Mini 7 Racing Club as well. And also this weekend up at Croft, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup is having an away day in the north of England as well. 2 CVs up next then. Quick hello to Gareth Willis, who's watching on. Now we'll give you a bit of an update on the 2 CVs that have changed drivers for race 2. Car number 30 is now going to be driven by Luca Proietti, son of Sandro. 33, the ECAS 2CV parts car. Matthew Arrowsmith Brown was out in race 1. That's now driven by Glenn Oswin. Number 35, that was Neil Graham in the first race, the Muffins team car. That is now driven by a familiar name, Ethan Sparrow. I believe he's the nephew of 2CV racing legend Pete Sparrow. Keeping the family name alive. Number 47 has changed drivers. That will now be Giles Owen in the Yellow and Peril racing car. 48, the SL racing car is now George Broadhurst. 55, the Walford team car is now Steve Walford, taking over from Julie. Car number 80 was Ainsley Bousfield. That's the Team Gadget racing car. That's now Nick Home for race 2. Number 96, that's the Hall family. Jenny Hall takes over from Chris. And those are the only cars changing drivers for race 2. So just a short pause here while the DAF recovery vehicle hitches up Simon Reed's Iveco Stralis. Very carefully coordinated the recovery operation, as we saw from Brands Hatch last time out when Trackside Recovery were in charge of operations with their big American trucks we saw. Well, they were in action in November last year at Brands. Simon Reed is trying to inch the truck into position. Now it's lifted up. Placed fully onto the towing mechanism. It was Mick Gould Recovery who provided that massive American beast that we saw at Brands Hatch last year. That was a show truck at Easter this year. I wonder if our recovery vehicles will be taking part in the truck show this weekend. Maybe it's down to Pointy to decide best in show. Thanks again for your patience during this enforced delay. Drivers a chance to cool down between races. Quick take on of fluids. But it looks like we are nearly ready now to tow this Iveco back into the paddock, and Simon Reed and his team can begin repairs for tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see Simon Cole back out as well, and Tom O'Rourke after their issues in race 1. Thank you again for being with us on BARC TV today. We start at Just after 9:30 tomorrow with the Junior Saloon Car Championship second race of the weekend. Quick update on the penalties from their race earlier on, incidentally. The reason that Charlie Constable and Elliot Fewster were penalised, they were penalised for a false start. So they got 10-second penalties. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the Junior Saloon Car Championship from earlier. They will be back out tomorrow. As the DAF tows the Iveco away. Pit siren sounds, so it sounds like the two CVs are being brought up to grid. Indeed they are. And we can bring you the grid hopefully in just a moment. Second race of the weekend for them, their second sprint race of the day. And this time it's Chris Tovey who goes up into pole position in the number 49 car, the KTR Developments car. Second fastest times from qualifying used to decide this second grid. 89 of Nick Crispin.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
We're down here with the Clive Shaw Trucking Group and they're here with the Big Rig Experience. Kev, I believe is your name. We're here with Pete the Peterbilt.
That's it, that's what we call him.
And what kind of engine size for those guys out there we're looking at?
Hang on.
I can hear you.
It's got a 14 litre straight in it, 500 horsepower.
500 horsepower, my God. And how many gears has this thing got?
15.
15 gears, with lots of knobs and switches.
Yeah.
And we've also got a driver today doing a driving experience. Come on in, driver. What's your name? Where'd you come from?
Phil, and I'm from Clanetty.
Clanetty, right, just up the road then.
I am, yeah.
Have you been to Pembrey before?
Yeah, we come every year. We get some free tickets from work, so we like to bring the kids down.
And it's a great experience.
It is, it's brilliant, it's fantastic.
Right then, you're going to drive this now, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go.
Right, well, let's zoom into inside then, and we'll see you behind the wheel. So here we are on board Pete, the Peterbilt big rig truck, and we're about to go for a little drive round. Now, obviously, the driver's had his briefing, just getting his last run through the health and safety.
Brake and throttle's all in, obviously, the same place. Gear change is basically the same as your car. It's H-box, so you can go start off in third,
up into fourth, then back for fifth, flick the button up, and then that puts it into high and go into sixth.
Yeah, third,
all right.
fourth, fifth.
Yeah, third, fourth, fifth.
Yep.
All right. So turn the key on, mate. So all the switches are just superficial. They don't really need to do anything with them. It's just like a car, just a really, really, really big car. So all those people out there that always wondered how many gears these things have got, it's just a gear stick. Don't be scared. Jump in a big rig next time you get the opportunity. Come down to Convoy and have a go in one of the Clive Shaw Truck Experience big rigs. And there we are. We're off. So if you are at one of the Convoy events, of course we've got more coming this year at Convoy on the Park in Donington and Convoy on the Plain at Thruxton. These guys will be there, so if you want a chance to drive a massive American big rig, then head down to one of those Convoy events. Or of course this weekend here at Convoy Cymru at Pembury, South Wales. Right, come on dude, let's do it.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Well, as if perfect timing couldn't be any better, you see Red Dragon behind me, the passenger ride monster truck experience that has been welcomed for the first time, even though it's called Red Dragon, down to Pembrey, Wales for Convoy Cymru. This monster truck does, of course, visit us at several circuits around the season and the country. And as you can see behind you, he's coming up, Keys. We are going to have the fantastic opportunity to go off-roading in this absolute beast. I tell you what, I wouldn't have liked to have to sign off the health and safety risk assessment for this. So join us in a moment as we'll be on board the Red Dragon, trying our best to show you what it's like to be on that thing. So as promised, here we are on board of the Red Dragon monster truck passenger ride experience, and we're about to go off-road. I like to think I kept my composure during that entire thing, and I'm sure Keys did a great job of holding the camera steady. Just like to say thank you to Red Dragon and the team, and of course everybody that was on the ride behind us. Great crowd, great crowd. So we've got our next list of victims for the Red Dragon. Are you guys ready to go on the Red Dragon? Yeah! I think they're going to have a great time. They're going to have a great time. You had a great time, didn't you, Keys? We all had a great time.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
As the band plays in the background, you join me over here with the eagerly awaited Drift Trucks and one of the drivers, ex-British Truck Racing Champion driver as well, Steve Thomas. Steve, thanks for joining us here, buddy.
Thank you. Lovely day for it.
It certainly is. Now, the track's going to be very dry. People that are out there that are new to drifting at all, let alone drifting lorries, what's it like having to get one of these sideways? Is it more difficult or...?
Well, obviously when we race a race truck, they're not designed to drift. So drifting a race truck is a lot harder than a standard truck, which is I've got behind us here. So a standard truck is designed, to go on the road, and it hasn't got as much grip as a race truck. So today we've got a standard truck and a old race truck.
An old race truck, yeah, not to be sure, we're not ruining one of the peak performance, well, we say peak performance race trucks. I'm sure you could argue the toss for some of them in the paddock. But so let's look at the DAF then. Now, the DAF, of course, has become synonymous with the convoy events. We saw its first outing at Donington about 4 years ago in the live action arena that, thousands of people on the banks watching this thing doing donuts. What's it like having that many people coming to see you send a truck sideways?
I mean, I absolutely love it because we have a lot of space at Donington. Yeah, there's lots of room. And that truck, believe it or not, for an old truck, it's almost 20 years old, that thing's got a lot of power and it's designed to drift. And then obviously we do the caravan smash as well, at Convoy in the Park. But the feeling is absolutely fantastic to have something what you've driven for 30 years in a straight line, and then you can just go mad and do whatever you want. It's just absolutely fantastic. So now it's good fun.
And then, of course, over to the right then, we'll move slowly over here. This, of course, a Scania, once upon a time driven by Michael Oliver in the championship.
Yeah, obviously Michael Oliver had it last, and then his dad had it before that. So, and then it was, it was Terry Gibbons's before that. So it's an old, well-proven, well-battered race truck, but it's still got an MAN engine in it, even though it's a Scania cab. But it's a good old tub and it's a good old truck. It could still race today and still do very well.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. Once you've got the bare bones of a racing truck, really, although you can make it look snazzier and spend a bit more on the paint job, it's really still the engine, the suspension and how well you've looked after it underneath, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's two chassis rails. It's what goes round that chassis rails with axles, suspension, springs, shock absorbers, all that sort of thing. And the main thing, obviously, a good fast engine. But you put a good engine in that, it won't be far behind a lot of the others. It's still a good truck. But to drift it, I've never driven it before, so I'm not taking my truck out today because the powers that be have said that we need a roll cage because we're on the circuit, we're not off circuit. So because we're on circuit, we need to use the Scania because it's got belts and it's got a roll cage, just in case anything was to happen. So I haven't driven it before, so don't know what's going to happen because it's not the easiest thing to drift. It's got the power, but they're not the easiest thing to drift.
So, it's a completely different clutch setup, isn't it? And obviously the tyres are going to be different. The suspension's a lot harder, which actually makes a difference with it spinning at the back end. And, of course, the diff won't be welded in a position, will it? Whereas the DAF, of course, has got a modified diff to make it drift.
No, they're both the same. We've got a lock diff in every race truck. So every race truck's got a lock diff. And that's got a lock diff in as well to make it spin. But because I run different size tyres on the back, I've only got one tyre on each side. Even though there's two tyres on each side, there's only one touching the ground. This has got 4 tyres touching the ground, and they're quite sticky race tyres. So we've got to get them hot enough and spinning up. Once they get hot, then you get a bit like ice. But it's a hot day, and so we don't know. I'll either do okay, I'll make a fool of myself.
Or you'll blow it up trying.
I'll blow it up.
Well, look, Steve, thank you very much for talking us through it. Fantastic trucks nonetheless. And of course, if you want to see them, if you're not down in Pembury, South Wales this weekend, because there will be another show tomorrow, which is the Sunday, of course, we will be out later on in the year for Convoy on the Park, which is, of course, Donington in August, which is an absolutely huge event. Caravan smashes, drift trucks, we've got racing, we've got motocross, we've got rallycross. Huge amounts of stuff to see and do.
Formula 1 stock cars as well are coming. So the Convoy in the Park at Donington this year will be the biggest and best I think we've done. And by looking at what we've done today at Pembury for this weekend on a Saturday, as everyone has said, it's the busiest Saturday I've seen, and I've been coming here for 14 years. So we must be doing something right. We've got good followers and we've got the content, what people want to see.
That's it, exactly. And of course, if you can't make it, make sure you keep your eyes peeled on the British Truck Racing Championship live stream. And if you missed that, you can of course watch it back anytime on the YouTube channel as well. Right, Steve, thank you very much. We'll let you go and grab some lunch and get in your race suit. Steve Thomas, ladies and gentlemen, with the BTRC Drift Trucks. Well, we're down here in the paddock at Pembury, and I've had a great opportunity to talk to Richard Gunner and, of course, John Powell. John Powell being Division 2 driver in the championship this year. And Richard, you work alongside John in the paddock, but of course you've also had a bit of dealings with one of our championship sponsors, GBF.
Yeah, that's right. Previously, I was asked to help the championship in 2018 with regards to the directive that came down from the FIA about motorsport cleaning up its act environmentally.
Right.
So we were smoke testing the trucks and testing various fuels. So there was gas to liquid fuels, normal diesel and various additives, fuel-borne catalysts. And we found the best performer. I was doing some work with a generator company that were using the green biofuels, and we got a sample, 100 litres, and that was by far the best performing fuel emissions-wise. And then from that, the FIA have adopted it as a one-make fuel for the European Series, and British trucks have followed on.
So, of course, this year the championship's being sponsored by GBF, and of course we've got the GD Plus in all of the racing trucks. But John, it's not new to you, is it? You had this last year, no?
I believe we started it in 2018. Well, we actually got the regulations changed to produce the EN number, which allowed us to use it with Terry Cox actually, and there was quite a lot of parties going on in between, you know, a decision to use it, and then GBF come on board, and then we've started running it, but we run it for, well,
2019.
And then the continuation all the way through. And it's nice to see the fact that it's been taken up by the championship. It's good for the sponsors. It's environmentally sound as well. You know, I mean, what's the process?
Yeah, I follow them on Instagram. You can follow GBF on Instagram, of course, which is where I get most of my information. We're talking huge percentages of CO2 getting reduced in just this one sport alone.
Yeah, that's correct. The fuels derive from waste product, really, from recycled cooking oils, fats from the animal industry, you know, so tallow fats, and they've got a very sort of complicated process where they can break the hydrocarbon chains down, string it together to simulate diesel. So to get a litre of normal diesel in your tank, you're looking at about 2.7 kilos of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere just to get a litre of standard
That's insane.
diesel.
Because of course that's not just burning it, that's producing it, transporting it and getting it into your car.
Correct. With the green biofuels, because the raw material is offset from a previous industry, we're down to about 300 grams of carbon
That's
dioxide.
insane. That's like I don't even know the percentage. It's like 15%, 20% surely. It is future first, isn't it? Future now, more like.
And then, because they then grow more crops to supply the initial industry, that carbon's then absorbed in a cycle rather than releasing trapped carbon from within the earth.
Because the plants absorb the CO2.
Correct, to grow again, and it just cycles.
It's photosynthesis.
It's a win-win situation.
It is a win-win situation.
And it makes us win as well. So
Exactly, yeah, well that's what I was going to ask. I mean, how is it, I've spoken to a few drivers and they've all actually got very similar opinions. How do you think it affects the performance of the engines, the trucks as a whole?
None at all, to be honest with you. At first we thought it was, but then it's down to set up an ECU and bits and bobs. So once you get that correct, there's no difference in any performance, in my opinion.
Well, it might be.
If anything, it's actually better, to be fair.
Well, I was about to say, I think it might be Michael Jordan's magic drinking bottle then, because a lot of the drivers I've spoken to, they're like, you know what, I think the engines run a bit better on this stuff.
They do. They get a lot of mid-range torque coming out of them as well. So, you know, it's nice that the fact that everybody's on it, you know, because if you was racing up against a level playing field, otherwise you'd be, you know, it'd leave an opening that it doesn't need to be there, really, to be honest with you. So.
And with regards to kind of cost, I mean, essentially, you know, regardless of motorsport and massive industry, this is something we should be looking at using on the roads as much as possible moving forward. What kind of cost would the average, you know, car user be looking at? Would it be more expensive to save the planet? About the same price, do you know?
I believe that is supplied into the truck industry, in the bunker industry. So it's
right.
available at the moment, in my understanding.
Yeah.
So, but I know that.
We don't see it down your local Merco, that's for sure. Other fuels are available.
I should be mentioning names, but
other oil companies.
There's some major players within the transport industry that have taken it on board and are already running it.
Right.
You know, in excess of fleets of 300 vehicles. So, you know, and they've got that adaptation to say we want to reduce the carbon footprint. So in the grand scheme of things, if it was 2 pence dearer, it wouldn't really matter because you're doing the right thing for the environment.
And I also think as well, especially with this day and age, I think fluctuation in any prices really would make a couple of pence dearer probably more of a constant than the fluctuations of raw materials of crude oil and stuff.
Yeah, there's also an offset. The fuel is possibly slightly more expensive, but because of far less particulate matters produced, your DPF loads up less. You get less regen cycles. So effectively, you probably use less fuel, and less maintenance cost.
So yeah, better for the engine, better for the planet, and as well, of course, with any new product, the more it gets bought, the more it gets produced, the lower that production cost starts to come down, right?
I would imagine so, but I think you might have to talk to the directors about that one.
We'll have a
So
chat with them.
don't
You
get
heard it here
involved in
first.
the
I know a Maxus plumbing van that could do with about 100 litres a week. Just putting that out there. But so fantastic fuel efficiency, fantastic performance as well. Lots of crazy science, but as well, you know, a fantastic sponsor for the sport that really has shown the rest of the world, you know, that there are obviously loads of people that, fuel burning sports need to be outlawed, they need to be changed, but this really gives us a future, doesn't it?
It does, but we actually sort of was working on this before the FIA initially put it into place.
I know you've been doing it a while, haven't you?
It's just been hijacked a little bit along the way.
Been done over, haven't you? That's what it is, yeah.
So, but you know, it's for the good of the sport at the end of the day, and recognition of people that have put some work behind the scenes is brilliant. You know, that's where it needs to go. But these guys as a company as well, they're just dead straight, really nice, you know, and they're providing a service, and it's good. Yeah.
So they obviously just bring us a massive tanker of fuel down, and then the teams just fill up. That's it.
Mine's on. It's just gone past there.
Yours is just behind it. You've got a separate tanker. Okay. You're flogging it to Pembrey in the car park. I mean. Right. Well, look, Richard, John, thank you very much for joining us, and of course another massive thank you to GBF Fuel with their GD Plus biofuel. For more information, of course, head over to Instagram, or of course Facebook and the internet, where of course you'll find more information, as well as btrc.co on our official sponsors page. That's all from us now. Thanks for joining us down here in Pembury, South Wales. In the paddock now after the last race of Saturday with none other than Craig Evans, a very jovial Craig Evans. Now turn your head to the left and show everybody the number on the side of your hat. You've got a third place, ladies and gentlemen. First trophy of the weekend, which means you'll be joining me on the stage for a podium presentation very soon. How are you feeling?
Oh, absolutely buzzing. We've had a few issues this weekend in practice. Qualifying didn't go quite to plan. This morning's race wasn't 100% and it's just coming together now.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to quote what he said, or rather shouted, whilst walking among the trucks in Parc Fermé. We've done it, Pointy. We've done it, he says. Third today, second tomorrow, first by the time we go home. That's what you said.
That was exactly what we said.
I think it's going to happen.
I hope you're right.
Consistency, Craig. We've seen this from you now for a couple of seasons with a third place overall championship win as well. I mean, you surely be getting dab hand at this now.
I don't know about a dab hand, but we can certainly hope that we're going in the right direction. Well, we are going in the right direction. The truck's much more consistent than it ever has been. And, well, luckily we're on the podium more.
Yeah, I think the driver's getting a bit more consistent as well, don't you?
Let's hope it's down to the driver and not the truck.
Definitely down to the driver. It's always down to the... I don't care how much money or how little money you spend on your truck, it's always down to the driver.
Well, I don't think it's just down to the driver, the team and all the sponsors and that put a hell of a lot into it. We can't knock none of that. And to be fair, this thing's doing me proud this year.
She's a good old girl.
Yeah.
Run us through a couple of your sponsors then, because obviously we know Craig Evans, we know the colour scheme, but who's been supporting you these few years?
Oh, everybody. And literally everybody has supported us since
Greenland Turf.
We've got Brown Recycling, who's obviously the main sponsor, as you can see off the side of the truck. They've supported us since day one when we were building it, before we even got on the racetrack with it. Obviously all the other sponsors, Applied Radiators.
Who are Applied Radiators?
They supply us with the radiators and intercoolers, fuel tanks.
Right.
So we've got
So that kind of helps keep the costs down with regards to providing materials.
Yeah. We've got just people supply us with parts. We've got stanchions of stone on the side. Let's have a wander around.
Come on down, Keith. Come on. He's on one. Let's do it.
Rock oil.
Rock
Giving us
oil.
our oil and bits
Beautiful.
for the season,
Yeah.
and some consumables.
GT goes
GT,
over the
they do
tyres.
the-
That's
yeah.
it. They've got to use your
Any other
tyres.
brakes, sorts the brake calipers out and
lovely.
Service them every year for us. Further down we go, we've got Stanton's of Stoke. They are on board with us and they supply us with the fuel for getting here. And
Right. Yeah, I bet that costs a few bob with a couple of trailers, doesn't it?
well, yeah. We've got Heavy Diesels, that's our own company.
Lovely.
Diesel engine specialist.
Right. So you do engine rebuilds and stuff.
Engine rebuilds ourselves, yeah.
Consistency.
TVC,
Heavydiesels.co.uk. You see, that's how we knew how to build his own. Yeah.
We've got TVC, give us support vehicle come down with. Profab Fabrications, Fast View 360 and Auto CMS camera systems.
Right, yep.
Clutch fix with the clutch. Yates Engineering.
So really, it's like you've really kind of built a great team of support around you with regards to keeping the truck on the track.
We've got everything covered pretty much. That's supplied to us. Like we've even got BS suppliers who supply all the paint and consumables and all the fiberglass for fiberglass in bumpers.
They've got a zebra. Get the zebra keys.
We've got it.
You've got a zebra.
Luckily, we've got bits from all angles that help us come racing. We couldn't do it without them.
And you know what? I think there's a lot to be said for that kind of sponsorship setup, isn't there? Is the fact that you've got companies that are like, okay, we might not be able to just throw money at something, but at the same time, we can give you what we've got that's going to make your life more cost effective.
Exactly. It's not necessarily about having the money to come racing. It's about having the bits to come racing. And
well, that's what it is. You've got it, yeah.
It's built the truck.
I think that's fantastic. Very, very good base of support. Fantastic negotiating as well, really, to reach out to those people, for them to reach out to you. Either way, great team, great sponsors, and it's really interesting, actually. It's nice to see not too much of a crowded truck, but with everything you need to run a racing team. And then, of course, I suppose you just pick up the bill for everything else.
Yeah, that's isn't it? Don't come racing for free, do we?
No one goes racing for free, not like them Europeans, my goodness me. Right then, well, thank you very much for talking to us, Craig. Fantastic job today. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again this weekend when we get some more trophies.
I do hope we will.
I know we will.
Do you?
Good job, Craig.
Cheers,
Good job.
thank you,
Right, go and sit in a dark room now and get over
Yeah.
it. Right then, that was Craig Evans. Great family business and, of course, a great family team with lots of awesome support around them as well. Let's now go and hand
Seen
out
this
some
trailer?
trophies.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Now you can do the countdown.
3, 2, 1, live.
Right, see? That's it, that's all you got to do. And now we're live. Jack Border, ladies and gentlemen. Right, you can smell the Red Bull in the air, the energy, the excellence.
What is happening here?
Yeah, there is. How have we been doing so far this weekend?
Reasonable. Friday practice was a disaster. Done 3 laps, 1 lap each session. We changed the front axle. I was running it at Brands with a Division 2 axle, 20 degrees, but on Division 1 you can go to 30, 32 degrees. So I had a new axle at home for the new truck, so I thought I'll put it into this truck. But unknown to me, you've got the pumps to alter and steering boxes to alter, and we just had a disastrous day. Like,
You know, you're allowed to work on these trucks in between race meetings, right?
Oh, I never knew that. I thought,
yeah, you don't have to do it all here.
Right, I'll maybe try that before the next round, do a bit of work at home. So Craig helped us, we got a bit of help of some of the lads, and went out in the first race this morning, qualifying, and I didn't know if it was going to turn. And when I was on
Always fun when you're heading towards a corner.
But first lap, thought this is going to work. So we've done well, and we're just chasing and trying to find a bit of time. But I'm really needing to find a half a second a lap or so, like everybody's looking for.
Yeah.
So, but I'm happy enough.
There's a certain big division in the Division 1 pack, isn't there? Where there's the newfound Division 1s nearer the back of the middle, and the ones with a few more technical issues. And like, we've all got a lot of work to do this season. They're like, oh yeah, we've still got a lot of work to do this season.
I know, absolutely. And this is a Group 2 truck, and I'm just trying to develop it as best I can. And it's quite hard just trying to keep up with some of the newer trucks with the development they've had in them. And I'm learning quite fast. We had a great race with Craig there. Fantastic race. I think we were sort of 6th and 7th or whatever we were at that point. And just a right close race and never touched it. It was great racing.
Did you see any of the impacts that he ended up in nearer the end? I mean, saw a huge amount of damage on the front. I think it's Craig's corner.
No, it was Simon's. That was Simon's.
I keep getting those mixed up, man. They need to just make one of them blue or something.
Definitely, yeah. No, that was Simon's. So, no, Craig was fine. So it was a good race there.
You were busy with Craig. Simon was busy with Dave Jenkins back corner.
Absolutely. And I'm learning off these guys, just trying to follow them and learn a bit. So we'll go and do a bit more work tonight. But that'll help if I can work on it between race meetings.
Yeah, totally.
That should help me.
They should really make a note about it just to let you know.
I didn't know that.
Although I think a lot of the guys would benefit from that memo, because you walk up and down the paddock of a night time and everyone's got guts and engines all over the floor, you know.
Yeah,
it's like a jumble sale at a car meet.
Absolutely. Get bored, Davey and Danny.
Who'd want to sit down and have a barbecue in the sun, honestly?
I'm just scratching my head thinking, what can I do tonight?
Yeah, I think, whoa, you know what? Let's just change the windscreen and then... No, windscreen's too simple. Let's change the bearings in the prop shaft. That's what we'll do.
Has it got bearings in it? Has it?
Somewhere. Well, they're supposed to. I'm sure they're supposed to. I don't know. Has it got a boiler in it somewhere? I'll fix that bit for you.
It's got a heater.
Shims? Is that anything? No? Bushes?
Some bushes, yeah.
Some bushes.
I believe.
Some bushes, okay.
Right, yeah. Okay. I'll go and water the bushes.
I want to know what you get up to in your personal time. Right then, this is descending massively. Someone's dropped their phone over there. In fact, we've got someone over there, a young lady. You know what? Come on in. Bring your bike. No, bring your bike. Don't worry. Here we damage these more than you ever could do with a push bike. Now, Jock, on the side of your truck, on the front of your truck, we've got the livery of the yellow and blue tartan, of course, synonymous with My Name's Doddy Foundation.
There we go.
We've also got a bike and a young lady here with the same tartan. Now, you know a little something about what's going on with My Name's Doddy. Why don't you tell us what the charity's about, Jock?
Yeah, we're doing a cycle every meeting round the circuit to
so each
raise
circuit.
awareness and raise funds for the...
And what does My Name's Doddy Foundation do?
It's for the MND.
Right.
Yeah. So all the funds that Doddy's started up, all the funds go to MND, yeah.
Wow, that's good. So a really good cause. And of course you're doing... Yeah, tell everybody at home what your name is.
Holly.
Hello, Holly. And you've already done one at Brands Hatch now, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and how did that go for you? Was it hard work?
Hard.
It was hard. Give me an answer with more than 2 words in it. I'm not going to. It is difficult. It took Jock years to figure out how to talk. It's fine. Definitely. So you're going to do Pembury tonight, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and have you been getting much luck with the sponsors and stuff like that?
Yes.
Yeah. Do
Always
you
looking for
know?
more, aren't you? Good.
Yeah. Do you know the name of your Just Giving page?
Yeah.
That's when you say the name of the page.
I don't remember. I have to.
Daddy, what's the name of it? Come on, you had it on leaflets earlier, for goodness sake. Holly's, Doddy, Holly's Cycle for Doddy MND. Right. Yeah, maybe someone back in the office can find that and just put a link down below or something. Okay, link down below here, right here. There's a sticker on the side of the truck. Where? Oh, here we go. It's just a QR code. Okay, get close to that. Get on the QR code. Use your phone to screenshot the QR code, and you'll be able to go to the Just Giving page for My Doddy's Foundation. But for now, I think this car crash has gone on long enough. Thank you so much for talking to me, John. I'll let you get back to changing the bearings in your window wipers.
Absolutely, and I'll get you in to do the
Bearings in your door hinge.
Something like that.
Oh, just bearings. Bearings. Just find me some bearings and change them. Okay. Right.
What's it like?
John Powell, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Well, welcome to the very sunny South Wales, and of course, the return of Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey Circuit. We're very, very happy to welcome you down here to a convoy event, the British Truck Racing Championships, of course, first time down in South Wales. Let's have a look now what we've got going on for you this weekend.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8.
Garage height with the BTRC down at Pembury. Good evening, crew. It's a corruption thing. It's a corruption thing. Oh yes, UK garage bangers in your face. Take the trolley over here, I think. With your best friend, give me one more time. Quieter, let's not come louder. Hold on. If I point it directly towards you, is it louder? Is that a bit better? I'll just turn it up a bit then, why not? I'll show you. Is that better now? Can you hear me better now? Well, you're not getting any louder. UK Garage Classics on the hype. I've definitely not got copyright to play this on Tannoy, but I don't really care. So yeah, right then. Put this over here. I also need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. because this is usually when people like to do, it would be funny if I read points you halfway through presentations. It'd be amazing. Right then, are we 1, 2? Oh, what are you laughing at? Where's his brother? Where's John? Oh, it was Craig, but it went down wrong. Oh, where is Craig? There he is. It's okay. Right, they're all here then. Right then. Are we all ready, ladies and gentlemen? Because we're going to do a bit to camera again. So when I say trophies, you will cheer, okay? Right, trophies. See, this is where I warm them up. That's the warm up, right? So when I say trophies, you will cheer. Trophies. Trophies. Nice to say the wind choir on that one. You've got to be as loud as you can. Right. We're ready. Ready. Okay. Right then. You ready? Okay. Record it then. I'll point it out that way a bit. It's going to echo like mad otherwise. Okay. 3, 2. Right then, we're here now live for the last trophy presentation here at Pembury on a Saturday afternoon. You can see the weather is still fantastic behind me, and we've got a brilliant night of barbecue meats around the Paddock and Circuit to get through. So, before we do that, we're going to hand out some beautiful trophies. 4 times it took them. 4 times, ladies and gentlemen. Right then, here we go. So, race 2, Division 2 of the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, taking his first trophy home from Wales this year. Put your hands together for Mr. Craig Evans. There's over to your right. Don't trip. Don't fall off. The Alp set, yeah, well it's not December yet. The Alp part's still on holiday. There we go. Right. And you're on this one over here with the 3. Fantastic. And in second place, having a very good catch up with him earlier on. You can catch, of course, all our drivers' interviews on YouTube. Put your hands together for Paul Rivette. But one of his mechanics, Monkey, had to come and stand behind him and do the whole stop talking, there's a race, we've got to go. And Paul's just like, so when I was 12, we're like, oh. Right then. And in first place for Division 2, another massive trophy going to Adam Bint. What a cheer. There we go, sir. Tomorrow, Team Pin, you know what, tomorrow. I'll move out your way. Yeah. I'll move out of the way. Right then, another round of applause for Division 2 top 3, and it's time to ask a different question. We're going on barbecue theme tonight, lovely weather. If you had to take a side order to a barbecue, what would you take with you? Beans. Beans, okay? Coleslaw's always a coleslaw. I was going to say coleslaw as well. Everybody takes coleslaw. All right then, that's fine. Round of applause in Division top 3, sorry. I say top 1, it's the only one who took beans really. Everyone else took coleslaw. Unbelievable. Off you go, thank you very much. And on to the Division 1 now. Hold on, third place. Is this the same? I think I've written it down wrong. I think they've got all the same results as earlier on. That's weird. Hey ho, we'll go with it. Right. I think they're getting his second third place trophy for the weekend. And very happy with himself. Steve Powell, ladies and gentlemen. Who likes the steps thing? I like coming up the steps. Makes you feel very important, doesn't it? I'm happy for you, mate. I'm super happy for you, mate. I'm just happy to have you here next to me, you know. Right. And in second place, it's a mirror finish. It really is. It's the same. It's just the same as we've done. If you finished where you finished earlier on, just come and get a trophy. I'll take it all weekend. You'll take it all weekend. There's people about. You shouldn't tell that. But anyway, hands together for Stuart Oliver. Take it all weekend. The third place. Yeah, oh, let's take the mic away. No, I'm not allowed to. No, I want evidence. Need evidence. Anytime today, Stu, you know, it's fine.
He's a granddad.
Yeah, he's a granddad, I know, right? Oh yeah, put your overalls on, right. You can't, they don't fit. As I figured out he had some niggles with his truck earlier on, and we found out what it was eventually. So back in the chassis was dragging along the floor, wasn't it? Oh! First placement somehow. Put your hands together for Ryan Smith, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, he's wearing one of my hats. Just so you know. I made them call first, okay? Did you bring a pen to sign my forehead or something? Well done, Ryan, mate. Well done. Right then, now, what barbecue item are you bringing?
Oh, the minute lamb chops.
Chops. Oh, I did say side orders to the other guys, but
Minted lamb.
minted lamb chops. We upgraded to meat straight away. Minted lamb chops from Steve.
Garlic bread.
Garlic bread.
Garlic bread.
Garlic bread. Stu, what we got? Oh, yeah, celebrate! Round of applause for Division 1 top 3. If you said beer, you're allowed to bring beer to a barbecue, Steve. Yeah, you own a pub, you should know that. Corona, alright, this is going downhill very quickly. Right, get your photo ops for your Division 1 top 3, and another massive round of applause for all the drivers that took part today. Yeah. This is not Bolshaw. Oh, God. Right then, ladies and gents, that's all we've got time for today. Of course, we've got lots of racing action for tomorrow, so if you're staying with us, have a fantastic evening, enjoy the weather, have a few drinks, and of course, we're back here bright and early tomorrow for more trophies and racing action. Have a lovely night. See you in the morning.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.